The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Leaders faltered and tailenders rebounded at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. Junior Bakengo is on fire, earning another win to jump into a three-way tie for first. Both senior frontrunners fell, narrowing Akopian's lead in the Open while creating a four-way tie at the top of the women's section. It went down to the wire, but Rachel Lee remains undefeated, winning her fourth game for clear first in the junior girls. The standings have been shaken up. Who will find themselves in the driver's seat next? Day 5 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to Day 5. I'm here outside the beautiful St. Louis Chess Club, the venue of the U.S. Junior and Senior Championships. Despite losing the fourth round, Vladimir Akopian is still in the lead in the senior, as well as Natalia Sodikova in the senior women's and Rachel Lee in the junior girls. In the junior, there's a three-way lead. Andy Woodward, Abhimanyu Mishra and Bach are leading the pack. Tomorrow is the rest day. Will the players give it all today? Let's go to the studio and follow the action.
The best juniors and seniors in the United States once again gather in St. Louis for the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships. Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5 of the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors. This is the day before the rest day, and everybody playing in these 4 national championships knows exactly what they need to do. They need to live it all on the chessboard. I'm Cristian Chirila, and alongside my 2 brilliant co-commentators, Katerina Nemcova and Yasser Seirawan, we will be providing all the action for today.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm woman Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by brilliant Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
I'm way overrated, Kate, but you're wonderful. It's great to be in studio with you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Well, it's been great. No, seriously, 4 days, zip, zip, zip. So many decisive games, and the players have just bringing their best, is what I want to say. Kate, do the honors, tell us the standings. Let's start with the girls' championship.
Let's take a look. In the girls' junior section, we have one player, Rachel Lee, who is cruising through the tournament with a perfect score, 4 out of 4. Wow. But Zoe Tank closely behind her with 3.5 points, clear second, and Megan Paragua third with 2.5 points.
And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we do not have a clear leader, but we have a new name who joined the pack of 3 players. Bach and Go, a little unexpected, joined Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Andy Woodward, the 2 big names, to tie for first with 3 points.
Welcome back. And in the women's championship, seniors?
In the women's seniors championship, we have a 4-way tie. It is Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Sodikova, Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith, who all have 2.5 points.
And finally, in the seniors.
In the seniors, we had a player who was cruising through the tournament but stumbled yesterday. Vladimir Akopian lost to Alexander Shabalov, but he's clear first still with 3 points. But closely behind him with 2.5 points are Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Fishbein.
Nice. Tell us about the format for these 4 national championships.
So these national championships have the same format, 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed in these games. Players have to fight on the board. And classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
Day 5, we've passed the halfway mark. Tell us about this schedule.
Yes, we play 1 round a day. Today is round 5, and players will leave it all at the board because tomorrow, guess what? They get to enjoy a rest day. then 4 more rounds, and if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday, 24th.
Fantastic. Cristian, our tournament leaders have many pathways to first place. Tell us about them.
Absolutely, and we generally don't like to talk about the leaders too much, but right now we're passing the midpoint, so it is high time to talk about them because a lot of these players that we have in the lead right now most likely will become champions. Let's start with the girls section and see where we stand and who is our leader in that one. Katie already told us it's Rachel Lee, who has had an absolutely amazing result so far. She's a risk taker and she's relentless when given the opportunity, especially I'm talking about that round 4 yesterday with the black pieces. She was on the back foot, she was worse. She was losing against Chloe Gobb, but she turned it all around and in fact managed to win that one. Right now she's looking like a champion. Let's take a look at what's happening in the seniors section and who we have there. In the lead, it's still Vladimir Akopian, who was getting used to coming here, visiting us in the studio, as you can see, after each victory. Round 1 against Igor Novikov, round 2 against Joel Benjamin, round 3 against Stuart Rachels, and yesterday he stumbled with the black pieces against Alexander Shabalov. But some good notes from Vladimir Akopian. He's definitely the best prepared in the opening phase. He hasn't had any issues in that one. Still looking like a champion. Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors. And in this one, we have a co-leading situation between the highest rated players in the event coming into this one. Abhimanyu Mishra and Andy Woodward. They're neck and neck, drawing the first round 1 for Abhimanyu Mishra and Andy Woodward in round 2. And then Abhimanyu continued with that crazy victory with the black pieces with the Najdorf against Evan Park, draw for Andy Woodward against Tani. That was a difficult one. And yesterday, draw with the black pieces against Brewington for Abhimanyu. And what a victory, crushing victory by Andy with the white pieces against Alice, with some brilliancies along the way. Let's take a look at what's happening in the seniors women. And in this one, the picture is a bit more complex. As you can see, we have 4 co-leaders in this one, but some of them played more games than the others because one of our participants has, in fact, withdrawn from the event. So we have 4 incredible players ready to battle for the championship. Guys, we have some incredible players, some incredible games coming up in this round. I cannot wait to call the action.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian. And of course, they're playing for the national championship titles, Kate, but also a very nice prize fund.
Yes, a lot of money is on the line
Yes.
in these tournaments, in these championships. So we will start with the girls section.
Exactly. Oops, we're waiting just for the format to come up. Maybe we'll come back to the prize funds for a moment. Let's just go to the playing hall as the players come into the St. Louis Chess Club, taking their seats for this round 5. And you know, for me, it was always the day before the free day. I really felt good. Like somehow I knew I would get a lot of rest, so I could just give my absolute best. Did you have that same
Yes, and you
feelings?
also want to finish like on a good note before the
Right.
rest day. So you want to feel like, yes, I gave it the best, I prepared well, and now I kind of earned this rest day.
Exactly. So you see the players taking their seats. Stuart, Rachel, Jesse, Kraai, two
We got a little
veterans.
lucky yesterday against Joel Benjamin, who missed a checkmate in 3 moves or 4 moves.
Yeah, Jesse was on the back foot, and it was that crazy knight b6 because it was an attack, and you're not even thinking about it. But then you suddenly realize, oh my gosh, the b6 square is defended. Joel missed a golden opportunity. Feels like Joel has actually left some points on the table. I think of his game also with Vladimir.
Well, that one he took a bit too much risk, and
Yeah.
we had Vladimir explaining to us exactly how he was seeing the situation. In fact, he didn't feel in danger at any point in that game. Joel was always thinking that he's better in the position, and
Right.
at some point he just took simply too much risk, sacrificed that rook, and that was just a poor sacrifice from him. Joel doesn't seem like he's in his best shape. Nevertheless, still a champion of the past and definitely one that can become a champion in the present as well.
Thinking in terms of bouncing back for a moment, Vladimir wins his first 3 games. He loses the 4th game. In my time, the Soviets, we always looked at them as like the role models in chess. Whenever they lost a game, they stopped the bleeding, they came back, made a very fast draw, and said, okay, now I have this extra time to recover.
And by the way, yesterday, Nico Chasin, he had 3 zeros, and yesterday he scored his first win. So he stopped that losing streak.
Exactly.
As well as Rochelle Wu in the girls section, who started with 3 zeros, but yesterday made a draw.
But if you're Vladimir, do you...
One important announcement to make before we begin this round. Please remember that we have a rest day tomorrow. Do not show up, no one will be here. There will not be any games here tomorrow. We will see you all back here on Monday. Good luck. Please go ahead and start White's clock.
You heard the chief arbiter saying to the players, please do not show up tomorrow because nobody will be here.
I think Chris Bird wants to watch that World Cup final. He doesn't want to go
Exactly. Well,
referee this game.
As we see Andy Woodward, one of our 3 tournament leaders, on the black side against Evan Park.
And Evan really started off quite well, but yesterday he's had quite a poor game against Nico.
Yeah.
Played that D5 move completely uncalled for. You know, sure, it was a difficult position, but he just crumbled very quickly. So he needs to erase that from his memory as quickly as possible. And right now, with the white pieces, play a good game against one of the co-leaders.
I'm just looking at the game of Evan Park and Andy Woodward. As Andy, E7, E6, and Queen's Gambit with D7, D5. And really, everybody's going there these days. Queen's Gambit declined. Well, it's been popular for hundreds of years. I just wanted to say that there was a game the other day. Now I'm beginning to forget who the players were. It was an E7, E6, C2, C4, and it was a Bogo Indian, where it wasn't really a Bogo Indian, but it's Queen E7. And it's gotten the name the kangaroo.
That's what we learned yesterday,
Variation.
right?
I never heard that. And I said to myself, of all the times I've asked Cristian what the name of the openings are, and I missed the chance to get the kangaroo opening, shame on me. We're not seeing that, of course, today because Evan and Andy have been going down the Queen's Gambit decline path. Guess what? Catalan. And this is interesting because when Andy's white, he loves to play the white side of the Catalan, and you've seen him use it as a primary weapon, in fact. Today, he's on the flip side, and bishop b4, bishop d2, oftentimes, well, the most often played move here is bishop e7. I know there are other pathways, but bishop e7, and it's very interesting for me. Black has made the argument that the bishop stands worse on d2 than it does on c1.
Because it's blocking the queen that is generally guarding the d4 square.
Also stands in the way of the knight that might be needed to recapture the pawn on c4. And finally, if you ever play the move b2, b3 with the intention of fianchettoing the bishop is actually misplaced on d2. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Tell us where I should go. Tell me where I should go.
So let's stay in juniors, but go to juniors girls.
Okay.
To see Rachel Lee. What is the opening in her game, as she is the leader with 4 out of 4 in the girls section?
Yeah, and not only has she scored 4 out of 4, but it was that round 1 victory in particular that stood out in the girls section because she played the top seed Rose Atwell and won with the black pieces, which has catapulted her to this monstrous score of 4 out of 4. And in case we see an E2, E4, we see a Fischer favorite, King's Indian attack. Bobby Fischer famously won quite a number of games with this system as white, going for the E5 and rook E1. business and eventually launching a kingside attack. I don't know if we're going to go into this direction, but the move d2, d3 by Rachel signals to me, like if we go back just to, oh, well, it's actually going to be more than one move. Yeah, so if we go back to this moment, we could see a c2, c4 and a d2, d4 kind of transposing into a Catalan. But with the move d2, d3, Rachel was saying, no, 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 I want a different setup. Knight d2. I'm assuming Megan is going to be playing knight c6. And almost for sure, we'll be seeing, yes, as expected, almost for sure, we'll be seeing e2, e4 by Rachel now. Come on, Rachel. Don't leave me with this commentator's curse of making a prediction and it not coming to pass. No, she hasn't played e4 yet. Okay, let's continue.
Let's go to the seniors.
All
To
right.
the leader Vladimir Akopian against Alexander Goldin.
All right. And these days, e4, e5 has become really the A game defense of the top players. Okay, of course we have our Sicilians, but e4, e5 when you're playing in the Grand Chess Tour, I'm seeing it the most often. d2, d3, I've always considered this to be a soft move, as White's not aspiring for the usual c3, d4 setups. So it's a Rui Lopez where I don't think Black has that many problems, issues. d7, d6, the major move, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that b5 and bishop c5 is what a lot of players
Right, but there is
prefer.
also this idea that Black did not commit to bishop e7 yet, so we can play d6 and then fianchetto that dark square bishop.
Okay, fair. d7, d6, c2, c3, and
Yeah,
he
exactly.
exploits the fact that he hasn't played his bishop to e7 by fianchettoing his bishop g7, g6, castles, bishop g7, and we're still in the throes of chess theory. And also, in the women's championship, I want to say we have a really important championship match going on between Ivona and Natalia, because these two players are tied for first coming into this fifth round. Are we seeing a Scandinavian?
Scandinavian with
Oh
queen
my gosh.
d6.
Yeah, well, a shout out to Sergei Tivyakov. He kind of really pioneered not the Scandinavian, but the idea when I played the Scandinavian defense as Black, and everybody in my day played the queen to a5. David Bronstein played his queen to d6 as well as his queen to d8.
Queen d8 is what I started to play as a child.
Really?
Just let's tuck the queen back and then slowly develop.
It's safety, huh? Okay. Queen d6 on the board, d2, d4, knight f6. And the problem that our coaches told us with developing the queen early is that very often it becomes a target for lesser pieces, bishops or knights. When a knight or pawn or bishop attacks the queen has to move away. G2, G3 would be a very natural move from White's perspective, because White would like to play bishop f4 or bishop g2. And if you wanted to, say, start with a move like knight e2, I'd understand that move as well. Again, this idea of fast development. Cristian, what's caught your eye earlier? Sorry.
I think before that, we're going to take a look at the pairings for the Seniors Women Championship.
Sure.
So, two important games. Ivona Jezierska against Natalia Tsodikova, the leaders, co-leaders of the event, and then also Jennifer Smith against Olga Sagalchik. Catherine Dodson playing Angelina Belakovskaya and trying to score a point, because so far the tournament is not going well for her. and Beatrice Marinello against Chochanik Airapetian.
If we just keep that graphic up on our screen for just a moment, because we do have the gold medal women's world team.
World team, absolutely. Ivona Jazirska, Natalia Tsodikova, Jennifer Smith, Olga Sagalchik, and Angelina Belakovskaya is the golden team from the 2026 World Women's Senior Championships. So big congratulations, and it's great to have all the players here in the championships.
Yeah, thank you, ladies, for accepting your invitation and coming to St. Louis to join us as at those big matches going on there. I want to also go back to...
Come here for a second.
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
Yes,
let me just take this one for just 1 second, because, and then you can do your bit, because we do have some crazy games happening right now, and specifically I want to look at this one, Gregory Kaidanov versus Alexander Onischuk, because we've been seeing a lot of Nimzos, but no Nimzo with the move F3, 4F3. The F3 Nimzo considered to be one of the more aggressive approaches against the Nimzo. Very imbalanced position. D5, and this is the type of opening you prepare when you're facing a player that hasn't played chess in a very long time. Because Gregory Kaidanov, we know, he's one of the best coaches in the United States. Not only the best ones, but also the busiest ones. The guy does a lot of coaching. So he definitely is very much in touch with the opening novelties and ideas in all of these flashy and critical openings. That's why this is what he's looking for in this one. D5 was Onischuk's choice. A3, bishop takes C3, B takes C3, and C6. Alexander already sort of signaling the fact that he wants a more quiet opening, because you can go C5, which is one of the main lines, but then we go into all sorts of craziness. You have various ways that you can take that pawn on D5. You can take it with the pawn, and then after E3, we get into this type of structures where, in fact, white at some point goes G4, G5, completely crazy on the king side and tries to checkmate you. Obviously, with the black pieces, you have slightly better pawn structure. Another way is to take with the knight on D5, then we take on C5, and we get these positions, which have been analyzed thoroughly many years ago, and they still are generally considered to be quite safe for black, but you still need to know a lot of theory in this one. He chose the move C6, which is a much more controlled approach. Nope. No. I'm not letting you settle. I'm not going to go E3, which is another way of approaching this position. I'm going to blow open the center with a move E4, perhaps the most critical line in this one. D takes C4, F takes C4, and now we have E5 from Onischuk, and knight F3 immediately responded. You might be wondering, what's happening if you just simply take that pawn? Well, I have this double attack, queen to G4, queen takes G7, and of course, C5. The position gets absolutely wild. Many games have been played in this one, so if you don't know the theory, you might as well not open the position even further. So what he did was play the move E5. Knight to F3 is on the board right now, and I think this is where we are currently. Now the question is, okay, what if you just take once again on E4? Now there's no more queen to G4, so there's no more
double attack
path to get at least this pawn on G7 in this position. But what you can do is go queen to C2, and now F5 seems to be the main line, bishop to D3, and the position goes on for a very long time.
Cristian, if you don't mind, I'm
Yes.
just going to interrupt you. First, we're just going to say the pairings, but there's a big game that just taking place.
I saw that, and we will definitely go to that one. Why don't you take that away? Let's start with the pairings.
Thank
So
you.
pairings for the Seniors Championships. Let's take a look what games we will be watching today. Vladimir Akopian, the leader of the event, against Alexander Goldin. Alexander Fishbein against Alexander Shabalov.
Big
Gregory Kaidanov playing Alexander Onischuk. Also a big game. Kraai playing Stuart Rachels. And Igor Novikov against Joel Benjamin.
Sorry that I had to disturb Cristian, but I'm going to the game between Mishra and Nico Chasin. Nico started with 3 losses, bounced back with a win, but he's just made an absolutely horrendous decision.
Oh my goodness.
He's played
And
the
played
move
it super fast. You look at his clock, 1 hour,
D7.
29 minutes.
And Mishra
is looking at him
something,
like, what
and
did you just do, dude?
The whole problem is what white does comes with a tempo. plays the move knight e5, which is absolutely a crushing move.
And it is on the board. Mishra just made the move.
And after knight captures e5, I don't recapture the knight. I have the intermezzo. Bishop takes f5, attacking the queen. There is no choice. And Nico suddenly woke up. He sensed that something terrible is about to happen, and indeed, it's just over.
Because it's a tempo on the queen.
Takes e5, and
the
look at
queen
Mishra.
has to come back. Then
Nico
we
is about
double
to
on the
resign.
e-file, make a battery, and we're just going to get the bishop with bishop a3.
This is resignable.
Resigns.
This is actually just
And Nico
resigns.
is just like, oh my goodness.
He forgot to take the bishop on d3 first.
What have I done?
He just forgot to take the bishop on d3 first.
This is all
it's very
theory,
simple.
and you're absolutely right. Bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. Numerous games. You can play queen d7. You could also play castles, getting your king to safety. But this move, he's lost the game with the move queen d7.
Wow.
You know
Knight
what this
e5
reminds me
on
of?
the board.
This reminds me of the U.S. Championships. I want to say 2022, perhaps, between Lenier Dominguez and Elshan Moradiabadi.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Petrov. Moradiabadi was playing that for the first time. I think Nico is not a Petrov player, at least not to my knowledge. And he lost in like 5 moves.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Exactly the same.
Yeah,
he had to resign, that was it.
A finger slip.
It's dangerous. It's a dangerous opening nowadays, especially if you don't know your theory. And my read on this is that Nico has been having a very rough event.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play any sort of like crazy games. He wanted to play a quiet game, a simple, a solid game that he can calculate easily.
And he
But
had
he
it.
just forgot about exchanging the bishops on d3 first.
He had to play bishop. So this is a gift. Mishra is essentially winning
And
right
watching
out of
Nico,
the opening.
He's just in pain.
Winning
He's
as it's-
realizing he just made a big blunder, and this tournament is just very painful for him.
Okay, if I was in his shoes and I was facing, I hate what I did. I mean, I'm cursing myself under my breath. But I would probably go for this line. In case of bishop a3, which is a winning move, of course, my intention is to take the rook. And in case of bishop to g5, my intention is to take the bishop. I'm trying to get a rook and a bishop for my queen, even though I know that materially speaking, that's losing
But
for me.
queen to g4?
Yeah.
I mean, you're actually just resigning because your king is not getting to safety.
Even that. Yeah,
Like I go queen g4, you have to defend the pawn on g7, bishop f6, let's say.
Okay.
And then rook e1, that's it.
Yeah, and I have to
You're not
move
getting
my-
the king to safety.
No. So I'm material down,
Yeah.
and I'm under attack, and I'm losing a pawn.
No, this is
and
over.
it's just
I think he'll resign. I actually think he will just look at the position for maybe 5 more minutes and resign.
But a gift for Mishra, which means that the game of Bach and Andy, now to keep pace with Mishra, we'll have to look at that. Let's go to the game of Bach and Brewington Hardaway and see what these two juniors have produced for us.
I'm actually curious, do we have like a picture of the whole playing hall that we can see perhaps people gathering next to that game and thinking, what in the world is just happening?
Well, normally, like with the speed of osmosis at the playing hall, when somebody blunders,
It happens all the
then
time.
all the vultures gather around and they look at the position, they look at you with expectant eyes, like, what have you done? Yeah. Mishra knows his opponent has just lost the game with a single move, queen d7. And Nico looks like a man who has realized that he didn't need to wake up this morning. This was just a terrible, terrible
Going into the
moment.
Final Four, Mishra just basically gave himself, well, actually, Nico gave Mishra
a point.
2 rest days
Yeah.
instead of 1.
Oh, man, look of absolutely horror, absolute horror. As Nico's just like, he's in pain. let's move away from Nico.
This is too depressing.
Too
right?
depressing.
Let's
I've been
move
there.
away to more happy stories.
Yeah. I have the game of Bach and Brewington Hardaway. Again, for us, it's fantastic to have this nice surprise of Bach, the lowest seed in the tournament, playing against this incredibly strong field of junior players and being tied for first after 4 rounds. I mean, I'm sure his family and friends are very proud of him.
And playing amazing games. Yesterday, I mean, that was
The
really nice
checkmating
illustrative
pattern.
way how you push the king to the side and
Yeah.
then with extra piece how you manage to win it.
Exactly. He's played a line that Grandmaster Tony Miles was a trailblazer for, so it's kind of nice for me to see this old friendly move, Bishop F4. In my time, the Queen's Indian defense, as played by Anatoly Karpov and many other great players, was a real thorn in White's side. G2, G3 was considered the main line. Garry Kasparov trailblazed A2, A3, the so-called Petrosian variation of the Queen's Indian. And it was Tony Miles who said, you know what, just bring your bishop out to F4. Eventually, Black is going to play the move D7, D5, and the bishop is going to be very well placed on F4, and that's what he did. And he won quite a number of games, as we see D5 being played early, C takes D5, knight takes D5, and this is White's entire concept, is that this bishop will put a lot of pressure on the c-pawn, and it's not easy to play the move C5. C5 runs into bishop B5 check, and Black has issues. So let's see how Brewington answered this. I think he played knight to D7, and knight to D2, and knight to D2. That's not exactly the move. I think Tony, is it bishop B5? I think Tony used to play bishop to B5 here, although I must confess it's been a while. Knight to D2 on the board. And where would you like to take us, Katja?
I want to look at the pairings. What games are we going to be watching in this round 5 of the Juniors Championship?
All right, let's go through the whole pairing.
So back and go, the co-leader of the event against Brewington Hardaway, Evan Park against Andy Woodward. The game Abhimanyu Mishra against Nico Chasin, we are expecting to actually finish soon as Nico Chasin blundered and Abhimanyu Mishra played the best move. Then we have Tani Adewumi against Liam Putnam and Alice Lee against Kirk Ghazarian.
Nice. Speaking of Alice Lee, she has had her ups and downs, and yesterday she was victimized in, I want to say, a sparkling game by Andy Woodward. She's white against Kirk today, and it's one of those double fianchetto. I don't know if we're going to call it a Reti or a Barksa, because Kirk made a decision that's very, very far off the beaten track. And these days, I almost want to say, like, everything's theory, but then again, when did Queen B6, Cristian, in this game between Alice and Kirk, Queen B6?
It's definitely a move, I think.
Is it?
Yes.
Really? Wow. Okay, Alice said, I don't know what you're doing over there.
It has been played a few times, yes.
It has?
Yes.
What's it called? What is the opening Queen B6? Yeah,
Tell
go
us
ahead.
something fancy, Cristian.
Just throw it out there. Wing it, will you?
Aging court defense.
Again?
Aging court defense. Not aging, but aging. A-G-I-N, court defense.
But of course.
I don't know what that is. I've
don't
never
either.
heard of it. Obviously, yes. Nobody ever heard of this.
B2, B3,
Queen to B6.
D7, D5.
And in fact, I'm not seeing a lot of very strong players play this. I see one grandmaster. That is Jan Subel. I think he's from, is he from Czech Republic?
Bishop G2, castles,
Let me look at the name.
Rook C1.
Jan Subel. And I'm sure I'm pronouncing that incorrectly.
It's not Shuba. You're not thinking of Shuba.
No. No, it's a young grandmaster.
Okay. Rook C1 by Alice, again, this move, queen b6, kind of just threw me off completely. Is this engine approved at all?
Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine.
Wow.
It's perfectly fine.
Perfectly
what you're
fine.
basically looking to get is, you're trying to control d4 for once, and also you're sort of saying that this bishop on c1 is most likely going to end up specifically on b2, because you have to defend that pawn on b2. Most likely you're going to go b3 followed by bishop b2, which we've seen in the game. So it's just a delaying tactic. You know, I'm trying to delay your d4, and I'm trying to delay the development of your bishop.
Okay, but now having said that, aren't you also delaying your own development? Your bishop on c8. You're no longer playing for b7, b6.
No,
So the
I'm
bishop's
probably
not
going
going
to
to
go
have a
rook d8.
life.
Rook d8, again, same idea, to try to stop you from playing d4. I don't like you playing d4. So for example, if you go bishop d7 first,
Yeah.
then after d4 it's starting to look a little bit strange.
Suspicious.
Suspicious, yes,
Yeah.
you might say. So I will start with rook d8, and then I will put that bishop either on e8, bishop d7 followed by bishop e8, and maybe that's actually the one way I'm going to play this one.
Okay, if I just don't...
Yeah, bishop d7.
Bishop d7, queen
Let's say
e2, rook c8,
rook c8 or
rook
bishop e8, I don't
d1.
know. Now that you put the queen on e2, I'm starting to look at moving the knight away and starting to look at bishop b5 ideas. So maybe even knight b4.
By the way, Alice surprised me as she is recaptured on c3, not with her bishop, not with her rook, but rather with her pawn. She's played d2, takes c3, which, well, with the bishop on b2, means, for me at least, that she's going to be playing for c3, c4 very, very shortly. Again, I'm guessing rook d8, queen c2, bishop to d7, as we've seen. Feels like black is equalized. I don't...
Yeah.
Queen b6, there's been no punishment. Queen b6. I don't know if rook c1 is theory, but I was thinking that if Alice was being ambitious right here after castles, she could have kept the knights on the board and said, okay, I want to prove that your queen is misplaced. For example, queen a5. Not saying it's the best move, but at least in this case, you can see that white might be getting a chance to play d2, d4 under favorable circumstances when the rook isn't coming to d8.
And Yasser, what do you think about the move when we look at the game d takes c3?
Yep,
So takes.
yep,
How is the move for black instead of rook d8?
yep.
Like the idea of playing c4 with black, giving up a pawn to mess up the pawn structure. It feels premature.
Yeah, that was my first
But on
thing.
the other hand, I want to get rid of this pawn.
From c5, you think the pawn is weakly, poorly placed, or you think the pawn is just simply better on c4?
I think it's blocking my dark square bishop, but I also like to block the white dark square bishop on b2.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Two thoughts. The first immediate thought is I want to play knight d2 and knight c4. I mean, that's the first thought. My second thought is that, hey, look, you've artificially isolated your pawn. Can I play to win the pawn? If I can provoke you to play b5, my bishop on g2 is in an ambush.
I want to play now e5 and bishop
e5.
e6.
Ah. So my desired knight d2, bishop e6 does not cause you any distress. No. If you can comfortably defend the pawn, then it makes sense. Okay, so we go back, and it really means that I'm back to playing knight c4, knight to d2. I'm assuming you're going to take.
I think I have to.
And
yes.
I go knight c4.
Queen c7.
I'm assuming you have to go back. I take.
And now who benefited from the pawn trade?
I don't know. Normally speaking, when I'm capturing towards the center, I feel I have a little bit more central influence. On the other hand, you're right. My bishop on b2 is is crying. It's not in the game. I do think that Kirk has equalized.
Yeah, either way, black is
Yeah.
fine.
Always in the opening, I'm saying I'm looking for three things: my fair share at the center, effective development, and a safe king. When I look at Alice's position, and I'm not saying she's done anything wrong, I'm just saying her development is not effective. The bishop on b2 is not well developed at the moment, and the rook on c1 as well. So again, I'm thinking that if there was an advantage in the position, it might have been that she needed to play the move knight a4, again, trying to go after the queen. But enough of this. Cristian, over to you.
Quick update. Nico hasn't resigned yet.
No, that's good news.
He did play the line that you were recommending, Yasser, so he's fighting.
Please don't call it, whatever you do, don't call it the Seirawan defense, okay?
You've tried your whole life to get your name on a beautiful, strong, solid opening.
Yeah.
Queen d7, the Seirawan defense.
No.
We're not going to do that to you, Yasser,
Thank
don't
you.
worry. And then we're going to go to Gregory Kaidanov versus Alex Onischuk. See once again what we have there. And how that one developed, because it does seem like Gregory, in fact, is getting the advantage. So, e5 was played, knight to f3, I think this is where we left it off. Queen to a5, a very decent move in the position for Onischuk, setting up for queen takes c3. Obviously, you have to defend against that. But it does seem like at this point, if you've committed to that queen to a5, you have to commit to knight takes c4 also.
Right.
Knight takes c4, bishop to d3. This is still some sort of theory. Take on d3, queen take on d2, queen takes d2. If you take on d4 after castle, it seems like I've sacrificed a couple of pawns. You can take a third one, but your complete lack of development on the queen side is just going to be decisive in this position. I'm going to go knight to g5 next with the f file open, the e file open as well. You're in big trouble right now. And if you try to go castle knight g5 once again, you're just simply in big trouble in this position. For example, if you go here, I can take knight takes f7, rook takes f7, and a very cheeky queen to e2.
Oh.
I'm looking at queen to e8. I'm also looking at queen to e4, so be very careful. This one is completely over after queen to e2. So I'm sure Kaidanov knew exactly what he's doing. Onischuk, after some thinking, he decided, you know what, I'm not taking that pawn. I know you know what you're doing. I'm not taking that pawn. Maybe at the expense of allowing you to get stabilized and allowing you to get a better position. Bishop to d3, knight to d7, castle, castle. This is what we got. White is in control, but it is a very imbalanced position. The structure is so tense right now. White has the two bishops. Potentially this bishop is going to land and join the attack later on once I free it up from the defense of my pawn on c3 via g5. So I'm thinking maybe even something like queen to e1, perhaps queen to c2, setting up for this bishop to land on g5 and increase the pressure on the king side. It's looking good for white, but the job is not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a winning position. It's just an advantage out of the opening. So this is exactly what he wanted to get. I'm not sure if they went back in time and now they're playing in the junior girls. But
there we go.
There you have Gregory. Deep in think. He got what he wanted out of the opening. He got a better position. Once again, he shows that he's one of the best prepared players in this roster.
Yeah, but I was going to say that Gregory's current position, if you think of a same-ish Nimzo-Indian, this is literally the best white could ever achieve in the same-ish Nimzo-Indian. Yes, you have your double pawns, but you've got the two bishops, you've got your central pawn duo, and even more importantly, the half-open f-file is actually really pretty darn good. You want to get out of this pin. You want to go queen c2. So, and Gregory just played that move. So basically, this knight wants to go. It wants to go to h4 and then to f5. If I'm just going to make two, what I want to say, soft moves for just a moment for black. Rook e8. I think that this position is a dream position for white because after the move h2, h3, your bishop can't go to e6, I get to play d5. And if your bishop has to go to h5, this is, I mean, this is what we aspire, getting our knight to f5.
At first sight, it could look that black finished development, everything is good, right? All the pieces are out. But then when you look closely, if these pieces actually have any kind of cooperation, any kind of good squares, then you see that it's the white pieces that have tricks and threats.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this looks really good. And tell us about the pairings for all the senior players.
Let's take a look. So the senior section, we have Vladimir Akopian, the leader of the event, who stumbled yesterday, playing against Alexander Goldin. Alexander Fishbein against Alexander Shabalov. Gregory Kaidanov playing Alexander Onischuk. Jesse Kraai surviving yesterday against Joel Benjamin, playing white this time against Stuart Rachels. And Igor Novikov against Joel Benjamin.
Nice. Let's jump to the game of Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Goldin. That was the slow developing Rui Lopez, where Alexander Goldin played the move g7, g6, and fianchettoed his bishop because it was no longer necessary to play bishop e7 to f8. d6, d5, knight d2, h7, h6, catching up with the players. I look across the board and I go, where's the weak squares? Like, what am I doing here with white? And I do see a nice outpost on c5, so my eye is immediately drawn to the idea of knight b3 and knight c5. Knight b3, bishop e3, and knight c5. Other players might like to consider the move b4 as a preparation for knight b3. And what is very often in these positions is you try to create a weakness with a4.
Wow, and speaking of the seniors, we have Alexander Fishbein, who just got into the confessional room.
All right, well, let's hear the confession.
Hello, I'm Alex Fishbein. I'm playing against Alex Shabalov, obviously a very difficult opponent for me. And this is a fifth consecutive day of a grueling run, so just fingers crossed on this one, I don't know. I was noticing that the last time I played Shabalov on this stage, Yasser actually kind of yelled at me a little bit for playing my bishop to e2 and pawn to f3 in the same opening against the dragon. And so this time also against the dragon, I'm kind of doing something a little different. I played my bishop to f3. I think Yasser is not going to like that either. I don't know, but I'm asking forgiveness from the bishop and from Yasser in advance. The bishop usually goes to c4 against the dragon. As I said, we'll see how it goes. It's great to play in this tournament. Who knows what's going to happen, but it's just great to be here. Bye.
That's great. Well, first of all, complete absolution, no question about it, Alex. I actually like the bishop on f3 in these positions because what Alex wants to do is he wants to play the move knight to d5 and take possession of the d5 square. When you're playing against Alex Shabalov, Shabadabadoo, Shabby was one of those players who just loved dynamics. And I think what Fishbein has done is just fantastic. He's made it a complete strategical, slow tempo game. From White's point of view, White has the breaks. White could play e5, and Black, on the other hand, doesn't. It's not easy for Black to play the move d5. In fact, Shabalov has just played the move knight to d5, which, as far as I'm concerned, it's an open invitation now for us to play the move knight d5. I like the outcome for White here, and I think White's slightly better.
I want to come back to what Alexander Fishbein said. He said that you screamed at him before? You see how
Yes.
direct impact you have, and now
Yes.
he's playing better? Are you
Yes.
proud of yourself?
Yes, very much so. So what Alex said in his confession is that he had played against Shabalov in the past, a Sicilian, and he played bishop e2 and f3, and I didn't like that combination of
And
moves.
this game is over between
Mishra.
Abhimanyu and Mishra, who won against Nico Chasin. Nico decided it's enough. It's enough pain. This game just didn't go my way, and let's take an early
Exit.
exit and rest day.
Again,
Exactly.
a perfect situation for Abhimanyu. I mean,
Wow.
you are playing a very strong, very game opponent. I mean, Nico Chasin has been having a fulminant rise in recent years. Grandmaster, it's never easy. And then to get this type of gift in a title race, that's amazing.
This game was only 14 moves.
Yeah, I saw that Mishra
Could have been less.
had brought a water bottle, some snacks. He was ready for a long, long game. At the end, he was walking out.
bring
with-
everything back.
Yeah, I mean, it was over before he even got settled in.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a gift, and today was a gift. That was just what happened. A bad move, a single bad move by Nico in the opening cost him the game, and what can you say? This isn't what Mishra wanted.
When
but
it rains, it
pours.
pours for Nico.
And he's fourth loss for Nico, one win, but he was lost out of the opening. Let's just stay with the juniors for a moment, because I wanted to take a look at the game between Bach and Brewington, and we did see this. I would like to call it the Tony Miles attack against the Queen's Indian. As knight takes d5, knight d2, Brewington was a little bit concerned about white potentially playing e3, e4, so he took the e4 square back under control, but it's cost him a tempo or two. And now rook c1, unlike Alice Lee, who when she played her rook to c1,
She recaptured with
the pawn, and then the rook on c1 wasn't effectively placed. Here, Bach has just played rook c1, saying, give me the pawn on c7. Brewington said, you can't have it. Bishop to d6 on the board, and now Bach to play. I would find my eye drawn to the c6 square. I would love to play bishop to b5, followed by bishop c6, and if I could, post up a rook on c6, so I would like to play.
And then you are dominating those light squares.
I feel that white is, Bach is coming out of this opening with an easier play and a nicer development.
And let's stay with the juniors to check on the third leader, which is Andy Woodward, who's playing black against Evan Park.
And let's again refresh from the start. I know they were playing in a Catalan with bishop b4, and I was expecting Andy to play bishop e7. He played a5. And let's catch up with the players. Ooh, a5 and c5. Okay, that's not the beaten path, I want to say. So Andy's trying to surprise Evan with this. I am not familiar with this at all.
Me neither.
It's the day of Queen b6, by the way, the day of Queen b6. And let's just finish. And what we have is not an isolated queen pawn. Very interesting structure. I'm gonna stew over this one, but we have our stats.
Yes, our pie charts
Tell
done
us
by
about that.
statistician Ben Underwood. So let's take a look. Who has the most chances pre-tournament and currently? So in the juniors section, pre-tournament, it's a story of two names, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra, clearly being the favorites, almost close to 40%.
Let me interrupt you and say, look at the very bottom.
Back and go, only 0.2% chances, and he is currently co-leading the event. But after round one, it was still these two players, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra. So
Right.
let's watch Back and go, how slowly
He ascends.
he's losing actual chances.
Oh my
How
gosh,
is
you're
that even
right.
possible?
Well, that's because he lost against Andy Woodward in the second
That's
round.
what happened. He
Yes.
did. His one loss was to his co-tournament leader. Sorry,
After
please
round
continue.
3, Abhimanyu Mishra crossing that 50% benchmark, but suddenly getting back under 50%, so it's still Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Andy Woodward after round 4 is the clear favorites because third is Tani Adewumi with 5.8% chances.
Bach just can't get any love, can he? 3 out of 4, and he only has 1.5% chances.
And
My
now
goodness.
the Girls Junior Championship pre-tournament. Rose Atwell, clear favorite with 43.4%, having an excellent shape, gaining rating, making the U.S. Women's Olympic team. But Rachel Lee is now already after round 1. Wow.
Because Rachel beat Rose Atwell in that round 1 game, and that was why Rachel soared into the lead and Rose fell down.
I didn't remember that Rachel already is getting such high chances,
Exactly.
which is good for her. She's 3 out of 3 after round 3, 57.1% chances. Let's see how it turns after round 4 when she's in a perfect score. Wow, 68.7% chances. Zoe Tang only half a point behind her, but look at that, 26.2% chances.
I don't believe that gap is deserved. I would still say Zoe's got better chances than 26%. Continue, please.
In the women's senior section, Angelina Velakovskaya as the tournament favorite per the statistics, 42.2% chances, and she keeps on increasing it. But you see the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, at second with 28.4% chances. Where is Jennifer Smith?
There she
who was
comes.
leading the tournament. Okay, she's increasing her percentage, but only to 2.6% chances. After round 3, she was leading.
Wow, and only 3. Boy, this stats are tough.
Wow, so it's still Angelina Velakovskaya and Natalia Tsodikova as the clear favorite. Wow. Third place, Olga Sagalchik, only 4.5% chances.
And then tell us about the seniors.
Let's see, in the seniors, it was Alexander Onischuk, 33.4% chances, and Vladimir Akopian with 32.1% chances as the leaders pre-tournament. After round 1, they switched as Vladimir Akopian won his first game. Wow, increasing the lead by almost 20% compared to Alex Onischuk. Round 2, Vladimir Akopian keeping perfect score, 2 out of 2, increasing his chances to 63.9%.
And
Round
after
3.
the perfect score,
Wow,
still for
60, no, I think it turned to
Vladimir.
70.1%
Right.
chances. Wow, that's really huge.
Right. Shabalov, however, winning that all-important fourth round, pulls Vladimir back a little bit and increases his chances.
But the statistics says it's still a story of 2 people, Vladimir Akopian and Alex Onischuk.
And Cristian, very early for our show.
Almost never we get a guest this early in our studio.
Exactly.
Abhimanyu, this was an absolute gift, obviously, for you. It gives you a couple of rest days. But what was your reaction when you saw him play the move Queen to D7? How fast did you realize that the game is over?
It took me about like 3 minutes, because actually at first when I started calculating Bishop B5, and I mean Black plays Castle Knight E5, Bishop F5 is the second move I considered, and like Bishop A3, and this also looked pretty horrible for Black. Like he was sort of, you can still try to like play on with King F8 or King D8, and of course like this would still be considered a gift because well, this is out of the opening plus 1.5 is not really something I would ever expect. But yeah, like I found 95, which just reverses the move order. So I gained like a tempo, and this is just. Then I spent like 3 minutes just double checking because Queen D7, after playing, like he thought for 2 minutes before playing it, so I thought it might be some sort of preparation. But I mean, I guess this is. Nico in general is quite a combative player, and he likes to take a lot of risk. He likes to create chances, and this is, I think, partly why he lost a couple of games here. That he was trying to do something, and in the process of doing something, he messed up somewhere and lost. Like this is another example where he's trying to do something, but this is not really the place or time to do that. Not in the Petrov, not on move 10 of the Petrov.
Is he a Petrov player? I haven't looked at his games recently, but has he played a lot of Petrovs recently? It doesn't seem like it's his style. Let's just put it that way.
I think like versus a lot of like stronger players, he plays the Petrov because it's a very solid opening, and I feel like if you know what you're doing, you can make very easy draws with Black. And I sort of expected this. I had some stuff cooked up after knight c3, but. It's good. The good thing I get to keep that for another game.
Well, yesterday with the black pieces against Brew, you made a draw. It seems like you're head-to-head right now going in the second half with Andy, depending on what he does in this round. How are you feeling about your chances going into the final 4 rounds?
I'm feeling quite good. I'm on +3. Like, I think everything regarding this tournament is you have to sort of focus on your own games, and everything that happens to everybody else, no matter how lucky they get, like, you sort of have to ignore. I mean, this is very rich coming from me, like, considering what just happened, but basically, I think I'm playing quite well, and if I'm at my absolute best, I don't think there's honestly anyone in the world that can stop me.
How are the live training sessions happening after the games? Are you in good shape in those?
Yeah, actually, I'm
Are you
solving quite a lot of things.
everything perfectly? Nice. Well, congratulations, Abhi, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Good.
Guys, any questions for
I actually do
Abhi?
have a question. You seem to have a lot of energy. Is it just this game? It was so quick, or how do you feel now? It's midway through the tournament, rest day ahead. How are your energy levels?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I'm quite happy and energized right now because the game ended so early. I mean, truth be told, I was expecting like a brutal dogfight today, in the Petrov or like frankly any other opening, because Nico can play like 50 different lines, and I checked a lot of them. But yeah, I mean, overall my energy level has been quite high, and yeah, I'm feeling quite optimistic about my chances for the second half.
He's also 17 years of age, so
Yeah.
I don't remember being tired when I was 17.
Well, congratulations, and
Thank
good luck
you.
in the tournament.
Absolutely, Mishra. The tournament leaders are being gifted very nice positions, not just completely winning positions. And look in the game of Catherine Dotson versus our tournament co-leader Angelina Belovskaya. And Catherine has messed up her opening. I like her decision with bishop to g5 in this line of the Caro-Kann with bishop to e6. And I always thought it was incumbent upon white to capture on f6, and only in this position now continue with the move c5. What white will aspire to do is to play bishop to g5, knight to on g1 to e2, and you've artificially isolated the pawn on d5. You make it your target. Okay, but Catherine messed up her lines. She played the move
I think I will be hearing this in my head
first.
when playing some games.
Exactly, and then after knight e4, bishop e3, she actually compounded her error with the move f2, f3. Again, words of Edward Gufeld. When you play the move f2, f3, ask the knight on g1 how it feels. Yeah, she had to at this point play the move bishop to d3, obviously, developing, followed by knight e2, followed by castles. And I think the game is pretty balanced. But when she played the move f2, f3, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop g7, this is just a dream come true from Black's perspective. Black has the better development, the better pawn structure. And as soon as Angelina castles and puts her king in safety, she'll start thinking about b6 and maybe even aspiring for e5. How do I break up the position for my advantage? So I think Angelina's doing very well on this one. Cristian.
Let's take a look at the seniors. Gregory Kaidanov versus Alex Onischuk is a game we've been looking at for quite a long time, but it does seem like the advantage for white for Gregory is just simply increasing with every single move. Take a look at this. We left it off after queen to c2, and if you're on the black side of this, you start seeing ghosts in the position. You start to see this knight coming to h4 if you don't capture it. Knight h4, then I'm going to kick away, so let's just say rook to e8. I can go knight to h4, then I'm going to kick it away with h3. This bishop becomes a problem, in fact, because it doesn't have a path back home. And if you want to put it on g6, h3, followed by g4, then the knight lands on f5. It starts to look dire. So that's why he took on f3 with the bishop. But unfortunately for him, perhaps he underestimated this next move. G takes f3. That connects my pawns together. That strengthens my pawn structure. And guess what? I have the two bishops. You have the two knights. The best thing I can do as white is open up the position. And that's exactly what he's going to do after this one. G takes f3, knight to h5. This is the position that we have, but f4 pretty much plays itself. You want to play f4, knight takes f4, let's say you take, and now I just simply go e5, of course. I'm not going to take like this. This would finish the game in one move, but for the wrong side, if you might.
Right.
But after e5, you can see the attack brewing. Let's say you go g6, take. I have the space, I have the attack coming, I have h4, h5, your king is very unsafe, you don't have space for your knight, you're just in a lot of trouble as black in this position. So already objectively, after f4, it seems like perhaps it's borderline winning for white, a winning advantage for white. He hasn't played yet, f4 is not on the board, and it's not the only move, but f4 is a very powerful move right now.
Yeah, because of that queen g5 check, I thought, oh, I'll just play king h1 right now in this position and follow it with f4. But you're right. If Gregory can play f4 and e5 and then capture, then that's really great. Again, white is aspiring to play f4. I was afraid of the move queen g5 check, so I thought, okay, let's include king h1 and play f4 on the next turn. But the immediate f4 is much stronger. Kate.
So let's stay with the seniors and let's look at the leader. Vladimir Akopian against Alexander Goldin.
And again, that was our Rui Lopez. As Vladimir has sputtered with this loss in round 4. So when we left it, he did play a2, a4, one of my suggested moves, rook b8, and he followed up with b4. Again, I'm seeing a nice outpost for the knight. Knight love protected centralized squares, and c5 is...
But Yasser, how do you feel now about black playing d4 move? The idea is I want to crack a little bit the center, and also I have rook on the b file, so maybe I want to target that b4 pawn as well.
Exactly. I think it's a rather standard move in these situations. The tension between the pawns on d5 and e4 always lends itself, you know, white sometimes wants to capture on d5, black sometimes wants to capture on d4. Releasing the tension is one of those things, who is favored by that. So if I play the move bishop here, if you take, I'm not saying you should, but if you do take, it has contours of a Sicilian reversed, where I've got like a Boleslavsky Sicilian reverse, where if you put your pawn on b5, maybe if your pawn was in b7, your knight on c6 would have protection. I don't know. Normally, when you do play the move d4, you want to follow it up with knight d4. I don't know if you have that ability in this exact position. I like the position for white, but I mean, it's style. How would you follow it up for black?
So I'm looking at two moves, either knight d7 or capturing on a4.
So if you capture on a4, can I love the central pawn. I mean, rook takes a4 is one option, bishop takes a4, but I love that central pawn. Knight takes e5. I'm happy to trade the queen side for the center.
So I take on the b4 with the knight?
Take on b4 with the knight.
Oh no, that's falling tactically. You just take the knight and there is a 4.
Let me show.
So I have to take the knight.
Well, go back for just a second here, because I think your position is okay. I wouldn't play, maybe in this position after bishop takes, could you just save the pawn on e5? You know, I've been explaining how wonderful it is for me to settle a knight on c5. Maybe I could suggest for you this idea of settling a knight on f4.
To target the pawn on d3.
Maybe a sacrifice on h3 on a good day.
Okay,
you know? And,
I'm persuaded.
Yeah, and I think it's a 3-result game, a good position indeed. Cristian, join in.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the junior girls.
Okay.
For just 1 second, because this is, if you're part of the competition, this is one of the players that you really don't want to see warming up. And I'm talking about Rose Adwell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And she is warming up right now after losing the first game against Rachel, a couple of draws in the process, but finally she won a game, and a very convincing game. And right now it's looking like she's going to do exactly the same thing in this one, because it just feels like Iris either forgot the theory or just did not analyze this deeply enough, because she got in trouble very quickly. She played this knight f6, b6, very provocative way of playing with black pieces, basically saying that after knight to f3, bishop b7, f3, by the way, is the main line, f3, or queen to c2. The idea being that you want to go e4. And to do so, you're going to jump through some hoops as white, and black, on the other hand, it doesn't seem like it's ready to stop that expansion in the center. One way in which you can play, and perhaps something that she didn't look at, was the move a3 by Rose. And right now, this a3 move takes away the bishop b4 pin whenever the knight is going to land on c3. This is the idea behind this move a3. Now, at this point, you can play e6 and transpose into a very normal-looking line. Or you can play bishop to b7, d5, allow this move d5, but now you have to react. It is finally time to react, because you give me a couple more moves. I'm going to go knight to c3, I'm going to go e4, and I'm going to get the space and get the advantage in the position. You either go e6, c6 to target my pawn structure as soon as possible, or you continue with your development really quickly with g6, but still, the idea being that you need to attack that pawn on d5 as fast as possible, target that pawn on d5 as fast as possible. Don't let me settle as white. She played a5. This is just simply too slow. a5, knight to c3, knight to a6. It's a typical plan, but later, once the pawn structure has been changed, now that you're allowing me to go e4, and guess what? I have a big threat. e5, you no longer have time to go e6, because after e5, you have to go knight g8. Good luck defending this position. So she played e5, but this just gives white everything that they want out of the opening. I mean, you basically have a winning position in this one. Bishop to d3, g6, knight to e2. Maybe knight to f3 was just simply more natural, but knight to e2 is fine as well, and I understand what she wants to get. She wants to get f4 at the right moment. It's still a tremendous position for white. Iris definitely did not get the type of game that she wanted. She wanted an aggressive game, it seems like, from her opening choice with knight f6, b6. A lot of imbalances in the position, but the imbalances right now just favor white. I have the space, I have the initiative. I'm not lacking any squares for my pieces. You're not weakening my expanded pawn structure, that pawn on d5. So you got nothing in return for allowing all this expansion and all this advantage in space. So I'm liking Rose. I feel she's on her way to getting an advantage, a decisive advantage in this game.
Indeed, she has a very big advantage. Looks like a king's Indian defense, which it is.
Went wrong.
Where black plays a5, knight a6 is just fine, but not necessarily including b6 and bishop b7 with the a5, knight a6. As we go on break, we're going to have a very special guest on the other side of our break, aren't we?
During the break, you will get to see Grandmaster Lenier Dominguez.
He'll come after the break. After the break.
So that's something to look forward to.
Exactly. See you on the other side.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org. Some stories aren't just about winning. They're about hope, resilience, and the extraordinary power of opportunity. This is the story of Tani Adewumi. In 2017, Tani's family fled Nigeria and arrived in New York as asylum seekers, leaving behind everything they had built. His father, once a successful business owner, took jobs as a dishwasher and Uber driver. His mother worked as a cleaner. Together, they lived in a homeless shelter in Manhattan. Then, something unexpected altered Tani's life forever.
So when I started playing, like, not like competitively, but not like seriously, it was actually in Nigeria. My brother, he made like clay, like paper, and yeah, mashed together because he saw it in his school, so he decided that he'd show it to me. And we just moved pieces around. We didn't really know what we were doing. At the point, we did not know the rules, so we just moved it around.
At just 7 years old, he discovered an after-school chess program at his public school. His talent was impossible to ignore. When his family couldn't afford the chess club's fees, his coach waived them, believing in a young boy whose determination was far greater than his circumstances.
I mean, there was really nothing to do at the time in the shelter, so it was just like, why not go for it?
Tani threw himself into the game. Within a single year of learning chess, he stunned the chess world by winning the 2019 New York State Scholastic Championship in the K3 division, defeating players with far more experience and higher ratings. The victory became an international story. World chess champion Garry Kasparov praised his achievement. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton invited him to visit. Supporters around the world donated hundreds of thousands of dollars, not only to help his family, but to invest in a remarkable future.
I didn't really think of that I'm like really, really good. I just think of it that I have to get better because there's no perfect moment.
But success never changed Tani's character. Rather than keeping everything they received, his family gave back, donating a portion to the church that helped them and creating the Tani Adewumi Foundation to support children facing hardships of their own. Meanwhile, Tani kept climbing. He became a national master at just 10 years old, earning the title of FIDE Master, and continued collecting international master norms through elite competition. In 2025, he officially became an international master. Then, in 2026, he earned his first Grandmaster norm, another major step towards joining chess's highest ranks.
Advice I would give someone that's like starting to play the game, the advice I would give them is how to move the pieces and then general strategies. Basically, they need a lot of hard work because hard work beats talent if talent does not have hard work.
His journey reminds us that greatness isn't determined by where you begin. Sometimes it starts in a homeless shelter. Sometimes it begins with a teacher who believes in you, a coach willing to open a door, and a child willing to work harder than anyone else. Tani Adewumi didn't just change his own life. He became proof that talent, perseverance, kindness, and opportunity can transform impossible circumstances into extraordinary achievements. And for millions around the world, his greatest move may not have happened on a chessboard at all.
As we have a very special guest with us in studio, right, Kate?
Right, we have Grandmaster Lanier Dominguez. Lanier, welcome on the show.
Welcome, Lanier.
Thank you. Great to be with you guys.
Lovely. Tell us where you're zooming from.
I'm very close to you. I'm here in St. Louis.
You're welcome to come to the studio. What do you think of? Yeah, what do you think of these U.S. championships?
Well, it's always good to watch the seniors. Remember some of these guys. I was playing against them years ago when I was a kid. So it's good to see them still around, and of course the juniors as well. It's a very nice tournament with already some very strong players and others who are trying to join them. Alice Lee as well this year, trying to play with the boys. I think it's great for her. So yeah, overall it's a great tournament.
Lanier, you're coming in at a very hot moment because you've had a very similar situation a few years back at the U.S. Championships when you won against the Petrov in about 20 minutes against Elshan. Abhimanyu just did that in about 20 minutes against Nico Chasin. Now, we're talking about, you know, the player that got defeated and how they're going to react to that. But how do you react to that from the winning perspective? Because, you know, you're in shape, you're playing your games, you get used to the long games. How do you continue to stay in shape for the next games?
I mean, first of all, it's, you know, a win is a win, and so it's always welcome, especially in a tough tournament like this. So definitely a big booster. You have to, you know, just keep going after that, obviously, but it's a great confidence booster, I think. I just logged in few minutes ago and I saw this game and the first thing that came to mind was my game against Elshan from the US Championship a few years ago. But yeah, it's a gift to one of the favorites already. So I think Mishra puts himself in a very good position after this, obviously even better than he was already. And I think it's from the loser's perspective, it's obviously much worse. Yeah, you want to do something to kind of get back immediately after this, but it's not so easy because it's such a strong tournament. You get a strong opponent immediately after this game. But I wish him the best.
Speaking of these two players, the leaders, the co-leaders going into this one in the junior section, you talked about them being so strong. You've played against them at the US Championships, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu. From a top player's perspective, explain to us their styles, if you might. You've played them, you've faced them before.
Yeah, I don't know them so well, but I did play games against them, not only against them, but some of the other players as well. And I think they're they're similar in a way. It's, the style of the young players are in many cases similar because they grew on similar tools, and they're very good calculators almost always, and they have very good opening knowledge. So I think in that sense they're similar. I think they're very good in concrete positions and great calculation skills, very decent openings already at the very high level. So I think I think that's what makes them both already very strong. Of course, it's a question how you develop after that, and of course they both have their own strong and weak points, but I think in that sense they're similar, and they're both very young. So probably two of the most talented U.S. players, young U.S. players right now.
And Lanier, in the girls section, we have Rachel Lee, who started just with perfect score, incredible games, 4 out of 4. What strategy would you recommend such a player? And have you ever had a national championship when you started so perfectly? How to continue in that line?
Yeah, no, I don't remember such a good good string of games, but definitely easier to handle that than some other situations. So usually when you have that, it's like a snowball. You're playing well, you get the confidence, you get the wins, and also your opponent starts to be like a little bit afraid and sometimes make unnecessary mistakes, and sometimes you even get a gift like Mishra got today. So I would say just try to keep building on that and try to riding that snowball. It's the best strategy.
Absolutely. Lanier, when I turn your attention to the seniors, do you have any particular favorite amongst these legends?
Yeah, well, of course, I know most of the players quite well. As I was saying before, I even played many games against them in the past. I remember being just a kid and playing Shabalov and Kaidanov and these guys. But I think from just a purely objective perspective, it's hard not to see Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Onischuk as the favorites. I mean, they're still. I mean, Onischuk was playing really at a really high level not so long ago, and he looks good. So I think it's those two are the objectively the favorites.
Absolutely.
He certainly looks good, but in this game right now against Kaidanov, it does feel like he got almost caught out of the opening, and he's facing some serious problems after about 15 to 20 moves. What's your take on this game, and can you give us a rundown of what problems he's facing and how he can perhaps solve them, if you might?
I don't see the board.
I'll bring up the board for you to take a look at. We just saw Gregory. It's like a Nimzo Indian, same-ish, but Gregory has 2 bishops, and the last moves have been King H1 and Queen on A5 to D8. We're expecting that Gregory's going to continue F3, F4, and again with the 2 bishops. The half-open G file, and with E4, E5 on tap for white, looking really nice for Gregory in this one.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, it's more or less the dream in terms of what you want. Yeah, with white in this position, there's no like solid blockade. The bishops are likely to become very active. You have all the dynamics here, open files, the strong center. I guess, yeah, it's practically very nice to play. I don't know if it's like a really, really huge advantage. Probably so, yeah. I guess take everything on F4 and try to survive, but E5 is coming.
Maybe you can even start with E5, right, after taking on F4.
Take on E5 is on tap, but as you just said, if you capture everything, you're facing, you're facing down E.
Yeah, it's very hard to create some sort of blockade. I mean, E5 is coming anyway. You know. I guess you play G6. Yeah, it's kind of, even after that, it's white's play. It's just so easy. You just double on the F file and you play C5, bishop C4 later. If black plays G6, yeah, it's tough to offer advice here.
Yeah, happy
with equal material. Yeah, I mean, I think even without the A3 pawn or something like that, it would still be good for white. But it's even material. Yeah.
Exactly, doing no wrong. Lanier, you're going to play in the Grand Chess Tour in the Rapid and Blitz. How's your training going?
Yeah, it's going well. I'll try to get as much practice as possible and try to play well. I'm focusing more on Rapid and Blitz, so it's of course it's a challenge to try to keep up with the young guys and still be competitive, play well at a high level. But I think it's possible, and I'm training for that.
You just mentioned you're focusing much more on Rapid and Blitz. I need to ask you this question. Are we going to see you back at the U.S. Championships later this year, or has that decision not been made yet?
Not been made yet, but maybe not. But you'll see me around for sure. I mean, if not at this tournament, if not at the U.S. Championship, then in some other tournaments for sure. I just want to keep playing, of course. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine life without playing chess. So I'll be around in some way for sure. I'm just trying to balance my life in general and try to still keep the motivation and the enjoyment element in chess as much as possible. But what I can say is that I'll be around for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. Lanier, thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of your busy day. All the best in the GCT Rapid and Blitz.
Thank you, guys. Always great to see you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lanier. as we return and going back to the game of Gregory, once I saw Alex play the move Queen D8, I understood immediately things have really gone wrong.
Like, he's trying to just bring the queen back.
Like you're playing to hold now. I mean, and what Lanier was just saying, you know, the half-open F-file, White didn't sacrifice anything to get what, to my eyes, appears to be a really promising position. C4, C5, bring the bishop to the C4 square, target that F7 pawn, and just watch your opponent, you know, squirming
because White has everything
to defend.
He can want.
Exactly.
Both rooks, control of the center, potential open diagonal for the bishop.
It's all going swimmingly well. Again, from the current position, we saw the move queen to D8, and we're just anticipating Gregory playing F4 and getting to that position that we've just described, where we've got the double rooks, and it's looking really good. Kate, where would you like us to go?
So let's check in with the women's seniors.
Okay.
The leader, Angelina Belakovskaya against Catherine Dodson.
As when we left it at these parts, and Angelina did something a little bit, well, shocking for me. Active development good. Keep your pieces developed. She went bishop C8, and I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, if you could play the move B7, B6, and I also think because Black is the one who's got so much development in her favor, you want as White, you want as Black to open the position. So if you want to take my pawn on B7, I would be very happy to be the one to take over the open lines, you know, like sacrifice the pawn.
Right.
Castle, let's go.
Yes, sir, I totally agree with you. I think Angelina may have a plan to go bishop C8 because maybe she wants to push for E5.
Yes, that was the other thing. I definitely spoke about that a moment ago. But after bishop B5, do we have a move, Angelina?
No.
No. Let's assume castle.
Castle. I think that's a very natural move. Let's get the king out of the pin.
And in a certain sense, I think Catherine kind of breathes a sigh of relief. Not that I'm super happy about her position, but at least she's got her knight on E2, bishop on E3. Okay, let's just throw in one more move, rook E8, and let's throw in one more move for White, queen D2. I think the worse things could have happened to Catherine's position than this one. Not that I'm absolutely thrilled with the pawn on F3, but it's a game. I think Angelina let some of her advantage slip. Want to go to the game because we're in the women's senior championship. I want to go to the game between Ivona and Natalia because, again, these two players are tied for first. And this was the Scandinavian defense, right? Let's just pick up where we left off. H2, H3, A6, bishop E3. Okay, both players developing their pieces. Knight to D5. Bishop, okay, that's how the bishop ended up on D2. I wasn't sure what just happened there because I was thinking that from Ivona's point of view, Knight E4 looked very compelling. She dropped back with the bishop, Knight C6, and have we caught up? Yes, we have. We've caught up with the players. So is it time for us to just capture? Knight takes. I love to shut down this bishop, right? So now I'm thinking in my mind's eye, my bishop is better than, the bishop on F3 is better than the bishop on B7. And Ivona has an easier position. That is to say, she's slightly better. Lots of fight still to come.
I agree.
Cristian, throwing it to you.
Yes, let's go to the junior girls and take a look at this game of Amy Yang versus Rochelle Wu. Rochelle just scored her first half a point. Yesterday, definitely not having a great event so far. Nevertheless, she is ready for this clash. And she does have a very good position. Take a look at this. King to b8, a very Sicilian classic type of position. King to b8, g4, and perhaps not the right approach. Now, very often, whenever we see this structure with the block of pawns for black, f7, f6, e6, d6, and this lonely pawn on h7, very often, if white manages to block that pawn with, let's say, a bishop landing on h6, or in this case, a queen landing on h6, like such, then white has the advantage. But she started off with g4, which is starting to perhaps be a little bit overextended in the position for white. Knight to e5 followed, the best move in the position, and then queen to f4. What is Amy aiming for, if you might, in this position? I'm not 100% sure. I think she wants to go for g5. But the problem is, black has the two bishops. Black generally wants the position to open up in that regard. That's going to not only help me get rid of my double pawns on the f-file, but also open up my dark square bishop, for example, in this one, which doesn't have a counterpart in white's camp. So queen to f4 just doesn't seem to be the right approach to the position, the right plan. More than that, I can start with b4, for example, and, which is, by the way, very typical of this position. To kick the knight away, you have to go knight to e2. Now I can take on d3. Let's say you take with a rook. I go e5. Now we get a very typical structure that we see very often, but with a lot of extra tempis for black, because you played g4, queen to f4. Now you have to come back to d2. And that might be problematic, because now I'm already starting to see some tactical ideas, some tactical shots in the position. d5, for example. If you take with a pawn bishop to b5, your rook is going to have some difficulties finding the right spot. E4, knights don't really have... Look, if a knight would be able to land on e4, that would be nice, but you're very far from that. So it seems like black's attack is just playing itself in the position. The bishops are waking up to life, and it's not looking great from a dynamic perspective for white. If you take with a rook, for example, you might be wondering, hey, that's just an extra pawn, right? Not really, because now I'm going to force you to trade on d8, unless you want to give me the exchange. Where do you put the queen? The pawn on e4 is falling. Once that pawn falls, the light square bishop becomes a monster. You have weaknesses on c2. Your pieces are discombobulated in the position. It's just not looking great for Amy. So queen to f4, b4 was indeed played. Knight to e2 and knight takes d3 is on the board. So Rochelle is doing what she has to do in the position to get the advantage. And in fact, she has quite a significant advantage right now with the black pieces. A good opportunity for her to get back in this tournament.
Yeah, you're saying the praises of the Richter Rouser, because that has actually worked out very, very well for Rochelle indeed. I'm looking at the tournament leader, and the only perfect scorer in these national championships, Rachel Lee. She's up against Megan, who's actually having a pretty decent tournament herself as well. She's just on the outside of Zoe and Megan. The last move by Rachel, knight to d5, it's okay. I mean, by far, that is, for me, a key outpost. The problem I'm having is that the knight has two really, really good outposts, d5 as well as f5, and I'm not really 100% sure which is the best one. I would have started with the move d3, d4. So what I'm trying to do is blast open the center, and my bishop on g2 is really well positioned. I assume what would have happened in the case of d4 is that there would have been massive trades on the d4 square, something like bishop f6, queen d3. And again, I'm still not 100% sure where my knight might fit best.
I like that weakness on d6, that I can keep pressuring with rook d1.
Exactly. When Rachel played the move knight d5, and again, I'm very chill. That's a decent move. I like the move. But just a moment ago, you were telling me you like the pawn on d6 and the fact that you could attack it. With the knight on d5, no, I'm not interested in capturing it right away. But in this position, I'm sitting there starting to say, well, how do I follow up with my big knight to d5?
Or what if I just play f5 instead of knight g5?
Okay,
I just want to
f5.
start pushing my pawns.
Okay, f5. I'm assuming I have to go knight to d2.
You allow me to push more, f4?
Well, did I have a choice? I couldn't stop you.
Right, because capturing the dark square bishop, that's not what you want to do?
Not really. But maybe I should. Okay, I'll take it back. I agree. I'll capture the dark squared bishop. And in this position, I'll play knight h4 if you capture the queen. Because I do have a trick, right?
You do have a trick.
Your f5 move caught me by surprise.
I mean, the idea was to push for f4, f3. Do I have enough advantage?
Well,
I mean, not advantage. Do I have compensation? Okay, let's take a look. f4.
f4, knight g6,
queen
f6, knight takes, rook takes.
Rook takes.
Okay, so I can see that
I want knight g5.
Knight g5 on a good day. I don't want to capture. Whenever I capture, I give squares for your pieces. So let me just kind of seize the defensive, if you will.
Knight g5.
Right. And should I play rook f1, defending the pawn? You have play for the exchange, but it's an exchange. Do you have sufficient compensation? The jury's out. I'm not 100% sure.
I probably have to play some queen g6, queen h4, trying to...
Queen g6, queen h5.
Queen h5, pardon.
Yeah. Trying to go to squirm through.
It's so easy for us commentators to just sacrifice an exchange and hope for the best. But if you are playing the U.S. Championships, you want to be actually sure that, yes, I need to do that, because otherwise I don't want to be exchanged down.
Yeah, the move f5 comes with consequence. I would say if you want to do this, you could do it a completely different way with the idea of f5. But again, I think I'm getting d4 at the moment too fast. But if Megan, in my opinion, plays the move knight g5, which I think she intended to do when she played knight to h7, right? I think this is a good way of keeping the balance. We'll see how this game continues, but for Rachel, who's on this win streak, can she keep it up? And I remember watching Fabiano's winning streak in the Sinkfield Cup 2014 as he went 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. Can she keep it up? Rachel Lee, of course, I'm talking about. Cristian, over to you. What's caught your eye?
Well, staying with the junior girls, just because I don't feel we've seen this game much, and that is the game of Zoe Tang with the black pieces against Irene Fey. And Irene has set up a very nice blockade with his knight on d4 as white. Sure, black still has two bishops and it's looking quite good, probably equalized out of the opening, but I'm not really seeing a clear plan for Zoe to break open white's position. I get it. You do have some space advantage because of your pawn on c4. The bishops are controlling the position quite well, and maybe at the right moment you're going to start pushing the pawns on the king side. That's the only thing I can see. At the same time, you do have to worry about the pawn on d5. So at any moment, white can start looking at ideas of maybe setting up the attack on d5 with knight c2, knight to b4. And then if you get careless as black and you forget about that weakness, then you might lose it and get yourself in trouble. So definitely a big moment, a big round for the leaders. You guys cover Rachel Lee. If she wins that one and she manages to extend her lead over Zoe Tang, if she doesn't win this one with the black piece against Irene Fey, well, then Rachel is going to, run away with the event, or at least it's starting to feel like she's running away with the event. They're still to meet each other, and looking at the charts right now, it feels like they're going to meet in round 7. So keep an eye out for that one. Round 7 is going to be Zoe Tang versus Rachel Lee. So a two-horse race in this one, but maybe Rose, if she starts winning some games, it's once again, you don't want this player to start warming up, because we know she can win game after game after game. And she's in a great position right now against Iris Moo. We sort of knew that from a long time ago. Knight to e2, knight to h5, this is what was played. Bishop to e3, queen e7, queen d2. And again, it just feels so easy to play for white. If you go short castle at the right moment, I'm going to go for f4. If you go long castle, well, that's probably not a good idea. I'm going to go b4, sacrifice the pawn, open up the position. You're going straight into my attack. So queen to e7, I hope that's not the reason why she played queen to e7. I hope she doesn't want to go castle long, because that would be a disaster on the queen side.
Suicide.
Yes,
Simple
absolutely.
suicide.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Rose is looking very good in this one. And moving on to the juniors, we might as well check up on what they're doing as well. Bach against Brewington. I'll let you guys take over this one and analyze it at length. It seems like Brewington is trying to create something again. Don't underestimate Bach coming in as the lowest rated player in the event. The guy is tied for the lead right now, and he's playing really good chess. So going f5 and getting aggressive like this could spell trouble later on if you're not paying attention. How do you guys assess this one?
Yeah, no, f7, f5, that's either confidence or foolhardiness. Many weak squares suddenly
Castle was
appear
played.
in castles.
That's what I'm saying. You know, knight d2, maybe I will go f3 at the right moment, kick that knight away, and then suddenly you have some dark square problems in the position, right? Maybe knight to e5 as well, maybe bishop to e5. Definitely f5 is a commitment. We'll see if it pays off for Brewington.
Right.
Yasser, how do you feel about the plan after white castles to just capture the dark square bishop, knight takes d6?
Right.
Is that something we want to do?
Very, very much so, with every fiber of my being. But before, I wanted to capture the knight on d6. I was looking at capturing right away. Sorry. After f5, there was knight captures d6. And of course, there's no choice. With the pawn on c7, you would recapture. And again, I would love to play the move queen c7. Like, yay, this would just...
Attacking the bishop.
Attacking the bishop.
Maybe the pawn in the future.
Yeah, maybe grabbing the pawn in the future. But rook c8 hurts my feelings, right? Because there's a skewer against my rook. So I was thinking of bishop takes e4, with the idea that if you took my bishop, now when I play the move queen d6, there's no rook c8. But the problem I was having is I thought that you might recapture with the pawn. That's a tempo against my knight. I don't have, actually I do have queen c7, because I could recapture on g2. No, you still have rook c8. What am I saying? I still don't have the move queen c7. Bottom line, the desired queen c7, I'm running into rook c8, which is why Bach, in the current position, just simply castled. He said, okay, I connect my rooks. I have knight takes d6 and queen c7 on my agenda. You, Brewington, have to do something about that.
But that's why he responded now, bishop takes g3. He doesn't want his bishop to get captured with the knight on c4, so he traded.
Okay, so normally speaking, we're being civilized, cultured players. We capture towards the center. H2 takes g3, as opposed to f2 takes g3, which there are times when you do want to recapture like that, but h2 takes g3 is usually the automatic recapture. Bach has done that, and again, from White's point of view, he can't wait to play the knight to e5 so that we can go queen takes c7.
It's
and
an
immediately
amazing outpost on e5, because none of the pawns from f or d file can attack the knight.
Exactly. Brewington understood that absolutely 100%, said, I don't want to get saddled with a backward pawn. He played the move c7, c5. And again, for players like myself, when I do see the move f7, f5, I say, you better be sure, because a knight lands on e5, and it's play on one goal. Like, I don't think you can take, again, this move queen c7 is always lurking in the position, so I'm expecting that you would take. Tell me if I'm doing something wrong. And queen to c7. This is what Bach has on his agenda. He wants to get into some kind of an ending where he's got an initiative growing.
But how much of an initiative do you have? So rook a e8.
Rook a e8. How much of an initiative do I have? I don't know. I'm not sure. I recaptured the pawn. Isolated queen pawn. I understand weaknesses, but
so bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop to d5. Just post up. You know, I realized only after I recaptured the pawn that I did have an alternative here. Your rook, I could question you, although I must say.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of pawns.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, so takes bishop to d5, and let me play bishop to b5. I'm trying to force a favorable outcome along the c file.
So I'm going to go queen to g5. Take my rook.
And checkmate me, huh? All right.
Wait, you can take the rook?
Yep. I do have queen f7.
Oh, knight d2 is not a check. Oh.
Knight e2 check and queen h6 checkmate.
What was I thinking? Okay.
Yeah.
This doesn't work.
Okay. Anyway, c7, c5 is on the board again. Bach is thrilling us, being the last seed in the tournament, sharing first place. I mean, that is your moment in the sun.
c5 and knight c5 is on the board.
Knight
so
e5
that's probably the best move.
Yeah.
Look, the pressure is on.
He's playing well.
The pressure is on. He's
Yeah.
better right now with white. So,
Exactly.
Brew needs to be careful in this position.
I'm very, very impressed by this young man. I don't know his history as very, very well, but
that's the thing. He's somewhat of an unknown for
Exactly.
this field, right? I don't
Yeah.
think they've played him as often, but it seems that he's just an up-and-coming, fastly surging player right now.
You know, one of the nice things about playing in a tournament like this, it's like everybody is prepping for Andy and Mishra, and they forget about you.
Yes.
However, 18 years young.
Yes, international master back in Go. 18 years old or young.
Yes.
USCF rating 2462. And US junior rank 25th. But in this tournament, he's showing some incredible chess. And as of now, he's tied for the first place. Actually, he's not, because Abhimanyu Mishra just had a quick win. But
Coming into the round.
coming into the round, he was tied for the first place.
And that was a lovely photo from Austin Fuller. Really, really great photos that professionally done. I really enjoy what we do here at the club. Knight e5 and whites for choice. Let's go to the game of Andy Woodward. Again, for those of you joining us late, Nico Chasin played a terrible move in the opening, essentially just gifted Mishra a victory today. Evan Park on the white side of a very interesting Catalan where Andy played a5 and c5, almost on consecutive moves against a Catalan, and you don't see that very often. So let's see where they went. Whoa, what's going on?
Bishop e8.
Something is wrong. This can't be right. You don't play after rook c1. Well, after a3, you don't play h5. So I think we've got a relay error up to this moment. Maybe what's a reasonable move here for Andy? Yeah, we're going to have to see the video, because I do see that there's an h pawn on h5.
Yes.
I can't believe he played bishop e8.
Yes.
He
Knight
played
c5, bishop e8.
Oh, he did play bishop e8.
But after a3, he left his bishop hanging?
No, we're missing some moves, because there's queen on e7. on the board that we can see right now.
I have the right moves. I don't know if you guys want to switch to mine.
Let's switch to your board, Cristian.
Yeah, so basically knight takes 6, b takes c6. There is no knight on c3 yet. Rook to c1, knight to c3, and knight to a4. This is the way they played. Queen to d8, and now we exchange the bishops on b4. Bishop takes b4, rook takes b4, knight to c5, a3, rook to b5, rook to b1, h5, h3, queen to e7, knight to b3. This is what we have right now. There's no more bishops on the board. Right now we have a very maneuvering game in which white is trying to transition to d4, get the knight to d4, put enough pressure on c6 and make it uncomfortable for black. Black, on the other hand, is trying to expand. It seems like perhaps on the king side as well with this latest move, h5, maybe h4, hinting at the fact that I'm trying to get some sort of initiative going on that side, coupled with the fact that, of course, I will also have some pressure down the b file. So it's a very technical game that we're seeing right now. I don't think we have a move after knight to b3. I do think that Andy equalized for the most part, and if he manages to get his c5 in, if he manages to get those dynamic hanging pawns, let's say, that dynamic structure where white no longer has the grip on dark squares, then I think black is going to be able to maybe even get the initiative, get the advantage in this particular game. Still very complex, still very balanced as of right now.
Thank you, Cristian. For me, with the knight on c5, normally you want to anchor the knight, and I would have found myself drawn to the move b2, b4. Just
precisely,
saying,
yeah. That knight like, b3 last move doesn't feel right.
It doesn't.
You're going for the c6 pawn, but allowing these ideas of c5 and just it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that the engine thinks the position is balanced. I mean, look at that bishop on e8. That's just a very ugly-looking bishop. I mean, its only job is to defend the pawn on c6, which is doing very well.
A tremendous job. Yes.
Right, but I would think that I have some advantage because my bishop from g2 can be activated via f1 diagonal.
Right. Yeah, the bishop on e8 is a strange-looking creature. Normally it would be, as you say, on d7 at least staring down on the h3 pawn. But I would say that this is the type of an imbalanced position that Andy would want to try to achieve as black. Safe king for both sides, but the pawn structure will allow for the battle to continue. I don't like the move knight b3. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Where's the tactics? I want to see attacks. Come on, give me, feed me.
You want some attacks? Okay, let's take a look at the game of Tani Adewumi against Liam Putnam. During the break, we could hear the story of Tani, just incredible development of this young junior.
Absolutely. Okay. So again, I'm seeing a good strategical battle going on here. Last move by Liam. Essentially, Liam was saying in this position, he's got an issue. A knight is about to arrive on d6 with a very powerful fork. On the other hand, this knight on e4 is also staring down this pawn on c5. So he's played the move knight to f8, defending the pawn on d6, and looking in the future to drive this knight away with f4 and maybe bringing his knight to e6. Hedgehog, kind of a reversed hedgehog, if you will, going on here. I really like white's position, and I like white's position a lot. Nice, good outpost for the knight. Nice, big, juicy target here for this pawn. I would find myself drawn to the idea of preventing f5. I know it looks, you can call me courageous and brave if you'd like, but actually pushing the pawn to g4 is not bad at all. Preventing f5, and maybe on a good day playing king h1, rook g1, g5, and launching a kingside attack.
You really want some attack.
I
Yasser.
do. I do.
Tani is choosing a different plan.
What did he do?
He played knight cd2.
Knight on c4 to d2, and again, he's just thinking that you've got a weakness in the position, let me press. Okay, but then the question is, what's the follow-up? You attack, I defend. Bishop g4. Oh, that's a nice move.
But bishop g4.
Rook d3, bishop e6. Maybe this is what he's calculating. Looks like a nice forced line. Rook d5. I don't think you can play rook takes d3 because if bishop takes e6 and knight takes
There's
c5.
just too many captures. Rook d5.
Yeah, it looks a little awkward, doesn't it? And after bishop e6, there's an ugliness, there's an ugliness. What do you think of this position?
I don't like this. Let's find something else.
For white or for black?
For black, not rook d5.
Okay. But from the current position, I have played for Liam the move knight e6. The last move by Tani, knight d2, is shouting out loud. So I guess you want to play rook d5 and not knight e6.
Yes, let's try that.
Rook d5. Very good. So what's Tani's intention to this move? Maybe just
rook c2 to double up the rooks.
Makes sense. Although I can see that my engine, my little, I like to call it my chess thermometer on the border, didn't like the move.
Now is the time maybe to play f5 for black, to just chase one of the knights away from the center.
I'm kind of falling back in that case to my move g2, g4. Let me see if how the chess engine likes the move g4. Not very much.
But what's the reason? Maybe h5? Can I follow up with h5?
Sorry, let's do that again. So g4, h5.
Take the pawn.
I'm not happy about taking the pawn. h3. If you want to open up the h file, it's a race. Who gets there first? I want to go king g2 and rook h1, of course.
I'm thinking how to use those weakened
I
squares
don't know.
on the king side.
I'm not seeing, this is an attack, this is strategy. Cristian, somebody's king has got to be in a trouble. We've got 20 games going on. Wasn't Gregory Kaidanov attacking
not
Alex's
that many games. Well, we've been
king?
talking about Rose. Rose was definitely looking good. I think Rochelle was looking good as well. So there's a few games that are
Well, you're giving me advantages.
exploding. Right.
But I need...
Yasser wants to be checkmated.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Let's go to Gregory versus Onischuk. Because
Let's do it.
In fact, some things have indeed changed since.
Okay. So we did leave it with f4. I'm throwing
Yeah.
it to you.
Yeah, queen to d8, f4. I think this is where we left it off with
Yep.
Lanier. Lanier was here and he was helping us analyze this position.
Yep.
And he more or less came to the same conclusion. I mean, it does seem like white just got everything they ever wanted out of this opening choice and have a very comfortable position, very comfortable advantage. In fact, he was saying that even if you lose the pawn for nothing on a3, it's still fine for white, or at least it feels like it's still fine for white. So dream position for Gregory. Bishop to d6, f5, e takes f5. I guess you don't actually want to take on f8 because of knight to g3, so you have to be careful about that. Alexander is trying to, do something in the position, and it's not easy because you're not attacking me on the king side. I'm the one attacking you on the king side.
I was about to say.
Look, you play f5, I get it. You're trying to posture up, but you're doing nothing on that side.
Wow.
Take on f5, rook to e8. This is what we have, rook to f3. Guess what? The other rook is coming to g1. Next move, I'm a pawn up.
Crushing.
I have the two bishops. You move this knight away from d7. Suddenly I get that e5 square. Beautiful e5.
Right.
So you basically, it's almost like a square that you really need to defend.
Right.
Because if my bishop lands on e5 without consequences, you're resigning. If you move the knight from h5, suddenly the pawn on g7 becomes weak. So you're just simply stuck. You don't have a good continuation. White knows exactly what they're doing. White is in full control. Absolutely dominant position for Gregory. And our rating favorite, Alexander Onischuk, and a player
Big
that we really
trouble.
thought will make a push for the title is in big trouble right now.
Absolutely. No, I'm seeing real happy moves for Gregory Kaidanov. Rook to G1, queen to G2, bring that rook to H3. By the way, I can cement the bishop with C4, C5, and maybe on a very good day, put my bishop on C4 with a check, bishop on E6, just, you know, positional
My goodness,
overwhelming.
the more I look at this, is just, no. This is looking great for Gregory.
I mean, that pawn sacrifice, F7 to F5, I understand, you know, you're kind of a desperado, but it's actually helpful to white.
I mean, we are opening up the position, and white has a pair of bishops. White is the one controlling the F file and G file in the future.
Right.
So there you have it, Yasser. You are really crying for action. There you have your action.
Thank you. That's all I asked. It looks like at this exact moment that Gregory is, you know, really winning this game, which means that we should take a look at the game between Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Goldin, because, well, I mean, things are getting very interesting in the senior championship. When we left it, we had seen this moves A4 by white and B4, and you had quizzed me. You had said, well, shouldn't black play the move D5, D4?
And
guess what?
But you were going a different direction because you wanted to capture on D4, whereas Vladimir, he captured first on B5.
I actually wanted to play bishop B2, and you were capturing on C3, and I was capturing with the bishop. He did, as you just say, capture first on B5, which makes perfect sense, by the way. You're opening up the A file. But he did follow it up with capturing on D4 and not playing the move bishop B2 and recapturing on C3. Captured it once on D4, recaptured, and Vladimir said, you want my pawn? It's up for grabs. Did he take it? Did he take it? No, he did not take it. And bishop to D2, queen E7.
Targeting the pawn on A4.
Knight A5, and there's a fork. If we capture on B4, there is a fork that's coming up on the C6 square. That's a kind of an easy geometrical pattern for us to see. And you win a pawn, but at the cost of the exchange. And I think that this just very much flavors Vladimir. So knight A5, no, sorry, life position. No, I can't do it right. So this is the life position, and Goldin, you don't want to play a move like rook B6. Rook B6, everything has gone wrong. Again, I talk about effective development. Knight takes C6, rook takes C6. And after the move bishop B3, I would turn it over to you, Kate, and you say, you know, you have black's position. What pieces are you proud of? What piece? You know what I'm saying, right? Like
maybe rook C6 at least
does something
in an open file.
Right, but your bishop on G7, your
Bishop
knight on D7,
C8.
bishop on C8. You can see that from white's perspective, good bishop, white's going to want to improve his game with a move like rook A7 and queen A1. I like Vladimir's position very, very
we have
much.
some moves. So Alexander Goldin decided to capture the knight. Knight takes A5 is on the board, and rook recaptured.
Right. From white's perspective, this trade of knights is actually really useful for white because there was this pawn on B4 that was being targeted. Now with this exchange of minor pieces, exchange of knights, the pawn is perfectly safe. And from Vladimir's point of view, queen A1, bishop to B3, rook to A7. I've got a lot of moves. Rook to C1. I've got E5.
And Black has to be figuring out what to do.
Exactly.
By the way, Yasser, can we take a look if rook did not recapture on A5 but pawn? Because one could think like, wow, let's take with the pawn because the pawn can be running to a queen.
Right. Except in this particular case, the Pani.
It's not going to run anywhere because we're probably going to stop it with bishop a6 or start with c5.
Right. It's kind of like the march of the lemming. You get to a7, but you don't get to go anything further. Let's just put it there. Yeah. And bishop b7. So we've got a very nice round 5 that is percolating. We have one early result. Tomorrow's the rest day. The players are going to be fighting hard, but we're going to go on break.
Yes, we will take a break, and during the break, you will have the chance to see Irene Sukandar with her analysis.
All right. Wonder what means.
Hello everyone and welcome to the show break. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm going to take you to some of the highlight of today's round. But today we'll do a little different because Petrov is apparently the theme of the day. So let's get started with the game between Abhimanyu Mishra and Nico Chasin. So as we know, this game ended very early and it happened in the Petrov opening. So let's take a look at what's happening in this game. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, and as we know in the Petrov, we do this symmetrical position in the first few moves. Of course, I think it's going to be like a quick course in Petrov right now. So of course, the basic idea of Petrov is if there is a copycat variation here after knight takes e5, if black copycat white's move with knight takes e4, you have queen e2 here, and if knight goes away, then you can win the queen right away here on d8 because it's a check, it's a discovery check, and then you can just take the queen. So that is pretty much what we know in the basic Petrov. But in this game, of course, both players are very expert in their openings. d6 is the main move here that was played by Nico Chasin, and after knight f3, knight takes e4, and then d4, this is still the main line in the Petrov. And then d5, bishop d3, still on the main line. And here, black has a few options to play. Bishop e7 is, of course, one of the main lines. Of course, bishop d6 is another option that black can choose. So black played bishop e7. Castled, and in this position, Nico played knight c6. It's also a little bit quite unusual, but this is still pretty much playable too. You can play bishop f5, you can play castle as well. And Abhimanyu continued with a very normal reaction here, knight c3, and in which Nico played bishop f5. So far so good for both sides. Of course, if you see the eval bar, white is always slightly better because that's the nature of chess openings. In most cases, white is always slightly better. But in this position, after bishop f5, rook e1 was played. Another normal looking move. White just want to develop the piece. Rook e1 is a pretty good move. And then in this position, Nico played knight c3. It's very expected because the knight on e4 was under pressure. And after knight takes, b takes, and this is actually the moment because this is where Nico played the blunder move queen d7, forgetting that the bishop on f5 is still under attack by the bishop on d3. And it took Mishra quite some time to move knight e5, I guess because he was double checking everything. But after knight e5, it's a pretty reasonable position for black because regardless what black played in this position, black would lose some material. So how the game went is knight takes e5, and before you take the knight on e5, this is what we called with Zug, or in between moves. You don't take what you're expected to take, but you do other different things. That is bishop takes f5. Coincidentally, it is also attacking the queen on d7. So in this position, black has to take the bishop on f5 first, in which case rook takes e5, and now the rook is attacking the queen, but not that only. Because now after queen moves anywhere, you always have bishop a3. And after bishop a3, of course, you can see the bishop on e7 will be lost, or you have to give up material in different ways, such as queen takes e5 here, d takes e5, bishop takes a3, but white would still be much, much better materially and positionally. Queen takes d5, next move maybe queen takes b7, because I think black has to do some castle, something like this, and then you will lose lots of material. So that's why after bishop a3 here, Nico just resigned, because the position is very hopeless for black, and therefore it is quite a gift day for Abhimanyu Mishra walking into the rest day tomorrow, because he only played less than an hour in this game. Another interesting example in the Petrov, which also happened in the US Chess Championships. So this is the US Junior Championship, but in 2022, there was also another case of Petrov defense that ended in a very quick duration of the game as well, such as this. And it was happening between Linear Dominguez versus Elshan Moredebadi. And if you watch our broadcast earlier, Linear was interviewed by our commentators. Constantly, he was our interview today. So in his game, it was similar. It was very similar, but okay, there's some little difference there. This is also what happened. So d6, so everyone was just going to the main line of Petrov defense here. And after bishop d3, bishop e7, still same thing, and castle. And then in this position, instead of playing knight c6 like what Nico did, here Elshan played bishop f5. So the normal continuation for white is always c4. And in this position, you should have taken c4 first, and this position might occur, and then after that you can just castle. But instead, Elshan, as a black player, he played short castle in this position, forgetting that the pawn on d5 could be taken, and after queen takes here, there is a very specific variation that will win white in any cases, because in this position, you simply just take the knight on e4, and in this game, right after bishop takes e4, black resign, because again, it's a hopeless position that after, let's say, queen takes, you have rook e1, and it's a direct attack to the bishop on e7 after the queen moves anywhere. Let's say the queen c6 or queen g4, you just take the bishop without any compensation, and you should win the game. And if you take it with the other bishop, then we have knight c3, forking the queen and the bishop like this. And if the queen moves elsewhere, you just simply take, and then the same position or similar position occurs. Rook e1, and then you just take on e7 next move. But if in this position after knight c3, bishop takes f3, then you take the queen first, and after bishop takes d1, knight takes e7 with a check, and after king h8, you just take the bishop on d1, and fortunately for white, the knight can try to escape either on d5 or f5, so the knight will not get trapped, and in the resulting position, white is a piece up. So that is 2 examples. I'm going to show you the last one. This is the cherry on the top. It happened with the former world champion, Fishy Anand. Fishy Anand was playing as black pieces against Zapata. This happened in 1988 in Biel, Switzerland. This was before Fishy Anand was a world champion, but the example is very neat, and it's only taking for Zapata to win in 6 moves. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, and in the game knight takes e5, and in this game d6, knight f3, we know that. And after knight takes e4, we saw 2 examples with d4, but in this position, white played knight to c3. Well, it's a different variation, and Fishy Anand here played bishop f5. And after white played queen e2, Fishy Anand just resigned, because again, regardless what black is going to do in this position, white will win some material. So for example, queen e7 here, you just play knight d5, and if you play queen d7, you just play d3. So d3 is always the main move here to attack the knight on e4. And if you play d5 here, there's always d3. So 3 examples where showing us that the Petrov defense is very poisonous, and especially for white players, I think it's a very good opening to play. So I would suggest you to start learning this opening from now on. So let's go to the studio and continue our broadcast.
Welcome back to round 5 of the US Junior and Seniors Championships, and let's review the standings.
As 4 rounds of play have been completed today, we're in round 5.
Yes, so in the junior section, Abhimanyu Mishra got a quick 14 moves win against Nico Chasin, and he's leading the tournament now with 4 points. Behind him, Bach and Go, a new name in this tournament, and Andy Woodward with 4 points.
And in the girls, I want to say?
Right, in the girls' junior section, we have Rachel with so far cruising through the tournament with perfect score, 4 out of 4. Zoe Tang closely behind her with 3.5 points. And third, Megan Peregua with 2.5 points.
In the senior
Women's Championship men. Let's start with the men. Vladimir Akopian, who had perfect score after round 3, but yesterday he suffered a loss, but he's still leading the tournament with 3 points. Two-way tie for the second place, Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Fishbein with 2.5 points.
But we can see that Onischuk is playing against Gregory, and Onischuk is in big trouble. And then finally, in the women's seniors.
And in the Women's Seniors Championship, we have a 4-way tie for the first place. Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Tsodikova, Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith with 2.5 points.
Absolutely. Let's jump into the seniors game, because I really love Vladimir's.
But before we jump and see the games, we want to congratulate the U.S. women's senior team, because they are the championship gold medalists in the team event. Congratulations, they won in Albania. What a great accomplishment for U.S. chess, and what an amazing thing to have all of them here competing for the U.S. championships.
Absolutely, and it was actually a double gold, because we also won the senior for the Open as well. Not every member of that gold medal team is here, but our congratulations, of course, to the senior women. Very, very nicely done. As we would say, keep up the good work. Going to the game of Vladimir Akopian, I really do like his position, because it, when I play chess, chess is a difficult game. It's really, really hard. You know, it's really hard, and you're constantly struggling. Should I do this or should I do that? And if I should do this or that, in what order do I do it, right? And so I really like it when I know where my pieces belong. So in this position as white, I really understand that the open A file lends itself to dominating the open file with major pieces, rooks and queens. Queen can come to A1. Not only do I dominate the open A file, but with my queen on A1, I'm also tickling this pawn on D4. I want to play knight takes D4. Why do we dominate open files? So that our rooks can penetrate to the 7th rank. The rook is going to go to A7. I'm looking at the bishop on C2. And I'm saying this bishop on C2 is very passive. All it does at the moment is defend the pawn on D3. I would like to activate the bishop. I'd like to play the move bishop on C2 to B3. So I would eyeball the F7 pawn. Rook on E1, knight on F3 makes me think about the move E4, E5. So from white's perspective here, all of these easy moves, bishop B3, queen A1, rook A7, from black's perspective, it's like, I'm all kind of jammed up. I don't know. Should I be playing for C5, which might cause all kinds of weaknesses? Should I be playing for f5? What is my rook doing here? How do I defend the pawn on c7? So I see troubles for black. And Alex just played the move queen d6, kind of an indication that he's recognizing that his pawns on d4 and c7 is weak. He's kind of also stopping e5 because the queen might be there. So I like this move.
He's not going to develop the bishop on c8 probably for a while because he's just making sure that white doesn't have a direct kind of threat on the pawn on d4.
Exactly. So I've, again, just as I've been mentioning, find myself really drawn to the move bishop b3. Now that e5 isn't on the agenda, I also find myself drawn to the move rook on c1 to e1, rook on e1 to c1, pardon me, so that I can play bishop b3 and control the c file. I like what Vladimir is doing here. I want to go back to the game of Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Onischuk for a moment, because when we left it, we just thought things were going swimmingly well for Gregory. Is that still the case? c5.
No, it's not the case anymore.
Queen f2.
It's definitely not the case anymore.
How do you play queen f2?
I mean, rook g1 was what we were beating the drum for, right?
Well, we were looking at rook g1, but also queen g2 with the idea of rook h3. He played queen f2. That kind of a little bit.
That's not the worst he's done after.
Lets him
keep
off
going.
the hook. Ooh, what's going on?
Triple pawn.
Whoa, knight
So knight
e5.
e5. At this point, there's a winning move, idea, definitely not what was played in the game, which is to just simply play bishop e4.
Marvelous move, by the way.
I mean,
love that move.
Get that bishop on, first of all, I will take that pawn on b7 if you allow me to.
That's a nice pawn.
That c pawn is going to march down the board after that.
Yeah.
The bishop on d5, imagine, now you can take with the bishop, you cannot touch the pawn on f5 because
And your knight is in trouble.
Bishop to d5. So
everything is in trouble. The pawn on b7 is in trouble. The bishop is coming to d5. So, okay, this is looking very good for Gregory.
I mean, bishop e4 would be just pretty
Winning.
much game over.
But he
took on e5. That's the pride and joy of your whole position, that bishop on, that anchored bishop on d6 that was controlling absolutely everything.
Yeah, it was a blunder, no question about. I would never want to give, because also, I love this. Jeffrey Parsons, my very first chess teacher, he kept noticing that as a scholastics player that I was, I kept counting what was off the board. I was counting, I'm up a pawn, I'm up an exchange, 2 points ahead, 2 points behind. And he admonished me continually. He said, Yasser, don't look at what is off the board, look at what stays on the board. And what has stayed on the board from Gregory's point of view is this passive bishop on d3. A moment ago, it could have been on d5 and b7. And Alex is back in the game.
And also the tripled pawn. We
He's
like to have
fully
triple,
back in the
like
game.
rooks and queens, battery on the file or diagonal.
Right.
But pawns behind each other, they're not the strongest pawns in the world.
You're two
Right.
pawns up, but it doesn't matter. To be honest,
It
right
doesn't
now,
feel like 2 pawns up.
if I were to choose a side, I would want to play black.
Really? It's that
Yes.
bad? He spoiled it so badly.
I would
with-
like to play black. I get it. Maybe the engine is saying that it's slightly better for white. I see a weak king on h1. I see no control over dark squares, so that knight on h5 finally can get into the game later on via f4. I see a really bad bishop. If you could
Yeah.
transfer the bishop to d5,
It would totally
I get
different
it.
story. Yeah.
You're in a winning, probably winning position. But with the bishop on d3 completely out of play, I double up on the e file. I have control over dark squares, control over the e file. I like this position for black. From a strategical point of view, I really like what Alex is working with right now.
Right. Yeah, that move, bishop takes e5, that was so unnecessary. Big turnaround taking place in this, the 5th round game. Going to go, just staying with our senior champions for a minute. I want to take a look at Alexander Fishbein game, our defending champion. He is up against Alexander Shabalov. And it was very funny. The White's bishop was on f3 when Alex Fishbein went into his confessional booth. And he said, am I doing well? And I thought he was by putting his knight on d5. But he did change it around.
He decided he does want the pawn on f3.
After all, I
instead
mean,
of the bishop.
you can take the boy out of the country. You can't take the country out of the boy. He's put his pawn on f3 and his bishop on d3. And he's going to have to confess some more. Nonetheless, I still like White's position. In my opinion, White is for choice here. Let's see. Clock times also
39 minutes.
in favor of Fishbein.
10 minutes advantage.
I had an interview with Alexander Fishbein at the start of the tournament, and he confessed that he has been in his early career, he was a good customer for Alexander Shabalov, that they played each other cross swords in lots of open events, and he said that Shabalov always got the better of him. And now he was defending champion. He kind of got a little bit of a revenge, and he's hoping to keep it up. With the move h5, by the way, Black is saying, give me a time, give me a chance to play h5, h4, and let me develop my knight to f4. Maybe I can get a little bit of an initiative. Again, a lot of positional chess going on here. Cristian, give me some more attacking chess.
Well, I'm not going to satisfy your attacking hunger, but what I will give you is a winning position by Tani. Tani is just simply putting in the works right now, and Liam has no answer for it. It was at this point, after knight to e4, that things are already starting to look quite bad. But rook cd8, he just did not understand exactly what's happening in the position, and that is you will have some huge problems with the pawn on c5. What you had to do was play the move f5. Don't allow the knight to go to e4. Don't allow the pressure to increase against the pawn on c5. He played rook to d8, knight to e5, knight to f8, knight to d2, slowly transitioning into what I want, and that is, look, how are you going to defend the pawn on c5? It's a big question right now. And in fact, you don't have an answer anymore. Knight to e6, I follow it up with a very simple bishop to g4, knight to a5, bishop takes e6, suddenly I'm a pawn up. Knight takes e5. Knight takes b7, knight to f3, queen takes d3, I'm still a pawn up, and this is what we have right now. I'm not really sure what queen to a1 was. Oh my goodness, queen a1 was just played. What about queen takes d2? What didn't he like about this endgame? Knight to c6, perhaps Tani has just rushed his decision.
I love
You put
this
the knight
position.
on d4.
I love this position
What exactly is this? Isn't this a completely winning endgame?
Yes, it is.
I can go rook to d1, I can go knight to d4, I can push my king. The knight on d4 completely paralyzes any sort of idea to counter for black. It's a simple position. You will never be able to displace that knight from d4. That defends the only weakness in the position. And in the meantime, I'm just going to run down the c file and create havoc, get to the a5 pawn.
I think he's looking for some attacking chances because now he played rook ed1, and I think the idea is after queen e2.
Only move?
No, it's not the only move. What if I take your pawn?
All right, so let's take a look if you play queen e2, and then we will come back. Probably knight takes b3 is better. But the idea was that if you play queen e2, then I take your rook, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, and then I have queen d4. Okay, the engine is not impressed.
It's not because you have this beautiful shot, knight c6. Really nice shot, knight c6.
Wow, knight c6.
Yeah, very nice shot, knight c6. And, you know, maybe he will get drawn to that. But more importantly, knight takes b3 is a really good situation right now for black. In fact, maybe I'm starting to be slightly better. Rook takes d2, and I'm sure this is what he missed. I don't know if Liam will be saying this. Rook takes d2. Where is the queen going? Probably to b1, right?
Right.
But then I just take on c1, take. Rook to d8.
Hello.
How exactly do you defend against checkmate?
Hello.
Wow.
This is really bad. This is over. So don't even go for that. Knight takes b3, take. take on d2, excuse me, rook takes d2 in this position, and maybe knight to f3 and play this one. I get it. This is not easy stuff. It truly is not easy stuff. But if he sees this one, he's fully back in the game.
Liam has only 8 minutes on the clock, so
That's
maybe
the
that was
problem.
one of the reasons why Tani played pretty fast that move queen a1 and rook d1, just trying to put more pressure on Liam.
Huge problem right now. Exactly the same strategy that Tani had against Abhimanyu. He was unable to convert that one because he played a bit too fast. He did have the advantage. He lost it because he played and took his decisions, some critical ones, too fast. We'll see if the story will repeat in this game, because if he doesn't see knight b3, then he's winning. Tani will be winning. White is winning if he doesn't play knight b3. If he plays knight b3, and this is the key moment right now, well, Liam is back in the game. Let's see if he manages to see it with less than 8 minutes on his clock and 10 moves to go.
Wow. Thank you for that, Cristian. When you said at the start, Tani's completely winning, it was sort of like, wait a minute, maybe he's worse or losing.
Well, he was.
But he could have played knight c6.
That was just so
Trade
easy.
queens.
That was just too easy. Exchange the queens, go into the endgame, go knight c6, pawn up, get the knight on d4. You're going to win that. Oh.
And he has played queen e2.
Yeah.
He missed his chance.
He missed it.
He missed his chance, did Liam?
He missed it.
Knight.
It wasn't easy. Okay, I get it. It wasn't easy. But he missed his chance. Keep an eye out for that rook d8, queen d4 idea.
Right.
Because if he misses knight c6, wait a minute, let's stay with this one for just a second.
This is the moment of truth. I bet you he's reaching
queen
for
b1
his
is the only move.
To play it.
He's
Queen
going to play
b1 is the only move, guys. If he goes queen d4, knight c6, Tani, don't hurry, because...
And Tani is playing for his opponent's clock. Tani has all the time in the world. It's Liam who only is down to 8 minutes.
I think he
Tani
just
saw
it.
queen d4.
I think
maybe he's hesitating now.
Yeah, I
Oh
think he
yes, he
spotted.
just saw it. He just spotted
Yeah.
knight c6. Because he's like, oh, wait a minute. What do I do after knight c6? I think he saw it.
You think so?
Yes,
Because you see, he
yes.
just paused now and he's kind of resetting, saying, wow, maybe this idea is not actually working.
I mean, it is. He was shadoob. Did he make a shadoob? Because it does. I mean, visually, you see the move queen to d4, and you think, my goodness, this is marvelous. Go ahead to take my queen. I got the back rank checkmate. The Bobby Fischer teaches chess. That was all it was about, was back rank checkmates. Isn't this superb? The rook has to move. We all understand that I'm going to take your rook otherwise. And now I take a pawn, so that's pawn number 2, and life is good. Everything's going my way. So you don't think about anything, and you certainly don't see the move knight c6. And you go, when you do see the move knight c6, the spectacle is that it's your game. And it's like, wait a minute, who got checkmated on the back rank? You can't take with the rook, and if you take with the knight, you mask, you block your own back rank checkmate. Now it doesn't exist anymore because, surprise, I protect, and black has queen and rook.
This is a big one. This
Big
is
moment.
really a big moment right now. I think he did spot that queen d4 runs into knight c6, and he's probably going to spend some time, play the best move, which is queen to b1. Just defend that pawn on b3.
But by the
Don't
way,
get flashy.
Isn't that one of the most spectacular smackdowns you've ever seen?
It's a nice one. Yeah.
When you play the move queen d4, you just absolutely play it in a blitz game without thinking.
Oh, for sure.
I'm winning.
Yes.
Spank. Resign.
Yeah.
Knight c6, what?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice...
That's quite the turnaround.
It's a nice retort, for sure.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Knight c6,
I mean, after
right
I
back
saw
in your
queen
face.
d4, I was thinking, wow, this is so beautiful.
Right.
But this knight c6...
What a turnaround. And
I think
Tani
will take some time now to...
He was reaching for his queen. I think he wanted to play queen d4.
He certainly did, yeah. He was like a second away from picking up that queen.
Yeah.
And going queen to d4. And something tapped on his shoulder and was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that guardian angel said,
Relax for just a second.
you know, you're
Think
the
about
one.
it.
You're the one with 58 minutes. I'm sure if the times were reversed, Tani had 8, his opponent had 58, Queen D4 would have come a la tempo.
Yes,
Wow.
sir. I found a game
Please.
for you where there is a attacking on the
thank
king.
you.
So
That's
let's
all I
go to
asked.
the girls' junior section.
Yes.
Amy Yang against Rochelle Wu.
Okay, Amy versus Rochelle. Where are you? Up top. Okay. When we left it, actually, we liked Rochelle's position, I believe. That was from the Richter Rouser, where she very nicely played the move B4. First, what Rochelle did is she's pushing the knight away from the D5 square. Why is that important? Well, we'll find out right now. After knight takes D3, pawn takes D3, you play E5, and the knight's not dropping in on the D5 square. If the knight was still on C3, you'd be very reluctant to play the
So
move
I'm making
E5.
a weakness on the D5 square, but if you cannot take advantage of it, then I'm fine. And especially if I can actually push that delayed pawn on D6 to D5.
Exactly. At first blush, you might think, well, Rochelle is weakening her king with this whole B5, B4, but look at what's defending the king. Sure, we would maybe rather have the pawn on B7, but queen on B6, bishop on B5, and Rochelle is taking over the attack, rook to the C-file, and now we see that Amy is in full defense mode. Let's continue. Now we're threatening to come marching in. Queen C2 check on Rochelle's agenda. It's getting worse and worse.
Because now bishop takes D3.
And queen takes E4, maybe rook takes E4 on Rochelle's agenda. Oh boy, everything's going backwards. The only thing that's not participating is this bishop on E7. Guess what that move did? She's just ready to bring her bishop beautifully into the game. Everything's going, it's all going magnificently well for Rochelle. And
I think we can expect that bishop C5, bishop D4 move.
yeah, it just feels like it's such a flow, right?
By the way, I'm also seeing move rook F3.
Nice.
Just grabbing more space and asking the queen where to go.
Why do I have to answer? That's a really good move. I'm not sure where. I don't want to walk into a very nasty pin. Queen G1, bishop C5, I'd rather resign than deal with that consequence. What about queen H4?
E3? Take my rook?
Oh, no. Do I have to? Oh, no. Checkmate. Oh, no. Yeah, the rook F3, pardon me, queen E3. Do I have one lousy trick? Can I play this move? Knight E4? You don't have a tactic on, maybe you have a tactic on D3.
Yeah, bishop takes D3.
Yeah, and knight takes D3 and rook takes D3. And just say, I've got queen C2 check. Did you have something better than rook takes D3? It looks great for...
I mean, it looks great. I don't know why the engine doesn't like it.
I like it for Rochelle. And it's funny because I really wanted to play the move bishop to C5 and maybe play rook F3 next, but did she? No, she didn't play bishop C5.
Oh, we can also maybe play B3.
B4, B3.
B4, B3 to clear that B4 square for the bishop.
Oh, that's very compelling, because we know how strong these pawns are when they land on such squares as B3. And guess what? From
it's on the board.
your lips to her ears, and B3. Ouch. With trepidation, I'm reaching for A3, but
that really gets me the
I
C2
checkmated.
square
Yeah,
beautifully
yeah.
defended.
I'm afraid of everything now. I mean, really, just everything. Amy in big trouble in this one. Rochelle's looking really good. And thank you. That was a direct attack on the king. I'm going to go to the game of Rose Atwell versus Iris.
Actually, I'm sorry, Yasser, but can we go to the women's seniors? Because
Sure.
we have another kingside attack and a 2 exclamation point move
Which
in the
game?
game of Ivona Jezierska and Natalia Tsodikova. The
That is-
defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, is showing some strong calculation.
Oh, sweet. Actually, when we left it, I thought white was for choice. I really liked Ivona's position. After all, there's this weakness on the e6 square that we should focus on. Ivona captured, and after c4, captures bishop. Ivona said, "I dare you to take my bishop." And Natalie said, "Okay, I'll accept the dare, and I will capture the bishop." And oh my goodness, isn't Ivona's kingside just like an open sieve here? What is this? What's going on?
So this move is one option. I'm also looking at queen f7.
Queen f7, just getting ready to pile up here, maybe even pile up here. Rook f8.
And I'm really saying that my knight on d5 is better than your rook on a1.
You know, it's good that you should say that, because that's the comparison you have to make. You say to yourself, oh, I'm in exchange up, aren't I proud? Then you have to say to yourself, yes, but what is my rook doing?
Yeah, because if that rook was somewhere on e4 or g4, somewhere in the center, then yes, situation is different.
But the role has
the rook is good.
The rook has no role to play, and yeah. Why didn't we like my knight f4? By the way, I think
no, I like it. I think it's a good move too.
Well, I was thinking let's take pawns. And
I think I will play bishop e5. I need to make sure you're not going to go on the diagonal.
I'm going on the diagonal.
Yasser.
Yes.
Okay, king h2.
And queen f7. Let's go. I am going on the diagonal. And
also queen h5 here.
Yeah. That's nasty, isn't it?
That's scary.
Yeah, that is very, very scary. Ivona in big trouble. I'm telling you, if Natalia wins this game, watch out Angelina. Angelina's going to have to keep pace. Right now, I think Natalia is looking really, really good. By the way,
so let's jump to the game of Jennifer Smith and Olga Sagalchik, because blunder alert. Jennifer Smith just blundered with that move to knight b7. If we just come back, she thought she can improve the knight and go to c5, which the idea is good. We are moving the knight from the edge of the board, but it does not work tactically.
Yeah, the timing's bad. She had to probably step back with her bishop and allow a move like f7, f6. She played knight b7, blunder alert, as you said, and this is it. Rook takes, and thanks to this bishop, it's illegal. The FIDE rules do not, no, here's the problem. She doesn't lose one pawn. She loses both.
Allows this dark square bishop to be activated by capturing another pawn.
Exactly, and that's just a completely winning position now for Olga. She'll have 2 pawns, and you know, the structure's nasty for Jennifer, so that was that lost the game. That was a losing moment. I'm going to turn to Catherine Dotson's game versus Angelina. When we left it, it was way back here. Lots of developments have taken place. And let's catch up with the players. And Angelina's beginning to assert some control. She's got this very, very nice targets on a2 as well as c3. From White's perspective, the weakness in the position is Angelina's kingside. So you want to play g2, g4, but you want the file to be open. So something like king h1, rook g1, g4 is the counterplay. But Catherine has not achieved that, and it's Black who has all of the pluses. Let me just refresh my board. Let's go. Yeah. And this is the current position. So I like Angelina's position. Where would you like to take us?
I want to go to the juniors, Tani, Adewumi, and Liam Putnam, to
Did
see what
Tani-
happened. Because he did, Tani change his mind. He didn't go that queen d4.
Okay.
And he just moved queen b1.
Okay. So
That's much better. That is actually much better for him. And in fact, it does give him somewhat of a comfortable winning advantage.
Yeah, because he will get back into that ending that you prescribed, Cristian, with the knight nicely posted on the d4 square.
Most beautiful knight. I mean,
But he could have done it in a way where Black's pawn was on a5, and let's just see what has happened after.
and
queen
he would
d-
have control over the c file in that
Yes.
situation. But right now, he's going to lose that control. He's still completely winning. Knight to d4. We expect queen takes b1, rook takes b1, and rook to ca. Right.
Right.
That's- plan that rook on c3 and hope for the best, basically.
But by the way, I can hope for the best
Absolutely.
because the rook on c3 is a thorn. That pawn on b3 requiring constant attention.
Not that easy anymore.
No.
Now
But
you
the
get
thing
the
is,
rook
I
on.
have extra pawn on the king side. So
Yep.
I can just start pushing my pawns and ignore the queen side until I feel ready. Because also my knight on d4 is closer to the king side than the knight on a5.
For sure. I'm not saying that that Liam's
So there is a
counterplay
good way to try to
is enough.
win this one. Yes, and I think this is what he's going to have to go for because I don't see any other plan. So rook c3. And he's going exactly for that. King to
He
e2,
plays
king to
king
e1.
e1 first.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I don't know exactly what setup I want for Black, but let's say I go g6.
King d1.
King d1. Uh-oh. Are you playing rook c1 on me?
I'm playing rook b2.
Rook b2 and rook c2.
Rook b2 and rook c... Ah.
Probably
and-
rook c1 as well. Rook c1 makes a lot of sense as well.
Right. Oh, so I don't get to keep a fixed...
That's the problem. Yes, that's the problem. So that's how I exchange the rooks. I
And
think
then
after
the, then
king
the
d1
knight ending is easily winning in
should
that
be
case.
easy, but
Yeah.
maybe I have another attempt as black. Maybe after king d1, I'll give a check.
On d3?
Yes. So that's why you might be wondering why you cannot go king to d2. Yes. King d2 doesn't threaten
Rook c1 anymore.
rook c1 anymore, right?
Right.
Neither does it threaten rook to b2 followed by rook to c2. But maybe this is the way to go. Maybe this is the way to go. Because if you do that, rook to d3, right?
Yep. And at least you're keeping an active rook, but hold on, are you?
Yeah, but my rook is also extremely active. Rook c5.
Ouch.
Slowly you will
Suddenly-
get defeated.
Well, maybe not so slowly. Maybe quickly I
Not in
pick up
this
material.
situation, yes.
Yeah. So we do think Tani is winning. A little hiccup there. He was ready to play queen d4. That would have been a lot of fun. Let's stay with the juniors, and let's see how Andy Woodward, can Andy keep pace with Mishra, who was gifted a point today. He's black side with the black pieces against Evan Park. Both sides have weaknesses. There's a c6 weakness. There's a b2 weakness. Whose pawns are weaker, Kate?
It's a tough question to answer.
Well, a lot
Well,
of things
Andy
have happened
took one.
since, yes.
And he took. Oh.
Oh.
Well, that was a fine intermezzo.
Was it? You're just losing a piece.
Andy just lost a piece.
He just lost a piece.
What
Yeah,
the heck?
I don't think that was a fine intermezzo.
Well, I think the idea is just like bailing to make a draw here.
He still
Because
seems to be
D4
fine.
is a threat.
Yes.
Right, but wait a minute. Who's playing for the win, though?
No, you're still fine, but look how upset he is. Look how upset he is. He's shaking his head.
Did he have a hiccup?
He certainly did. No, knight takes c3 was a complete hiccup.
So after the move, knight takes b8. He could have recaptured here. And
But
I'm
then rook
assuming
takes d5.
Yes, rook takes d5, and now you can go knight takes c3. And you'll make a draw. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to win this one, most likely.
A draw is inevitable. But did he give...
Or maybe you
so
can
he
go
thought
F6.
he's simplifying it more with knight takes e3.
But did he overlook instead?
No. Guaranteed not.
Rook c8?
There's no way you can win this one with black. There's just...
No, I'm saying, can't I win this one with white?
Correct. I mean, that's the question.
Isn't Evan the one who...
I don't think he will, because I do exchange the e3 pawn quite quickly. I go f5, f4. I'll pick up the pawn on a3. That, at least we know that.
Well, what I was thinking is you bring the knight to c6
And it is
to
on the
d4.
board. Knight c6 is on the board.
You take one pawn. I'll give you that one.
Yes.
But I'm not going to give you this one. I'm not going to let you play g4 or
Well, I can
f5.
play g4 if I want to.
No, I'm not going to trade. I'm going to play king f4
Oh, actually, I
and
can
knight
take because there is
f5.
fork.
Or yeah, actually I can take. Sorry, I'm not trading. I mean, for the moment, white has ideas like rook c6, knight f5. Maybe they're not winning, but they're darn close, aren't they?
This is a slippery
king
slope right now
g6.
for Andy, because he's obviously disappointed. He's borderline tilted right now.
Right.
Because he missed this. And now he needs to defend this endgame. And he needs to be quite precise to make the draw.
Right.
It's a very slippery slope for him. This moment, difficult moment for Andy.
Sometimes when you're on tilt and you know you're on tilt and you're saying to yourself, "Okay, calm down," you keep making those blunders. Do you think it's more of a draw?
I don't feel very worried as black. I just want to play
Really?
g4, g3, force your king to take it, then take my pawn in e3, call it a draw.
Okay, so go ahead. Tell me what you think.
Okay, g4.
And I'm not going to let you trade the pawn. If you play g3, I'm not going to let you trade. I'll go knight h4 check, and I'll pick up the pawn when it goes to g2. I'm going to keep the one pawn I have to keep any chances alive.
Got
I'm
it.
saying.
Okay, so I have to be a little bit more cautious.
Right, you can't just.
I cannot just go and
force
run.
Force the win. In the meanwhile, okay, give me the pawn, and maybe I'll reset my rook somewhere. But you can see Andy is now saying, okay, let's refocus and just try to make a draw. As we leave the juniors for a moment, I want to go to the junior girls and to see how our tournament leader, Rachel Lee, is doing against Megan Paragua. Now, Megan, again, she's on the outside. She's okay when your opponent has 4 out of 4.
But
you
she's
expect to be
third, right?
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what
girls
I'm
section.
saying. So she's looking to try to win a top prize here. And after knight d3, how do we like the position, Kate?
Let me see. So black has a little bit more space in the center, given her pawns on e5, on d5. Yep, good rook.
Good rook. What's the bishop doing on h1? There must have been a bishop h3 earlier in the game. And Rachel likely wanted to preserve her bishop drop back, because you don't voluntarily play bishop g2 to h1. If I'm in white shoes, I'd much rather have my bishop on g2 or on e4.
I'm also looking as white to play a5, a6 to weaken that diagonal if possible. But I have to be careful, because I think, wait, can black play a6 now? Pawn a6 and then just capture pawn on d3?
You had me to capture pawn on d3. I like a6 because I want to take on d3.
And if that forces you to play something like queen b6 and then take with the bishop on c6, then I think this is good for me, because a lot of light squares are weak.
Absolutely. Whenever you have a pawn on g3, the first question I'm going to ask you is, who possesses the light squared bishop? Because with the pawn on g3, we have a result.
So Joel Benjamin looks like won against Igor Novikov.
Ooh, okay, big result for Joel. Joel's had some chances in this tournament. He was just checkmating yesterday against Jesse Kraai, but that game ended in a draw. With the pawn on g3, you're absolutely right. Megan is the one with the light square bishop, and wait a minute. Is our tournament leader
But
in trouble?
looking at Rachel Lee's games, in the middle game, she's usually just struggling a bit, maybe catching up after being slightly worse out of the opening, and then she turns it around.
Okay, but
So maybe that's her strategy that she is keeping right now in this game as well.
she loses the early skirmishes and then turns it around when it counts. Rook takes d3. I don't like the move bishop takes c6, but if I try to play a move like, I don't know, c4 and knight d5, I'm worried that I give up the d4 square for black's knight. And I think Rachel would be in trouble in that case. Maybe she has a different... I don't like playing bishop takes c6. I'd much prefer to do something else. Rook to d1? Maybe rook to d1 isn't so bad. Bishop to e4? You know what I mean. Big moments here for... Did Megan play? I don't think Megan played a6. I think she came up with something else. Knight takes e3, or sorry, that's my analysis board. Let me just refresh the live position for a moment. Apologies, everyone.
Rook c8.
a6, rook c8? No kidding. a6, she didn't take the pawn on d3.
But now after rook c8, now white can play knight d5.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm a bit tasered. Why she didn't take the pawn? So if I move my queen...
well, you give me the pawn.
Well, I wanted to play knight d4. I'm seeing the position after knight e7, check, and I just kind of cogniting on this position. If the rook was on f1, knight e2 check would be a very compromising situation, but the rook is on e1. So knight to d5. I hate giving up my light square bishop because I feel the bishop is stronger than the knight.
Because now
in
it's
this
white
situation.
who has the control over the light squares.
Exactly.
Finishes development, maybe with rook d1.
Again, effective development.
Oh,
maybe
or even a3, b3.
a3, b3. I don't like Megan's move, rook c8, and I think she backed down from the challenge of capturing the pawn on d3. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I want to go to the women's seniors. Ivona Jezierska against Natalia Corikova. I like what Natalia did. She played queen f7.
Very good, yeah. Very, very good move. And Ivona said, okay, I can see that you want to capture on f3, and then thanks to this bishop, you're going to checkmate me on the g2 and h1 squares. I have to defend the pawn.
Now the first line we would calculate here is knight takes c3.
Very forcing.
Because if we can have a forcing checkmate, bishop takes f3.
Yep.
But unfortunately, white has queen d6. So we do have that threat, queen g6, queen g2, but queen d6 is the only move who allows white to stop the checkmate and kind of recover.
Whew. Lucky thing for Ivona that she has, as you say, queen d6 to g3. So the most forcing isn't the most winning, right? Do we have a better option?
So I like what happened in the game, knight f4. Now improving the knight and challenging the pawn on h3, and still also threatening queen g6 and queen g2 checkmate.
Fabulous. That looks like a fantastic move. Love it. What on earth? How on earth are you going to defend? I would love to get on my running shoes and play a move like rook to e3 so that, you know, I could run for the hills. The problem is I run right into black's waiting arms. There's a rook d8 check as well as queen takes f2 check, and I'm not running anywhere. I'm just dead. So
white can also consider now to play queen king h2.
Okay.
In case you go with queen g6, I kind of activate my my rook to g1 and maybe try to hold on. But the problem is now black can play queen f5 this time. So, you know, I'm going to challenge now the pawn on h3. and just everything is falling apart.
I'm
I think
crying.
we have like forced checkmate here, no
crying.
matter what white is going to do.
Exactly. That is not a viable. Maybe there's just simply no defense anymore to queen g6, queen g2, or as you said, queen f5 in case of king h2. This looks done.
Maybe let's come back just for a second to show that rook takes f3, very nice strategic sacrifice, positional one, because you don't always have to see until the end that checkmate. You just see that you destroy the king side and you have brilliant pieces that can join the attack.
I was going to say, it really feels like a self-inflicted blow that Ivona did to herself. I like her position as white. I like the fact that she's got a weakness in the position that she can concentrate on. She captured, rook captures. She played c4, captures. She played bishop to c3 and challenged her opponent to find a winning move, which she did. Rook takes f3, g takes f3, queen f7, queen d1, knight f4. And for Ivona, she's in this battle for first place.
Yeah, very important game for the standings, because as of now, they are co-leaders, but the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, once she wins this game, she will be a sole leader of the event.
Absolutely, and only Angelina can stay with her. Angelina is enjoying the better of the position at the moment because the pawn on a2 as well as the pawn on c3 are weaknesses in Catherine's position. But on the other hand, this knight on c1 as well as this rook on b3 are really keeping Angelina's pieces at bay. So,
but I like the tripled, battery on the a file.
Exactly.
And the knight on c4 is simply beautiful.
No, black is for choice, but still a lot of work going on here. I'm going to go back to that game of Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Onischuk, because we saw what looked like an absolutely fabulous attack brewing for Gregory turn to dust. It just disappeared the moment he gave up his dark squared bishop. And I want to pick up, nonetheless, Gregory still has extra pawns, right? So he's the one still
2 extra pawns, the doubled pawns on the c file.
But because white's king is so wide open, you think to yourself, okay, let me tuck my king in somewhere and launch with queen f3 or, I don't know, queen to d6 and get my queen into play. And just to make sure I'm not going to suffer some trickies to queen b8.
But
the worst is
Onischuk
past.
must be relieved because this he knows he can defend. What was happening before
was out of control. He was in dire straits. I thought Vladimir Akopian, our tournament leader, was doing great when we left it. Let's just pick up the situation, and he has played all of those happy moves I talked about. We left it with queen d6, bishop b3, bishop b7, queen a2, nice. Queen e7, oh, rook c1. I mean, all of the white is just playing.
I mean, if you have to go knight b8, you know that something is really wrong with your position.
Exactly, and now he's setting up for a trick. Is Vladimir, please play the move knight c6 so I can take the bishop, followed by capturing the knight. That's not going to work. g5, bishop g3, king f8. Okay, basically sidestepping a consequence that if in case we lose the pawn on f7, at least we're not going to lose it with check. And have we caught up with the players? Are we in the life position?
Yeah, I think we do have the life position.
Let me just make sure we do.
So how to increase pressure? It can be a move such as like rook c5.
Fantastic move, just posting up. Another move, again.
So I'm looking also rook f5.
Again, beautiful, beautiful.
And I think it just happened on the board.
Yeah, But it's sort of like, it's not a surprise because everything's in harmony, right? Just taking this one move back for just a moment, I'm looking at the rook coming to c7. I'm looking at this rook on c1 coming to c7. I'm looking at this bishop coming to c7. What's blocking me? The bishop on b7. So I might find myself drawn to the move bishop to d5, right? With this idea, trade bishops, recapture with the queen, and the geometry says I crash through on c7. But I love the move, Vladimir, rook to c5, because as you said, you're threatening rook f5. This
Sometimes
looks
I just like to make a
disaster.
move that forces black to think. I'm not allowing to make any simple trades. Now figure out what you want to do. I simply improve my rook, I infiltrated to the black's camp and created a threat with rook f5.
Fantastic. Also getting a result, I heard that Alice Lee and Kirk drew their game. Yeah.
So Alice Lee had this exchange advantage, but Kirk Ghazarian has just a very strong fortress with his pieces.
Yeah, anchored bishop. And we have a guest, Kate.
Joel, first of all, congratulations on this victory. It was rapid. It happened in no time. We weren't even watching the game, and then suddenly it was over. What just happened? Recap it for us.
Well, there was a sneaky trap at the end that he fell into, and that wrapped it up quickly. But it was very complicated.
Balance, right, at this point.
I'm surprised that the computer seems to be saying that bishop f5 was a bad move. It's just so natural. But there's a lot of tactics going on in the position, I suppose.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it bad. You know, maybe bishop to b2.
I thought I would have knight c4 in that position.
This looks like a perfectly fine move to me, and I guess e4 is the tactical
knight takes c5.
shot.
Oh, that's what I missed. Okay,
Yeah.
we both missed that, I suppose. Yeah.
It's a very tough position. I think bishop f5 makes a lot of sense to me. And then it felt like you were slowly.
I tell you what the key moment in the game for me is let's go back.
Back.
Yeah, because in this position, I can take the knight and play bishop e4. It's completely equalizing, but it's going to be a draw.
Okay. Well, I guess you can take e5 as well.
Oh, I thought that was even dangerous. But yeah, bishop. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
It's just a draw, and I understood that. And so I had to steel myself in this position and convince myself that I had maybe a better chance, or at least good chance, or that I have to risk that I miscalculate something and the pawns go forward.
Okay.
But I didn't really see what he could do, so that's why I played queen d7. And the computer says it's just basically the same. But it puts some pressure on.
You keep the tension on. Yes.
You know, I was talking with Igor after the game, and we concluded that he probably should bring a rook to d1, and that's what the computer says, I see, as well.
Yeah, rook d1.
Yeah, or even the other one. But it's a very difficult move. Knight f4, he missed c5. c5 is a slick move. Apparently that gives me the advantage.
Yep.
But after e3, I was afraid bishop a5, f3. I was afraid of those pawns coming forward. I was just afraid of that.
Yeah.
You know, I can play b5, and the computer says, okay, my stuff is better. But look at that bishop on f5.
For a good reason, because you have to put your bishop on h7. This doesn't look good.
No, I thought the other was
with the naked eye.
The other was safer, yeah.
I guess you're the first one that comes with b5, b4, and you get your initiative as well.
This is tremendous.
But you are playing without a piece for the moment.
That one is not good, yeah.
So bishop takes c3 makes sense, bishop to e4. And then once again, you're back into the driver's
Well, I thought that he should play f3 and sacrifice the pawn and get the pawns going, even if objectively it's not good. No. No, I mean when I played queen a4.
Got it. f3 here.
I mean, it's even, the computer says it's not that clear, yeah.
Yeah.
But it gave me some sort of nightmare flashbacks to my game with Fishbein, you know, where he gave me everything on the queen side, didn't matter, you know.
Yeah.
But in Novikov usually defends those pawns, you know. So I thought he'd play queen b2, but then after rook d8 he can't play f3, and I think he's in a lot of trouble now.
Well, he certainly can, because he did. But after rook e3 he just decided to resign.
Yeah, that's a little surprising, but but I can understand why he loses hard after that. It's pretty busted.
I think you're losing a couple of pawns.
Yeah,
That's
the D
problem,
pawn
right?
is still very weak.
D pawn is going to
my
fall
structure
as
is
well.
completely intact.
You can still fight for a while, but I guess he was demoralized after
Yeah.
missing rook takes c3.
Yeah.
Joel, you lost a couple of games, you won a couple of games as well. Now you're back on 50%. Sum it up, sum the events so far for you in 5 rounds.
Well, I've learned that I have to make sure that I don't get my rook stranded.
Okay.
That's been my big problem so far. And a couple of games, I needed to go like a couple moves deeper in the line that my opponent ended up playing.
Well, yesterday against Jesse
Jesse.
Kraai.
Well, I had no idea he was going to play Sicilian.
Yeah, but you had this mate at the end. You
It was
remember,
a form of
right?
checkmate.
Queen to f8 check. Let me
It
just
was
show you.
mate. I mean, we did a post-mortem, we didn't see it.
Force mate.
Okay.
Instead of after queen d7,
Here, queen to f8, knight to b6,
King c6.
followed by b4.
Oh, I'm never going to find that.
It's
No,
interesting.
I'm never going to find that. I mean, come
Queen
on.
C5 mate.
Oh, Queen C5 mate. Okay,
Yes, yes.
that much I can find. But
you-
why?
Just c4. There's no way to defend against mate.
I don't see why is that. What am I mating him with?
Queen c5 is a
Queen
mate.
C5.
No, if he plays King B5 and run. Oh, of course he
check.
can't run.
There's nowhere to
Oh,
run.
he can't run. Oh.
Yes, there's nowhere
Oh,
to run.
wow, I missed that.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing was that I didn't look at the game after. I just didn't look, so I didn't know about that. I didn't know that I had a
That was
mate.
the good
I
thing.
actually went to ask you how did you recover after.
No, I didn't look at it. No, I knew it would not benefit me if I found something like that. So I actually,
Now I feel bad for actually pulling this game up. I didn't realize that.
I was only plus 9.71.
Only.
So Queen H6 is a genius move. It was forced anyway, you know it, but
It was
but
a
I
good
didn't
move,
realize
yeah,
it,
yeah.
it was
Queen
winning.
H6 was
Okay,
definitely-
now I got to tell Jesse and see if I can ruin his team.
You got a rest day to ruin one another's.
And it's funny because it's the only draw I've had so far, and
Yeah.
I usually have like 7 or 8 draws in this tournament. I can't, normally can't win a game, and so that's the only game I've actually.
I wasn't going to mention it, but you said that you needed to be deeper in some positions, so I assume this was the one that you were
No, in
mentioning.
the opening, Well, I mean, it's just yeah, that's too bad because, well, I was, I had like 4 or 5 minutes, so I guess I could have taken longer on that because after Queen takes F6, he really has to take perpetual check anyway.
right.
So, but I just didn't see. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't see B4.
Not such an easy move to see, right? I mean, you do have Bishop F1, I think, was
That you see that I saw and I.
somewhat okay as well, but B4 is just.
And knight
finishing
takes
the
C.
game.
I looked at knight takes C and I realized that wasn't going to be that good.
Yeah.
Queen D7.
Queen
Yeah, I
D7.
saw that I can't win that. Yeah. B4. Wow. Well, that's
Well,
great.
Joel, go enjoy your rest day.
Now that we've ruined it for you.
That's okay.
Joe, yesterday it was a big victory by Shabalov for a moment there. Maybe you had that fear that Vladimir was just going to roll the field and he's going 3-0, but that win by Shabalov made it an interesting tournament. What goes through your mind when that
I
happens?
wasn't really concerned about it because, if I'm on a minus score, I can't really be thinking about winning the tournament. I have to win some games before I
Right.
can worry about what other people are doing.
Good, but still.
Yeah, still the tournament is tighter now, that's for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, enjoy your rest day. Now, who else can we ruin on the rest day? Nicely done, Cristian. You're the best. I turned my attention to Alexander Onischuk and Gregory Kaidanov's position. And the moment I turned this, I'm thinking, Gregory, why isn't he back to winning again? What I'm asking most specifically about is the move C4, C4. Oh, sorry. It's actually black to move.
Also, show the threat.
Yeah.
White wants to play
So
C5.
what I was thinking is Gregory's got this massive threat of C5, which means that I could play. Probably I shouldn't, but just to put it on the board, what I was thinking about is I'm going to get in a position of bishop versus knight, and there's this runaway A pawn. that Alex has got to worry about. Let me go to the current position because actually I thought it was Gregory's move.
But Alex Onischuk just played Queen E4. No?
Queen
I have Queen E4 on the board.
So
wait a minute.
Then
Bishop H5.
Bishop E2.
Wait a minute.
Bishop E2 first. And now Queen E4. Oh,
wait, guys.
Whoa. What is this?
This is getting
Bishop
feisty.
H5?
Bishop H5 check.
It's getting spicy, yeah.
Aren't you getting checkmated if you go King F8?
For sure, because there's a Queen D6 and
So let's put that on the board.
Okay, so
we have some time.
Bishop H5 check, King F8 blunder alert.
That's a check.
Check.
And that's almost a mate on B8.
But this is a completely winning pawn ending. I'll trade everything, and I'll get this outside passer. So it means that after Bishop H5 check, Black has to play G6, right?
Yes.
Now, how do I
But I feel
exploit
this allows me to get rid of my weakness.
For
right?
sure.
I take on G6, we exchange the queens. Let's keep going with that one. And the question is, how is this endgame?
Very good for white.
Bishop F3. Unless you take that pawn off the board, then like that extra pawn that white has right now off the board somehow.
Yeah.
I feel this is just a winning endgame. Maybe King F2, King E3. Like, how exactly are you going to play this one?
But can I?
You can attack it. You can keep attacking it.
Maybe I can get one of these domination, but maybe.
But now you're getting in E5, yeah?
Right.
King E6, King E5 fast.
It's so King F2, Knight to B1.
But this must be the way to go.
Yes.
This must be the way to go.
Yeah, Gregory could really ruin the tournament for the rating favorite, Alex Onischuk. Take advantage of his youth and inexperience, shall we say.
And we can just check in on the game of Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Goldin.
Because Vladimir is putting on a beautiful clinic here. He just played the move Rook C5, and we were expecting that the rook was about to slide all the way across the board. Did he do that? Or has he done it, rather?
Not yet.
Not
He's
yet.
thinking.
Knight A6, forcing, actually, the move Rook F5. No? Shall we have a look?
I think Rook F5.
5.
Okay, Knight takes B4.
Knight takes B4, Queen A5. And everything.
So I don't want you to have C5 move to defend the knight.
Of course. And by the way, the pawn on C7 is still. Oh, there's a knight C6. Excuse me, I'm not going to play Queen A5. What am I thinking about? Maybe Queen B2, Queen D2. What do you think of this, Apples? No, I think we've seen another move. Sorry, I'm just going to
read. Rook F5 on the board.
Oh, he did play Rook F5. Okay, so knight takes B4. Sorry, this is the current position. Rook F5. Obviously, Rook takes F7. Bishop takes F7. Totally winning threats. And
you have to try for some counterplay. So I think taking the pawn
is the only
it is
move.
on the board.
Knight takes B4. And I just played the move Queen D2 a moment ago. Shall we look at that again?
I think anywhere we move the queen is pretty good.
In any case, I have to play F6. I can't allow Rook takes F6. Rook F7 just destroys.
But that allows Knight E5. How do you feel about that?
I feel good when I'm white. I feel terrible when I'm black. Knight E5, yeah. Ooh, boy, there's suddenly a massive royal fork threat in the position. And unfortunately, the queen is also tethered to the defense of this knight. And knight takes B4 is on the board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Vladimir just thinking where to move the queen. Rook takes f7. No. There's no reason for me to do that. No. And should Vladimir win this game, he will extend his lead. He comes into to today's round a half a point ahead of the competition, including Alex Onischuk. And if Gregory was to take down Alex Onischuk, Vladimir might recapture his 1 point lead that he had after 3 rounds of play. Rook f5. Is there a better move than Queen d2? It just looks so natural.
I mean, I was looking at that move, Queen a5 as well, but you didn't like it, right, for some reason?
I didn't like walking into knight c6.
I think the good news for Vladimir is that any queen moves just wins right now. Queen a3, queen d2, queen e2, everything just finishes the job because rook takes f7. How exactly do you defend against that?
Exactly. It's just too good. Quick question for you, because rook f5, super natural. Rook takes on b7 was also...
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary.
It truly is not necessary.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you can take, after rook b7, knight takes c5, you're still probably better, but it just wins on the spot.
Any queen move, queen d2.
Queen d2, queen d2. Probably queen d2 to my eyes makes the most sense.
Right.
Just because you're keeping contact with that knight on b4, you still attack that piece, right?
Exactly.
So queen d2, probably knight c6 is what Goldin has in mind, but then you can just take on b7, take on f7. And we get into that position, which I get it. You have two rooks for the queen, but queen to a2.
Yeah.
They're just, the diagonals are open around the king.
Yeah.
The rooks
the king
have
is too
no
weak.
kind of harmony.
When it's king versus 2 rooks, it's often the case of whose king is more vulnerable. And in this case, I think the answer is outstanding.
Not only that, but queen d5, I think, just wins material next.
Yeah.
Like queen d5, you will lose something in this position. There's just too many things, too many pieces that can be attacked by the queen. Targets.
Exactly.
Is what I need.
Say it. Targets.
Bishop takes c7, by the way, in this position.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's very nice tactics. Bishop takes c7. And if you recapture with the rook, queen c5, double attack.
Ooh, nasty.
Exemplify the idea of targets in the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one looks deadly.
Very good for Vladimir. Okay.
I want to go back to the
Kate.
Girls section and the game between Amy Yang and Rochelle Wu, because I really like what Rochelle did in her position. I think it's a really illustrative game on how to continue in your attack. So maybe if we can, go back to where we finished. That was the move b3.
Yeah, a3. We saw the move b3 by Rochelle, and we just loved what she was doing. She was activating her bishops. We're looking at bishop c5, rook f3.
And now look, bishop d8. She's really trying to activate that dark square bishop. We were saying that's the only piece that's not really active.
Right. And knight takes b3.
Sacrificing the pawn because now it allows to target the knight, and we have this diagonal for the bishop.
Nice.
By the way, move 39. Amy does have one more move before she reaches time control. Time control is not really her problem.
It's the position.
The position is
the position's just deadly.
Now controlling the c file.
How can you? I admire Rochelle's restraint.
20 seconds. Let's keep going.
Queen c2.
Rook on the second rank. Now pinning that knight, putting pressure, just taking the knight.
Yeah.
And queen
d3 is hanging with a check.
And can we also do
what about rook
c2?
g1? Rook g2 and rook g1.
Oh, rook g2. Very nice. It's going for the skewer.
Yep, that's nice. Rook, sorry to be overwhelming, but can I play rook on... I want to take this pawn with a check.
I think you can do a lot of things.
I think I could do a lot of things.
Including this, yes.
Yeah, this looks very,
absolutely
very good. Rook g2, winning move. Rook on c8 to c2 looks like a winning move, and it's the last move of time?
That was move 40th, yes.
Okay. So Rochelle, would this be her first win
Yes.
Michelle? Yeah.
Yesterday she made a draw.
Yeah. I remember her coming in years ago and doing extremely well. She was super, super focused on chess. These days, academic world has really taken her interest. She hasn't been able to play as much as she'd like, and looking forward to this tournament and playing well. Speaking, by the way, of our tournament leaders, how is Rachel Lee doing? Is she going 5-0? Just a
Let's take a
question.
look.
Just
How
a
has
question.
her game developed?
She's up against Megan, because when we left it, Megan had backed down. Megan had played the move rook on d8 to c8 and not captured the pawn on c3. And sorry, I'm going back maybe too far. That will catch up very quickly to the ladies. I like what Rachel is doing. She's doubled her rooks, and Megan's pieces are passive. That was a good, well, queen d8.
That's a big mistake. That's a huge mistake, guys.
What is d?
D5 right now wins the game.
Wow.
Wow. So we leave the queen. We are saying, take my queen.
But look at the king. Look at the king's
Take
position.
the bishop. If you capture the pawn, I take the rook, and I'm threatening knight takes g7 checkmate.
D5 is the big move right now.
You're threatening rook d1 to d6 checkmate, and as you just said, knight takes g7 checkmate. That king is surrounded.
You're not defending against both of those checkmates.
For sure. So this is a key moment.
D5, the only way to try to stay in the game after D5 is to take on F5.
Okay.
Have to get that knight off the board.
Okay.
Queen takes D8 forced, right? Because
okay.
We cannot forget about the queen now.
You no longer can forget about the queen. Yes.
Sorry, that was my mouse slip. Now I've got to get my rooks off the diagonal, right?
Yes.
Something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You take. If I move my rook.
If you move your rook, I can take that knight, right? And then C7 at the end.
How nice, how sweet it is. Rook takes D2, rook takes D2. I'm an exchange up. But
she's looking at it. She is certainly looking at it and calculating.
Yeah, she'll end up a bishop ahead.
D5 is the key move. D5 gets her a winning position for the first time in this game. Again, on
By
the back
the way,
foot.
Rachel would be her 5th win in a row.
5 out of 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
5 out of 5.
At dinner conversation last night, we were talking about winning streaks, and we were all in admiration of Fabi Ano when he went 7 in a row at a Sinquefield Cup. And if Rachel could go 5-0 to start her national championship campaign, that would be great. Wow. So hold on. So one more look. Bishop takes F5. Queen takes D8. Kate is, I know it, I'm not happy. Just forgive me, right? I know I'm not happy, but do you think that this is completely over?
It's not completely over, and that's probably the best way you can play this one.
I've got a knight F3 check. Unfortunately, you've got bishop E6 check, so I can't go. I can't win the rook because at the end you got bishop E6 check, and I end up a piece down. Oops, and bishop E6 check, and rook takes D2, and I resign. But can I play in an exchange down position?
You can and you have to.
Is this
You can and you have to.
terrible?
But my question for you is, do I let you play the exchange down? Or
No,
do I take on D4?
I just take the knight and play a rook endgame with extra pawn.
Ah, so but you're winning.
I don't know. It
Yes,
looks good. I mean, my rook is going to B4.
That's the problem. The desire. I mean, my king will be a good blockader, right?
Look, it's still not easy. It's still not completely
Still some work
out of
for
question.
Rachel.
Definitely
Yeah.
some work to be done.
Well, she won a rook ending yesterday. That was even.
And this is a reminder of how Rachel Lee God where she is right now. First win against Rose Atwell, big upset of the tournament. Then winning against Rochelle Wu, then Jasmine Su, Chloe Go yesterday, this really long rook endgame. And now she has another win on the board.
Yeah, but in that graphic, it's so weird. You win, but you're descending. You're going down the stairs. You should be ascending, going up the stairs.
Because they are going to do rest day.
Yeah.
Now she's going to just recover.
4 wins in a row. Can she make it 5? Did she play D5? That was the question.
No, she's still thinking. It's still
Queen
her turn.
D8.
But she's looking at that. She's calculating
Huge opportunity. Huge opportunity. By the way,
Guys, should we go to
Please.
Akopian versus Goldin? I think that one is just going to be over very soon.
Okay.
Maybe we can stay with this one just to see the D5 moment, whether it's played or not, and then we can jump to that one, really.
What move number is this, by the way?
I believe 32. Let me double check.
Okay, so
Yes.
move 32.
Still
8
some
more
moves to
moves.
go, yes, and they're both in time trouble. D5, this is a big moment, so let's stay with this one.
But by the way, do I have to play, if I go queen takes D8, doesn't that just transpose?
Queen takes D8.
Let me just see.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Does it transpose or not? Because there is a...
Yeah, no, that seems to be transposing
Well,
as
I'm not 100% sure because there is a trick. I can go king F. That's why we want to start with D5, right?
I'm not sure if this works.
Yasser, the engine doesn't agree with you.
Certainly doesn't look like it's working, but
I don't believe myself either.
maybe just rook D3. How would rook D3 be countered?
Well,
take.
And
It's
we have a
over.
result here.
Now, if
Akopian
we-
Vladimir
if-
won against Alexander Goldin.
if we had switched, we would have seen a handshake. Knight takes way to go. Knight takes B4, not queen to D2, but queen A3 was Vladimir's choice. And that move, knight E5, that was a real bone cruncher, as Bobby Fischer would say.
The
And
knight
yeah,
is going to G6. This
everything.
is just a disaster. And by the way, yes, Rachel did play move pawn D5. So let's switch
Whoa.
back there to see how Megan is reacting to this
And-
shocking move.
We missed the handshake and we missed D5. Great job, guys. Great,
What a broadcast team we are.
great job.
We're losing our invitation to the World Cup broadcast, everybody.
Great job.
However, having said that, we are on our rest day going to go to the Noble Crown, restaurant here next to the chess club, and watch the World Cup. It should be an exciting finals, Argentina versus Spain.
I mean, the rest day is going to be extremely exciting for Rachel. Just 5 rounds are over, perfect score.
Wow.
Then just let's enjoy the rest day and continue.
By the way, my computer screen lit up with the move D5. The chess engine really liked it, so much so adorned it with a double exclamation mark. Reminds me of Iris and Andy Woodward getting all kinds of bouquets from my chess
Megan
engine.
now down to 2 minutes.
And she's looking at this and going, whoa, 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 whoa. When I played the move queen D8, I was expecting a queen trade. I was not expecting D5. And again, the desirable queen takes D8, pawn takes E6. Black's king is walking into a checkmating net. And if the king were to step back, what's the cruncher here?
Have to go bishop takes F5, guys. This one I think is just simple. Rook takes D7.
Rook takes D7 because we want to
The
play
seventh
rook
rank
F7.
is just completely destroyed. Rook F7, rook takes G7 is coming. That E6 pawn, is just decisive.
That's kind of convincing. And if I had tried
Likely
King
the same,
G8.
exactly the same thing.
Rook takes and, oh dear, King E8. The combination of E7 and
Well, that's the thing. Maybe I can just
Rook
take on C6,
G7.
bishop takes C6, followed by E7.
yeah.
How
Okay,
exactly
we have
do
some
you-
moves. Bishop takes F5 is on the board.
Good move. Good move.
Bishop
Good move. The
takes-
only move to stay in the game.
Okay. Queen takes D8, quickly played by Rachel, right?
Correct? Queen takes D. 8 is on the board too.
And how did Megan recapture the queen? We were going into this exchange down ending. Not that I liked it, I just didn't think that I had any choice. And your reaction was to go into the rook ending, just to take the rook and take the knight, win a pawn. She recaptured, sorry, I'm just going to
She recaptured rook c takes d8.
Rook c takes d8, bishop takes f5, and now again,
Expecting bishop takes f5.
rook to d6. Rachel will simply grab the knight. She's just played bishop takes f5. And now again, it's knight d4, right? It's
the only move because
Only
there's this
move.
trick again. Rook d6, right? Pawn takes c6, and we will go into promotion.
Exactly. You know, this is one of those, you feel like a complete idiot. c7 wins the game. c7 followed by c8 queen. But you think in your mind's eye that you have this great idea of capturing the pawn in order to meet rook c8 with bishop c, rook d8 with bishop c8.
Great, promoting to a queen.
Yay, everything's wonderful. Please sign my score sheet. Congratulate me. But when you see the move rook takes b2, it's like, oh no, what did I do? I blundered. Let me get the live position. So the live position is bishop takes f5, knight d4. Rachel has captured. Now here's the, again, you like capturing the knight, you would probably do that. I myself, I would probably find myself drawn to king g2 followed by taking over the c-file. Like king g2, rook takes d5, you've got a pawn for the exchange, good for you. But after rook to c1, followed by rook to c7 or rook to c8, I think it's a 2-result game. Most likely I win.
Yes.
But rook takes d4, I fully understand why you like going into a rook and pawn endgame, a pawn up. But again, it's still a 2-result game, but isn't this closer to a draw? You know, the king is a great blockader.
Yeah, because now previously we had the rook on c8. Now the rook on d7 is much stronger because it's not only defending the pawn on d7, it's also attacking the pawn on d5.
Of course, yes.
Should we move to Bach versus Brewington? I think that one is just about to be shake of hands.
Uh-oh.
Actually, we have a bunch of double exclam.
Let's see if we can catch
game.
a shake of hands.
We get one, and I think we were just in time for the shake of hands. And the score sheet's being signed.
Is Bach still thinking, or is that the video is just...
No, we've got an official result.
Okay.
And for Brewington, a huge win with the black pieces. He had drawn all of his games. He'll go to +1, bringing himself closer to the tournament leaders. But what happened as our tournament co-leader, Bach, walked into something nasty.
Knight takes e3.
Knight takes e3.
Knight sacrifice. Wait, why can't you take the knight? Because
There's
rook d1.
A rook d1 sighting.
And knight f1.
Followed by knight f1. Yeah, rook d1 check and knight f1 check. So we got here. Oh, look at the cavalry. I mean, the cavalry is dancing, and guess what? Wasn't it yesterday that...
Bach had it the other way around, right?
Right,
He had
there was
pieces,
a checkmating
and
attack.
I think Putnam was
Yeah.
struggling with the white king on the h-file.
And here he ends up getting the irony of getting checkmated on the h-file. But we pause as we have a guest. Cristian, to you.
We are here with the leader in the seniors, Vladimir Akopian. Vladimir, you missed us for a day.
It's good, yeah. It's
but
good.
now you're back.
Yeah, it's okay.
You skipped one day, we're back today. Great game today, by the way, against a game opponent, and a game that you needed to win, right, to maintain that lead after yesterday's loss.
Yeah, not necessary, but yeah, but of course, I mean, Here you have to play, yeah?
Yeah.
No way to, I mean, no draw, nothing. So of course, yeah, just, yeah, I got just pleasant position. Actually, this idea, this before and knight b3 idea, working with bishop on g7, this once somehow I knew Morozevich played against me this in 2004, and it was very strong back then. Even though it's not like clear big advantage, but still it's very interesting. And somewhere around here, yeah, black got problems, yeah, already. Maybe not that pleasant. Only that, of course, it's difficult to play maybe for both, for white, because many possibilities, yeah. For example, instead of bishop d2, I believe it's normal move, logical, but they are also, I was considering, for example, bishop b2 and bishop f4. I believe all of them are interesting, probably some better, some worse, but again, I try to play the most like logical and natural move, but if you start thinking already, it's very difficult to understand, yeah, which one. And here, like, pleasant advantage, I believe after knight a5, rook a5, maybe c5 should be played still, yeah?
Probably the best, yeah.
It should be played, because, okay, otherwise black is suffering, but black is, like, anyway suffering, but, like, c5, just to somehow...
You get some counterplay at least, some...
Yeah, just
some space,
make
right?
It, yeah, make it already like clear and easier for black to play. Okay, it's worse, because better than playing c7, c5, he cannot do actually, and later it's already even difficult.
You don't really have ways to do it. Well, I guess you can still play c5.
But already under worse, yeah, circumstances, yeah, c5. Yeah, queen d6, somehow these moves like only make things worse, yeah, for black.
Now he's completely stuck.
Yeah, this is already very bad. Yeah, rook c5, I don't know. Maybe I did not play best. I don't know. Just.
I think it was quite well played.
Rook c5, knight a6. Yeah, and here, rook, here some knight takes b4. Yeah, and I could not. Queen a3 is best. Yeah, because queen d2. Okay, I was calculating as knight c6. Probably I did not see something. Yeah, knight rook takes b7, rook takes b7.
It's just a bit of a longer line.
Yeah, takes. But I couldn't believe that after queen a2, king e7, I did not see the direct win. Yeah.
You have rook this, b6. And then bishop takes c7.
Bishop c7. Yeah, this I did not see. Because I also, yeah, this is of course the simplest probably, and I also calculate instead of queen d5, queen a6, and then knight d8, and queen g6, knight e6, and somehow I thought that no, this. Bishop e5, yeah, this
you might get in trouble if you
no, of course
miss a step, right? You should be winning. Yes.
But like to play the most like the clearest, the best way.
I think queen a3 is
queen a3, yeah, so that there is no knight c6, yeah.
Much more controlled, right? And
instead of f6, bishop f6, yeah, maybe best, yeah. Yeah, bishop f6, and here, yeah, here many moves. Win, also e5 possible, no or not?
Seems
wins a piece,
well.
yeah?
Yeah.
Just what, just
maybe you get into some end games like that.
Yeah, this is what actually I was also calculating this line. And after knight takes d3, rook takes f6, not winning, because I was like...
yeah, I
try to win a piece. Like for me, like when you have a piece, then it's already...
Life is easier with an extra piece. I guess
it's already
that makes sense.
Easier, yeah. It's you know, this Russian school, yeah. They say if you see mate or you can win a piece, always win a piece.
Mate's not always there.
You should have a good time when you're winning. Life is better with a piece. Or a lot of maxims, right? Well, Vladimir, thank you for joining us. Guys, any questions for our
quick
leader?
one. Your rest day tomorrow coincides with the World Cup finals. Is it interesting for you?
Should watch, yeah?
Yeah.
Also today, yeah? Today also interesting, yeah? For the third place, yeah?
Right.
The problem is the coaches are saying that nobody cares about that match and nobody wants to play in that match.
Yeah, but still, yeah?
It's good, World Cup. Congratulations. We missed you yesterday. Nice to have you back with us, Vladimir.
Thank you, Yasser.
And we have Gregory Kaidanov, Alex. But before we do that, let's just remind everybody the standings. Let's take a look at the seniors first.
So Vladimir Akopian won 4th game, and he's clear first with 4 out of 5. Three-way tie for the 2nd place so far. Alexander Fishbein, Alexander Onischuk, and Joel Benjamin.
Big game going on.
And in juniors, we have changes because Abhimanyu Mishra won a super quick game in 14 moves against Nico Chasin, and he's clear first with 4 out of 5. Andy Woodward drew, so he's clear 2nd, and then a 2-way tie for 3rd place. Bach and Go and Brevington Hardaway.
Nice and very important game by Brewington. Victory there. In fact, welcome, Brew.
Welcome, Brewington, for the first time here in the studio. Not because you had a bad tournament or anything, but it was more a quiet tournament, a very balanced tournament. Finally, you got that victory. How are you feeling right now?
It feels really good because, first of all, in the first 4 rounds, all of those games I was the one pushing, but my opponents defended well after I made 1 or 2 inaccuracies. But this game I was looking to fight because, okay, my opponent's obviously in very good shape, considering he's the last seed and he's tied for first. But of course, I still wanted to play, even though I knew he's very solid with the white pieces. So I didn't expect to win exactly, but can't complain.
Well, I think you were the one that was, taking the risks in this position. You played f5. You were definitely showing intent to do something in this game. And at this point, I think g5 was a tremendous move. How did you assess this one at this point?
Yeah. So during the game, I started thinking about this idea of g5 because, of course, since the pawn's on g3, I always have ideas of queen h6 and the h2 scores a weakness.
So let's say
like
takes, maybe queen h6.
Yeah, queen h6 is an idea, and okay, his knight's kind of stuck there. And okay, I wasn't so worried about the weaknesses because all of his pieces are pretty passive. Besides, okay, this queen on a3, but it's offsides because okay, c5 is not really weak because my knight and rook are defending. So I wasn't so worried about this position. But when he went knight e2, I just felt that something was off because both my knights are aiming on f2. The bishop on a6 is weirdly placed in the queen on a3 as well. So then, at this moment, I realized that there must be some idea with like knight f2. So then I went rook c6, and I realized the difference between rook b6 and rook c6 was if I go rook b6, maybe you can go bishop c4 and takes, and bishop pawn takes. And the difference is that with my rook on c6, rook a6 traps the queen. But here I don't have the queen trap.
That's nice.
So rook c6 was precise, I think.
Let's just show that. Take, and
rook a6. And
rook
the queen's
a6
trapped.
just.
Yeah.
That's nice, yes.
Maybe that's what he missed, I'm not sure. But
so now he had to take with the rook, and the problem is that right now he's just...
because rook f2, there's queen d1.
Queen d1.
That's the tricks. And okay, all his pawns are weak, come up a pawn, this is lost completely.
Yeah. So he took on a7, trying to do something on that side, but this endgame, his king is absolutely in trouble.
Pawns are just busted, and his pieces are super passive. And this knight e3 was a nice finish.
Very controlled game. How are you feeling about the shape? How are you feeling about, whenever you were playing, how are you feeling about the form that you're in?
Honestly, the past 6 months have gone really badly for me. I lost like 40, 50 rating points, but at least this tournament I feel like I'm playing relatively well, so I'm hoping that I can keep this shape.
That obviously affects your confidence, right? We've seen Nico being affected by that in this event as well. How do you manage to overcome that? What are some, let's say, tools that you can share with us?
I just think that every chess player has to deal with these moments because, okay, chess is never easy. You're always going to lose games. And I just try to think about the current moments in the current game I'm focused on. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm not worried about rating or anything like that. So that's what I just try to do. I just try to focus on the moves on the board.
Well, this game and this tournament is starting to become quite interesting with a lot of players at the top. Guys, any questions?
Brewington, so you're playing very solid chess today. The first win, you're tied for the 3rd place. How are you looking at your chances to take down Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra?
Okay, it's hard to say because Mishra's a full point ahead. And, okay, I mean, I don't think it's very realistic that I'll win a tournament, but I just hope to keep playing well. And if I get chances, I'll try to take them, of course.
Brewington, do you have you made choices academically speaking? Are you going to go to one of the universities, play in the collegiate championships?
Yeah, I'm still considering this. I probably will go to some university, but I'm not sure where exactly yet.
Because you're standing next to... I'm just saying that... and there's Varusian in the production. No. I'm acting as Brewington's agent, you know. I mean, 10%. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
10%.
We'll deal with it after the show.
Absolutely. Good luck and enjoy the rest day too, Brew.
Thank you.
All right. As we go, and we're staying with the juniors for just a moment because Tani is putting on the finishing touches. He was in a winning endgame some time ago, and it's just gone really well for him as he's got this passed a-pawn. He's rushing it up the board as quickly as he possibly can, and it's going to, unfortunately, it's going to cost Liam a piece. Let me just get the live position as we was listening to the interview with Brewington just a moment ago. Do we have the current position? Rook G3.
Yes, I think
last
that's
move.
the current position.
And what did he just play? Sorry, there was a move and I missed it.
A6.
A6.
Going to the queen,
Yeah.
as you prescribed, Yasser.
Yeah. Well, it's a criminal. The pawn is a runaway. So from Liam's point of view, he's looking at knight G2 check, king E4, rook takes E3 check, you know, trying to pick up a pawn and drive white's king. The problem is, you know, we forget the king is a great attacking piece. If you don't checkmate the king, you know, the king ends up doing, you know, damage to you, you know, taking this pawn, A7, and that is just overwhelming. By the way, Andy Woodward did draw the game, but he was the one a piece down at the end. It was rook and knight versus rook. Evan tortured him for a bit, but that game was a draw, and Andy will go into the rest day a half a point behind Mishra, who won out of the opening.
And let's jump to the girls' junior section. Rose Atwell is having a big advantage against Iris Mo.
Yes, she is. In fact,
She has another criminal, this time on
yeah.
D5.
On the D, yeah, and she is looking at D6 and Queen E7 check, and maybe a checkmating pattern with Knight F6 and Queen F8. That looks like a completely winning move, by the way. That looks great. I mean, if Iris tries to defend with Queen E6, the knight comes to F6, one of the prime squares for knights, and that's a checkmate that way. So I think that move by Rose, D6, just sealed the deal, and she's ready to play Queen E7 and or Knight F6 and win the game.
I don't see a defense.
Exactly.
No, that's it. That's game over.
That's game over. For Rose, Atwell comes in almost as a prohibitive favorite in the girls' junior championship. She got off to a terrible start, losing to Rachel Lee in round one, but now
Now she's coming back. I mean, she said she was playing solid chess. Yes, the first game that was not so good, but afterwards she played good chess, but draws, and now she's picking up wins. And by the way, speaking of games that are completely lost, Amy Yang against Rochelle Wu, that is another game that's going to finish soon because Rochelle is just having another pawn running down, and this queen is pinning the rook.
In fact, Rochelle has won the game as Amy has no moves. E3 and the king. I hate these pins. Ugh.
So congratulations to Rochelle Wu, first win in the tournament.
And with that, let's jump. Also, I think Jasmine won against Chloe Gaw. And I'm going to go to Rachel Lee. Is Rachel working on her 5 in a row? And guess what? She didn't go for the rook ending with rook takes d4. She did go with king g2, rook takes d5, rook c1, and rook c8. And Megan, on the back foot, she's got a pawn and a knight for the exchange. And she's got the best knight she could possibly have. I mean, it is very well centralized, but it's not sufficient. And Cristian, over to you.
I do want to show you guys, now that we passed the time control, I do want to show you how this game finished between one of the leaders, Natalia Tsodikova, with the black pieces against Ivona Jezerska. And it was a very balanced game up to this point. And this is move 21. What she had to do, what Ivona had to do, was just simply play the move bishop to e4, get that bishop out of dodge. She did not understand that, and she played the move bishop to c3, which gives the game away to our leader and our defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, because she did spot the exchange sacrifice, rook takes f3, g takes f3, and now everything plays against the white king. Queen to f7, the queen is getting ready to come to h5 and put even more pressure. The knight is going to jump to f4, and not only that, the knight is entering the fray, but also the bishop is entering the fray. So it's overwhelming for white right now. Queen to d1, knight to f4, queen to c2, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to defend against the checkmate coming via g6 to g2, queen c2, but after queen to h5, she has to resign. It just went from a completely fine position to a losing position in one move, and that means Natalia Sodikova is our leader right now.
Exactly. It was that rook takes f3, and there's the handshake. Nothing to be done. Rook takes f3. Just and the really sad part was it's like she made the move bishop c3, challenging,
forcing Black to actually go ahead and sacrifice. By the way, if we go to the seniors championship, Jessie Kraai is having a tremendous advantage too.
Against Stuart Rachels. Let's jump into this one. Two pieces, bishop and knight versus the rook, but it's not just the rook versus, it's two connected pass pawns.
So all we want to do is to play rook d6,
yep,
rook a6,
yep,
a5, and
yep,
let's go.
And promote the pawns. It's that simple. From Black's point of view, he's doing his best to blockade the pawns. Knight d5, can he try that? It is Black. Who's on turn?
White's turn.
Ah, well then go rook d6.
White's playing h4.
h4. h4.
Okay, so White's choosing a different plan?
I find that move surprising. Just a rule of thumb that I've always used for myself in my own practice. When I'm playing against a bishop in an ending, you have the bishop, I don't. I'm always reluctant to put my pawns on the color of my opponent's bishop. Because if I play a move like h4, I'm afraid the pawn might become a target.
I think Jessie wants to push the pawn even more. And if you go here, then you allow me to open the file. So now I take the pawn and reroute my rook to g3. Okay.
And I suddenly feel like I'm back in the game. I hope I am, at least.
Really?
Unless... Yeah. The question I just heard is, if you're a senior and you're playing a long game, how do you get comfortable?
You take off your shoes.
You take off your shoes, you relax, you chill. But yeah, you just played the move rook g3. I was trying desperately to create a pass pawn, but then I suddenly realized
rook g7.
You don't necessarily even have to do this. You could just go rook to g5 and then rook to h7, and I don't like it at all. Ugh. Sorry, I can't play h5. It was what I wanted to do. It's just not good enough.
Yes, there are more ways for White to win because White is having a great spacious advantage.
Maybe knight d5? I guess you still play h5. Stuart in trouble in this one, really bad trouble. By the way, Stuart has this, I mean, no one suffers quite like Stuart. I mean, he's got a very special way of suffering. He's just like, oh, this is bad. Oh,
he wants everyone to feel how he's feeling.
Yeah, he's got
how it is to play this position for Black.
Some serious anguish on his countenance. All right, that one, but now I'm really interested in what's going on between Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Onischuk because when we left it, Gregory was up 2 pawns, but his pawns are split to begin with as well as doubled. So it's not like it's a very easy 2-pawn advantage. It's not like the pawn is on b2, for example. Then it would be simple.
And White cannot attack the pawn on b6 ever. The knight is a perfect blockader. How do you want to improve your position?
Well, very simply, I want to go king all the way around, around the mountain and to capture the pawn. That's how I want to. You asked, I answered. I didn't say it was possible. Let's say I go king h6. Again, I have no other way of winning the game.
I'm wondering if I go knight d7 and e5, But then I allow your pawn to be pushed.
Well, this is my dream, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried, that now you're going to have that A pawn that's running down the board.
Precisely. So you can try to keep my king in a prison if you like, but then I might reposition my bishop, right? Like I could reposition, if you put your king on f7, I can reposition
So
my
can
bishop.
I be more active and go king e5? No, knight d7, fine.
Knight d7 was good? Okay, I'll go king h7.
King e5.
King e5. Well, now you've let my king, you released my king.
King f4.
Okay, so
I'm threatening
you have
to fork.
a tempo.
Knight e5.
That is true. Pause. Bishop to b3.
Then I go knight c5.
And I'm hoping that I'm winning a tempo somehow, brilliantly, cleverly.
Knight e4.
Okay. Am I back to business with c5 or a5 and c5? One of my pawns is going to be a passer. Maybe I'll go king f6 in case of knight c3.
Okay, knight c3.
Knight c3, king f6. This is one of the powers of the bishop is the long range, and one of the weaknesses of the knight is the short range. You have to do a lot of hopping to keep an eye on a passed pawn. Bishops can control passed pawns from afar. Knights not so easily.
And the knight doesn't have many squares to go to. Yeah,
exactly.
This is very difficult to continue for Alex Onischuk.
Right. Well, at least, I mean, even though, despite the current position, the chess engine, or rather the thermometer, my chess thermometer on my border screen, it tells me that the position is balanced. In human terms, it's still Gregory, well, obviously with his material favorite, who's pushing.
Cristian is with special guest, the leader in the junior section. Cristian, over to you.
Absolutely not the leader in the junior section.
Rochelle.
Oh, Rochelle, sorry.
Definitely not. We
might be the loser.
Maybe future. No?
Not this year, maybe next year. Actually, no, next year you're not playing. Rochelle, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think after you went to the confessional and you said you just want to have fun, that's when you started having positive results. Tell us a bit about that mentality that you showcased.
I mean, this is my last year playing, and I think coming in, I already knew that I wasn't probably going to be, one of the top performers because I haven't looked at chess in about a year since last year this tournament. But I basically just told myself, like, chess is supposed to be relaxing and chill and fun, and I should be having a good time. So, like, even if I lose, like, I'm not gonna get too upset.
Tell that to Yasser. He's only 25. Look at him.
I'm with you 100%.
Let's talk about this game. You obviously came up with a game plan. You wanted a pretty serious fight in the Sicilian, and she accepted it.
I wasn't even expecting 1e4.
You were not?
No.
Okay.
I was I was trying to remember my theory here. I just assumed like she prepped everything, but I think she forgot her preparation maybe because, I mean, I used to play this a lot.
With white
as
or
black,
with black?
As black. But I just remember like the general plans, but she started thinking a bunch, so I was really confused after g4 actually.
It does seem like it's the wrong plan. I guess she wants to go for g5 perhaps, especially after she played this move, queen to f4. But at this point, I think you just found the right sequence, which is important. You get the knight out, you put the pawn on e5, and then you play for d5.
Yeah.
How confident were you feeling at this point that you have the upper hand?
I mean, I was confident that my position was really good, but I was not confident that I was going to win it. I feel like I've been getting pretty good positions and like just blundering every game.
So what did you do in this game in order to make sure that that doesn't happen?
Oh my gosh, I looked at like every move a million times just in case. I almost blundered my queen at some point actually.
At what point? Show us.
Wait, I think it's, if you continue. Oh, wait. It might have been... I think I literally almost played queen c5 here.
Oh, no.
Or something like that. Well, like, okay, I was like thinking, I wasn't like about to play it, but I was like thinking about it. I was like, wait, why am I thinking about this? I'm hanging my queen.
At that point, chess, I guarantee, would not be very relaxing.
I've basically just like been forgetting how the pieces move half the time.
But you remembered in this one towards the end.
Yeah.
Rook g2, rook takes f2, and I think it was quite clinical the way you finished this one. Rochelle, how are you feeling about the event so far? Obviously, this is you mentioned it. The last time you played at the juniors, you were trying to have fun. Are you having fun so far?
I would say I'm having fun, yeah. I mean, I was like, it doesn't feel great to lose so many times in a row, even if you like tell yourself that it's fine. But I mean, I wasn't too down about it, so.
Well, you still have a lot of games, and I do think that you're going to play some of the leaders as well in the upcoming rounds.
Wait, I already played like...
I see you play
I
Rose.
played Rachel and Zoe, thank God.
You did. But you will play Rose in the last round. Megan as well.
Hopefully she's not in like a must-win situation.
Still time to play spoilers. Rochelle, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Our congratulations. We really admired your play throughout, especially at the end. We thought you were playing really great moves, Rochelle.
I appreciate it, Yasser.
No, seriously. Get that confidence. That was great.
Yesterday, like when you play with Zoe, you sacrificed the knight on d4. You had a great position.
Honestly, I was like, this looks fun. Like, I'll play it. I feel like previous years I wouldn't have played that.
Right. Rochelle, enjoy your rest day. We are going to turn our attention to the game of Tani versus Liam because we think that this one's ending very shortly. Tani has just played the move King H3, and he's all primed and ready to move his rook and promote the pawn. I think there's nothing that Liam can do to prevent that idea. And for Tani, this was going to be a very important victory going into the rest day.
You know, I'm even thinking if you capture the knight, do I have to give up the rook?
No, you don't. Maybe you keep it.
I just play, I don't know, rook c8.
Yeah, and then you ask the question, okay, so let's just go rook takes, rook e8, right? And you just ask the question, well, how are you going to deal with this? No, I don't have. Do I have any cheapos here? You know.
You have a check, but.
I can't even. I can't wrong foot you, can I? Yeah.
Wait, G4. Now why don't you take the pawn? Yasser?
Well, I was trying to set up. Where's the trick? And here I think I found one. I can play. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
One of the things I like to ask myself is, what can go wrong? And I'm really happy when I find a variation where my opponent has a trick. Then I say, okay, now I know what they're playing for, right? So what you had asked is, why didn't I take a pawn? And I think that that's a very good question. And that's just it, right? Nothing, no more tricks after. I don't even think the discover check is meaningful, but okay.
Yeah, that's it,
no,
just winning.
Yeah, I will take that. So Tani, well on his way to win. But if you see a trick like knight g2, you congratulate yourself, like this is a good thing. You see what your opponent is playing for. Tani's going to win.
Rose Atwell is putting the final touches.
And did Tani play the move rook e8?
Rook e8 on the board.
Yeah. Yeah. Life position. Got it. Check. And Tani's reaching for the pawn because he don't want to play king g4 and allow knight g2, and then Black has rook g3 check. The king takes h4, knight g2, no cheapos, no cheapies. I'm just not coordinating the rook and knight very well, am I? Well, nothing to coordinate, actually. Yeah. Tani's got this
I think
in
Tani
the
is
bag.
circling the result. No,
Is
not yet.
Rose Atwell winning?
Rose is still playing.
But when we left it, I thought that she was she just played the move d6. Oh.
And the game is actually over.
And
Rose
she has
Atwell
won.
just won her game against Iris Mo. A crucial game for her to be, wait, 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5? But
Well,
definitely trying to catch up to
Rachel.
Rachel Lee, who is unstoppable.
Well, Rachel, 4-0 coming into this game, and when we left it, she was certainly with the advantage. Now I have to find her game.
So let's check in on Rachel Lee and her game
Against Megan.
Megan.
Okay, she did get her rook. She took possession of the c file. F3. Okay. Okay, Megan's just chilling, saying, "Okay, I'm gonna just maintain. I'm gonna stay with my knight on d4. Go ahead and do your worst." She's put her pawn on h5. Is that a good decision? Was that a wise decision? Because it's one thing when your opponent has an exchange up, but you don't want your opponent to have a pass pawn and an exchange. Then your pieces really have trouble dealing with the passer. King back to g6, king back to f2. Okay, Rachel at the moment is not making strides. Should we go active? Rook to c7, eyeballing a chance to go after a target?
But I like the king on f5 to not allow any g4 pushes. Can we just come back? King
Yes.
f5?
Yes, you can. And nothing wrong with that suggestion at all. My question was, should you play for an active rook? Or, I mean, as black, I'm afraid that I'm going to lose the game by playing defensively. That's what I'm afraid of. So I'm thinking, if I ever get a chance to play actively, I should. King f5, okay, what could I do? Let's say after king f5, I go rook to d3. So now I start thinking, should I play rook c3?
Well, can I go?
You can't play knight e6. That might be desirable.
I was looking more at
G4.
g5, but let's see what we have.
Okay,
Because we have a number of moves.
let's take a look. King f, no, sorry. I'm gonna just refresh my live board, and she did go king f5, sorry. And we got another move or two. Oh, updating. No, don't want to do that. Rook c8 double, what? Double question, what?
No, it's all good.
She hasn't fallen into a 3-move repetition.
No.
No, that would be very sad. But neither is she making progress. Okay.
Guys, is it time to catch a handshake?
Which handshake are we catching?
Maybe Tani.
Tani's handshake.
Tani and Liam's, yes.
Okay.
Let's try to catch it.
Oh.
Our day today has been not that successful.
Yeah, you guys are not impressing me.
No. We haven't been very successful yet.
Rook takes e5.
So why am I saying that we might catch a handshake soon? Because if you do take on e5,
Yep. And we
a
make
queen,
a queen,
and then you take on b3, and you might be thinking, oh, but
I'm
taking a lot of pawns, right? I have some
Right.
chances.
Right.
But queen to h1. Whoops.
Oh.
That's a check.
Yeah.
King g8 only move. Queen to
Oh.
d5, and the game is over.
Wow.
So that means that pawn on b3 is taboo. You cannot touch that, and if you don't, then you're in trouble, because I will pick up your b4 pawn, and that b pawn is going to be another queen. So
Exactly.
it doesn't seem like there's ways for you to continue this one.
Exactly.
And if you do go for after rook takes c5 from the beginning, maybe you go rook d8, right?
Yeah. Yay.
Why not rook d8? But now probably rook a5 should seal the deal. Or maybe even easier, rook b5.
No, I love your rook
No,
a5.
no, rook b5 just finishes because it's at Zugzwang. It's going to be at Zugzwang.
Oops, sorry.
Rook b5 is just at Zugzwang. Rook b5, rook
Yeah.
a8 because you have to defend against rook b8.
Yeah.
And rook
Oh,
b7.
I like this. And after king h6, just rook c7.
Well, I'm going to play g6. I'm going to...
Oh, but you can also move the rook, actually.
potentially play rook f7. It was funny. I loved your rook a5. And I thought after rook a5, rook to b8, king, what else, right?
King g6.
King g6. I love this very, very active king. And I could go down, take a pawn, take a pawn.
No, but you can go rook a6 here,
Yeah,
then forcing the king to g8, and then rook b6.
there you go. That's domination. That is a very, very nice domination. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to refresh the live board for just a moment. Rook takes e5 on the board. Did he play rook to d8?
We have another move.
Rook to d4 check. So king is going to go to h5, I assume.
King
Yeah.
h5 on the board.
Liam's not happy with that.
And now you actually have
setup.
this rook b5, rook b7, no more g6.
No more g6.
So you do get the Zugzwang.
Rook to d8, rook to b5 threatening, rook to b8, and after rook to a7, rook to b7, no king moves, no pawn moves, king has to go back, king goes to g6, and whoop, that seals the deal. Rook to d4, king h5, do we have a move? Yes, he did play rook to d8.
Has been played, yes.
We're expecting Tani to play rook to b5, which...
rook a5 is perfectly fine as well.
Yeah.
It's just rook b5, I think,
Is
forces resignation
immediately
very soon. Yes.
Immediately decisive.
Let's see if he's going to quickly go for it.
Tani,
I would go for rook a5.
rook a5, rook a8.
Rook a6.
Yeah, that Zugzwang domination as well. But then g6 check and king g7.
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
how many pawns
He's
do you
going
give
for a
me?
completely different
A
thing.
lot.
Rook e7 first.
No, he didn't play rook e7. Did he really?
Yes.
Played rook e7?
Yes. It's fine. He goes for the
Oh.
exact same thing, which is rook b7.
Okay.
Making sure you cannot play that g6.
Never, never. Ruling it out. We're going to just take a break from our analysis. We'll keep an eye on Tani. As Cristian, you have a very special guest in studio.
We do. We have Rose Adwell with us, one of the favorites going into this event. Rose, welcome to the show. We missed you here in the studio the first time you won, but finally we have you. How are you feeling about your performance? How are you feeling about the event so far?
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here. It's a very cool studio you have set up. Yeah, so my performance, I mean, I wish I had more points, but my opponents have played very well so far, so I think 2 out of 5 going to the rest day is not bad at all, all things considering.
Absolutely, +1, and in a dominant fashion, especially this one against Iris. Were you surprised by her opening choice?
for
This
sure.
knight f6, b6,
No, I did not expect that.
weird stuff.
Yeah, I expected something entirely different.
And then you went with this a3 and d5, or did you know this?
Yeah, this is line I sometimes do against this. I don't think it's the most common. It seemed like it did manage to maybe surprise her a bit.
Yep, it certainly did,
So-
because a5 followed by knight a6, it just seems too slow, right?
Yeah, she gets like this king's Indian setup, but her bishop's not really on her light square bishop's not really on the correct diagonal.
Yep, yep, absolutely. Bishop on
feels a
b7,
yeah.
somewhat dead there. How did you assess the position at this point? Did you feel like you were in full control?
Yeah, I felt like I should be better. I wasn't expecting it to be like +2. I feel like this engine is maybe a bit too big. No, but I mean, I have pressure on f5. My rooks I can double on the f file. My knight on b5 is powerful. So I thought I should definitely be for choice here.
and she was putting in a good fight, trying to stay in the game, but slowly but surely you created enough weaknesses to set up this beautiful idea, beautiful tactical idea with bishop g4.
Thank you.
And after that, bishop to d4, I think. That knight was always out of the game on a6, and it remained so until the end of the game. Rose, 4 more games. You're past the midpoint right now. It seems like you're finally warming up in this event.
Hope so.
How are you going to approach the next 4 games? And you do have quite some. I see Zoe.
Zoe with black.
Amy, Irene, and the last one against Rose Show.
Yeah.
And just before we get into that, we do see a handshake there. Tani has won his game against Liam in quite impressive fashion, I might add. Back to your tournament. 4 very difficult games, I would say, especially the next one.
Yeah.
How are you going to approach that one?
Well, I have the rest day to decide, which will definitely be helpful. Maybe I will devise a... To be honest, I have not really thought about the next game. I'm just trying to survive today. I'll think about it during the rest day, yeah.
Absolutely, that's the right mindset. Guys, any questions?
Rose, you started with a loss, but then you recovered and you played very solid chess then on. How did you feel about it? What did you do?
Well, after the first loss, it was incredibly shaky, so then I just felt like I have to, number one, don't get into time trouble, at least try not to. Number 2, yes, definitely try to play more solid. I don't want to lose with white. So apparently that's been working better for me, and I'll just try to keep doing the same things going forward in the tournament.
Before we let you go, Yasser, did you have a question?
Yeah, for sure, Rose. I mean, absolutely. You have a rival, Rachel Lee, who's gotten off to an incredible start, 4 out of 4. She's better in the current position, and as a chess commentator, I wanted to ask you your opinion about the ending that is currently going on between Rachel and Megan. I mean, we both understand white's for choice, but percentage-wise, statistically speaking, give me a percentage that white wins.
Oh, you should have Ben Underwood for this.
You're not going to jump in and give a professional opinion?
I saw the end game when I left. I mean, Megan seems solid, but Rachel's definitely pressing. So maybe Megan can hold, but it's going to be tough, certainly. So we'll just see where this goes.
Absolutely.
Rachel has been playing very well this tournament. So
she has indeed, getting lucky too.
Before we let you go, I think this is probably the first time you will be talking about this, but you will be representing the United States in Samarkand at the Olympiad.
Yeah.
First time, that's a big call.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you feeling about that? Any emotions, any special preparations?
I mean, I was telling myself I would think more about the Olympiad after juniors, because then, like in August, right before the tournament, I won't have much going on, so I think I'll focus more on my preparations then. Of course, I'm pretty nervous, but I'm also super excited. It's a wonderful opportunity. I'm going to meet a lot of the best players in the world, and I'm just very grateful to have this opportunity, yeah.
I think that's the right mindset, and congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rose. Enjoy your rest day.
Thank you so much.
Hope to see you more. All right, as we turn our attention to this round 5, where would you like to take us?
I wanted to take a look at the game of Jessie Kraai and Stuart Rachels.
All right.
Because we have some developments, pawns exchanged, so who is benefiting from that?
When we left it, we saw that Jessie had played h4, h4, and was trying to open up the king side as well. And knight d5, what we looked at briefly, h5, gh.
Following your advice to put the pawns on the opposite color than your opponent's bishop.
Well, that's a nasty little tricky move.
Don't take that pawn.
Oh no, I blundered the pawn, says Stuart. There is a knight c5 fork alert. Do not play king takes e6. Jessie sidestepped that, and we've caught up to the players.
So now Jessie has that target on h6.
Right.
He's going to be planning to transfer the rook to the g file.
He's dreaming about rook g3, g6, as you say. And from Stuart's point of view, you know, the problem is his king really needs to play nursemaid to these pawns. You can't, like, just play, you know, king over So.
But okay, knight f6. Let's say if we trade too many pawns, maybe I feel some comfort of trying to defend.
Well, knight f6, I start to think, okay, I want to go rook h3 so I can go king e5 and munch.
So I'll go king d7.
King d7.
Now go there.
Go there.
Go to e7. No, you go to c5. Oh, I thought I'm going to have checkmate, but I don't even have that.
No. I think Stuart has played your suggested move. Let me just double check on this one. Oh, sorry. I'm going to hit the live. Yeah, he has played knight f6.
Because if you don't defend the pawn and go to some rook g3, I think white may be risking.
Well, there's just knight takes h5. I don't
Right.
want to blunder the pawn.
And I can get the rook to the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it still requires some considered moves here. I thought rook h3 was the way to go. Maybe it's not that easy, but once again, we have a very special guest.
Absolutely,
Cristian.
Tani. Welcome back. Congratulations.
Yeah, looking for a handshake there, buddy.
That was a great game, and I have to say, it felt like once he played this move, rook to d8, allowed you to get that c5 weakness. It was all yours after that. Even though there were some hiccups, maybe we'll show it to you along the way. Knight to e4, and again, it's this tactic of yours that I don't see on any other player, playing very fast.
Yes,
and putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. Maybe with the exception of last game, which was absolutely crazy as well against Kirk. But how are you feeling at this point after a bishop g4, realizing that you're going to pick up that pawn?
I was feeling good. Well, I was calculating like all the rook d3 stuff, but like I thought like every endgame is super good for me. Knight a5 is nice. Actually put some, here bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, take the pawn, yes. Nasty, and then knight c5, rook d5, and like queen c2 or something.
Yeah.
I'm just putting pressure everywhere. I can take the bishop anytime. I could probably take it and then go queen c2.
E5 is weak. B4 will be weak later on.
Yeah.
It feels like you have all the squares in the position.
Right.
So he went here.
Yeah, knight f5 is really good actually. What is it? And then knight b7, queen d3. Okay, so here I should have taken on d2. All right.
Yeah, this is our question. Like, why didn't you just
plant
the knight on d4 and enjoy life?
That was my point. But like, I thought you used a5 and then maybe like knight d4, knight d6. I couldn't see it fully through. I mean, seriously. I don't think I want to trade rooks because then, I mean, c8 he gets.
Maybe you can trade them like this or try to trade
But then like
that.
knight e4, I guess rook e2. Thought rook d3. I thought like he's always like there, but I guess he just doesn't have anything yet.
His knight here.
So I thought it was uncomfortable a little bit. And yeah, there's this nice. So rook e d1, knight b3. Wait, knight b3.
Yes.
I thought he'd play it, but then okay, rook d2, and then I was gonna go knight f3, because I can't go queen b1 because knight c1 doubles his rook. Okay, rook c2 is crazy. I didn't see that now. That's insane.
Yeah, it's a crazy
I thought he'd go knight e1. And then I take on d2, and it's a nice trap. He goes rook d8, I just go king f1.
Very nice.
Yeah, king f8, king e1, so then you can't take with a check.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he goes b3, I don't think it really matters. I mean, earlier, instead of king f8, I just go king e2 or whatever. Sure.
b2.
Yeah, and I just win the pawn eventually. And then it's winning endgame.
Very
yeah, rook
nice.
c2 is crazy. I not see that. That's very nice.
Well, he also had about 10 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
And quite a difficult decision to make, right? Take on b3. But it was problematic if he would have seen it. But this was a crucial moment because you almost picked up the queen.
I almost played queen d4.
And you almost played queen d4, right?
And then knight c6, yeah.
Exactly. When did you spot it?
So like after I took on d8, I was automatically about to go queen d4. I was like, okay, fine, I have an hour, so let me use it a little bit. And then I see knight c6, and there's just nothing, which sucks. Yeah, and then it's unfortunate because knight c6, rook d4, and knight takes d4, and then he just has queen g4, which and then I lose my advantage. yeah, that was knight c6 was really nice, and then I was lucky I still had queen b1. If I didn't, that would be really bad.
Yeah, and after queen b1, I think.
And then yeah, the endgame's pretty.
The endgame was somewhat straightforward, and I don't think you made any inaccuracies.
It felt weird though. It was a little it wasn't easy. It was not.
Yeah. He was getting his play as well.
Exactly right.
On the king's side.
Like if you think of +5, it's not what you think of ASAP. And then I guess I just pushed my pawn. Yeah. And then
it's a +5 where you actually need to calculate quite a lot.
Exactly right. Yeah.
To make sure he's not promoting his pawn as well. Tani, you're going into the rest day as +2.
Yeah.
That's not bad, right? Still, Abhimanyu got a gift today from Nico. What was your reaction to that, by the way?
I was surprised. I mean, after rook e5, I wasn't really sure what happened. I know it was a Petrov, but yeah, I was really surprised.
I think everybody was surprised.
I mean, it's a tough opening, I guess. I don't know.
What's the plan for the rest day?
Probably watch a World Cup.
That's a good plan.
See what happens
definitely a good plan. Guys?
Tani, you are having great result, but also amazing games. I want to ask about the yesterday game against Kirk Ghazarian.
Yeah.
That was just
that was a miracle.
Was
I should not have drawn that. Well, King C5, King C5, like all the way back. Yeah, King C5, King B5, and I just resigned. I mean.
Yeah, that was actually kind
game
of
over.
crazy. Did you see it during the game?
I did not see King B5. After King C5, I thought like King B5, then I'll go Queen C2.
Exactly.
And then I stopped calculating.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what,
and then,
that's what I thought.
In different variations, I was like, wait, he has Bishop G7. But like as soon as he played King D6, I was like, crazy relief came over me.
I think it's from afar, Queen E6. This is basically, I think.
No, I think Bishop G7 is easy to see actually for Kirk. I mean,
yeah.
But this whole King B5 stuff is quite difficult. You just take it. It's game over. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you played C3, and did you start playing for a win?
Yeah, I felt like it. After I got my pawns to like C2 and B3, I was like, okay, he has to make some decisive choices now. It's like somewhere you have to make an only move. Maybe it was the easy only move.
Oh, I see. We don't have the board there, so
it's fine.
I was just following.
Okay. Yeah, but it's quite complicated. I got lucky, so yeah.
Great stuff. Tani, congratulations on your win. I just want to bring you back to this position where, we were watching you on the video. We knew knight c6 was the move.
Yeah.
And you were ready, as you said, to pounce. You saw queen d4 from afar. You thought you were going to play it.
Yeah.
You stopped yourself and what could he do? And then you saw knight c6.
Yeah.
And it really is amazing. This is like one of the most strangest slaps in the face. Like you go queen d4 and you think I win, and then the move knight c6. I was asking Cristian, I was like, did you see such a move that just stopped you cold? Because this is an amazing move, right?
Super, yeah.
Yeah, knight c6, and it just completely changes everything. Remarkable. Yeah. But good luck in the remainder of the tournament.
Thanks.
Come and visit us more often, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
All right, Tani. Yeah. Thank you. As we continue our coverage of round 5, the day before the free day. And once again, I'm seeing lots of decisive games, even in the juniors. But let's take a look at some of the standings, because so much has changed.
Yeah, the junior section is done for the round. All of them are now going to enjoy the rest day, but Abhimanyu Mishra with an important win, a quick win against Nico Chasin, 14 moves, but Tani Adewumi also a great win. So now Abhimanyu Mishra half a point ahead of Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi.
And even Brewington is kind of looking up at those leaders. Take us through the next championship. I think we're going to go to the women's?
To the girls section?
Or the girls,
yes.
Sorry.
So we have Jasmine Zhu and Rose Atwell, who scored an important win to tie for the 3rd place, and Rachel Lee still on a perfect streak so far and pushing for a win. So we will see how that goes. And Rochelle Wu scoring her 1st point against Amy Yang.
All right, and continuing our standings.
In the women's seniors, Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Tsodikova, they won their games, making them co-leaders of the event. Olga Sagalchik also winning against Catherine Dodson, and Ivona Jazirska losing.
All All right, and then finally in the seniors, we saw our tournament leader, Vladimir, win a very nice game against Alexander Goldin.
Yeah, he came back with a win, so he's 4 out of 5. Alex Onischuk clears second so far because Alexander Fishbein is still playing.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Onischuk did draw his game against Gregory Kaidanov. I thought Gregory might still hold out chances of winning in that one. And we think Stuart Rachel's is losing his game. All right, let's turn our attention to Rachel Lee because
that's
perfection.
The game. That's the game now we want to follow and see if Rachel Lee can
exactly
5 out of 5.
Remember when I was saying that if I was in Megan's shoes, I would really want to play for an active rook? Well, check it out. She did. And I think that was a very, not brave decision, but rather the correct and only decision. She's just played the move rook b6. And now Rachel's rooks are passively placed as opposed to, let's say, rooks on c7 and d7. And
so do we play rook b4 to even push a little bit more on that file?
Exactly, rook b4, maybe even a5 inclusive. I'm thinking Megan's chances of drawing this game are really going higher. At first, I thought Rachel was going to cruise to victory. I'm no longer have that positivity.
The only thing I'm worried about Megan is she's losing more time than Rachel Lee. And right now she has 8 minutes for the rest of the game.
Okay, that, you know, the stress of time trouble makes fools out of everyone. So we'll keep an eye on that too. Yeah. Yeah. As we prepare for a break, we're going to ask the seniors about the championships and the differences of these tournaments.
Yes, let's take a look.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the 4th stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
I like to think of this as like a kind of a club, right? So you get to go and visit with your friends annually, and then you can play with both your peers and your friends in a special sort of set of circumstances. Where an open tournament, which I absolutely love, different people come all the time. So you're not as likely to see the same crowd.
Well, for me, seeing the young players, the juniors, competing is extremely rewarding because I have devoted my life to scholastic chess. For the last 36 years, I have been working and developing programs. I'm the director of the Dalton School chess program. So seeing the juniors here playing, it makes me feel really happy. One of the players is a student of us at the school, Irene Sukandar. So that is also rewarding, and I feel very proud of her. But the level of the players is fantastic, and it has improved so much in the US. And I think it's mostly because of the movement that we created 30-something years ago that now is creating all these fantastic, talented players. And the seniors, basically, we were the ones that we paved the way to get here. So especially women, because women were a minority in chess, but also like people like me and my, early 60s. When I started playing chess, there were not that many women playing, and it was a completely different environment that was less inclusive. And now it feels like it's more right. It feels more accepting for everybody. So chess is so much better nowadays than it used to be in that sense. I'm very happy to be here.
All the resources that you've got here are amazing, and I've certainly never participated in a tournament that had all the fine resources that the St. Louis Chess Club has.
It's different than every tournament I played over the years. I feel the visibility is so different, and I just love being here. Like the St. Louis tournament is like the highest platinum or Cadillac of chess, where I've played in 2 Olympics, an Olympic team, and it was fabulous. I played in Thessaloniki in '84 and in Dubai '86. But I feel like this is like amazing. Going to Hall of Fame, Chess Hall of Fame, walking around, it's like I'm just where I should be.
I think in some respect, a little bit less. I don't know about juniors. They have a lot of pressure, but I think seniors, it's at least for women seniors, it's a little bit less pressure because everyone enjoys each other's company. It's kind of a reunion of players who haven't seen each other for a long time, so I think it makes it really nice.
There is a huge difference because juniors see the seniors and say, hey, wow, at this age I still could play chess, because there's a huge question in chess, what did I do if I become grandmaster? I don't want to coach, but then I also want to play professionally, but only there are limited spots for the Olympic team or representing US outside, and all these important teams that have $100,000 of fund, they only invite top players, and usually top 10 or top 20 get it, but other players like 21st place will never make it. And we have a lot of talented players, and also we have Alisa Lee, that she's competing in juniors men's section. This is exciting. So I'm just saying I really appreciate that. And also being seniors playing chess, we see all the young players playing and we interact and say, hey, how's your life going? Do you need like a mentor or how things going? And we could share what foundations we do, what organizations we do, and what we did for chess. It's not just playing chess, they're also giving to the community. And that's what I'm doing right now with My Chess World, and helping out women and girls and non-binary players to become chess players and enjoy the game. So there's more to it. And also this year it's new because they added the US Women's Senior Championship. So that also motivates young females. Hey, at this age, after 50, I still could play. And there's amazing people that I could show. And there are nice games coming up, and highly recommend to follow up, because through these games, they could see, oh wow, these people know really opening well, and it's going to be hard to play with them in a regular tournament, regular time controls.
I think what it gives players the opportunity to see where they are compared to their peers. It's really nice to be among those who, like in our case, you used to play with for a long time before. So I really enjoy it.
Amazing conditions here in St. Louis. We feel like celebrities. For example, this morning I got hair and makeup done. That's unique among all the chess tournaments.
You cannot compare. I mean, it's like much more. I haven't been in the chess club yet, but I mean, I'm sure it will be beautiful. I mean, all the space and the coverage and just sports. So it is kind of on a different level from the before. Even though I'm very grateful for the previous organizers, because we didn't have this for women championship before. So it recently started those 3 years. So I'm very grateful that. First it was in Berkeley, Elizabeth Shaughnessy. Yeah, she started it, and I'm just, very grateful for that. And then in Salt Lake City also, but this will be on a different level, I'm sure.
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Seniors and Juniors Championships. Yasser, you had a game you want to take a look at.
Well, I had an oversight. We'll call it a senior moment, if you will. I'm looking at the game between Irene and Zoe, and it's been balanced for a very, very long time. And I was looking at this move, knight c2, and I'm saying to myself, oh my gosh, our defending champion, Zoe, wins on the spot. This is the blunder of a lifetime. Look what she can do. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2.
And this diagonal looks very dangerous.
And check it out. d4, discover check, followed by I don't care, capturing on c3. Anything is winning. Zoe's winning. What a remarkable turnaround. What has Irene done wrong? Cristian, just as we were coming on broadcast and I was going to rev up for the moment, he saved me the embarrassment of saying, knight b4.
Intermezzo.
Intermezzo.
Force the king away from that diagonal.
Exactly. Get the queen off the diagonal. Anything, for example, like queen c5. Now we recapture a5 and everything is fine.
Wow, we have a result. Rachel Lee agreed to a draw against Megan Paragua.
That's a bit surprising.
Wow.
That's a surprising result.
So Rachel Lee does not win the Bobby Fischer Prize. The Bobby Fischer Prize is a perfect score, and you get $64,000
Yes,
courtesy.
You should stop saying
No,
that.
but it's over. We're off the hook. Rex is off the hook.
Coming from
sure
your
that doesn't apply
It's
to
okay.
the juniors. That's a lot of money.
A fair deal. The St. Louis Chess Club is my favorite charity, so I would be happy to write a check, especially for the junior champions. But Rachel just accepted a draw. Didn't see that
Yesterday,
coming.
she was fighting so long with that rook endgame, and finally it paid off because she won the game. But this time she felt that Megan maybe built a really strong position with this knight in the center, rook attacking the pawn b3, and she didn't know how to continue.
She didn't try. If I were in her shoes, I would have at least wanted to at least check out. I would put my king on d1, my rook on e3, and then I would try to make a pathway to the queen side to cover the weakness on b3. She didn't do anything. Instead, she moved back and forth. Megan drawing with the black pieces. That was a very good result for her as well. Rachel still goes, of course, into the competition after the rest day with a good lead. And now it takes us back to Zoe.
Let's go to the Seniors Championship. Jessie Kraai against Stuart Rachels.
Stuart has been
in the Seniors section.
Yeah, Stuart has been defending this game tenaciously. I thought for a long time that the minor pieces were not going to hold against the combined forces, the connected pass pawns, as well as the rook. And let's see what has just happened. So Jessie could pick up this pawn on h6 if he wants, but I don't think that's what it's about. I think what the position's all about is getting the pawns going, king b4 and a5.
But can't we just pick up the pawn first and then go king b4, a5?
Yes and no. You can do that, but I'm always worried that maybe, okay, what's the worst thing? The worst thing is this knight magically transfers itself to a5. And then I'd be worried that there might be some kind of a fortress, rightfully or wrongfully, but that's my worry. With the knight way out of civilization, so to speak, I'm thinking, let's hit the hammer while it's hot. Let's play king b4, let's play a5, and break the blockade.
I like that idea. And now the question is, okay, what if you play bishop c5? Where do you go with the king? Do you go in with king a5?
Yeah, I'm trying to go thump.
Okay, so this looks horrendous for black.
It does.
Do I have a way to bring that knight back?
I know, it's so far out of the... those hops, they take a while, right?
Yeah, I really don't like it. Knight e2, knight d4 maybe. Let's try
Knight
that.
e2, knight to d4. So we go.
Go in. I go knight d4.
Knight
You go
d4,
b7.
b7.
It's looking bad. Now,
Looking
can I
grim.
set up some sort of a blockade somehow?
Right. That's
Like bishop a7.
Yeah, bishop a7. Okay, so
King 6, bishop b8. I know,
bishop
it looks
b8.
horrendous. Yes. Knight
Rook.
c6.
Oh, sorry, I should be playing king. I apologize, my bad. King b6, because what I really want to do is go a5, a6.
Okay, let's use my h-pawn. I'm not sure why. But
It's not much of a decoy.
no, not really.
It's
But
not very far, let's say.
let's just push it.
And let's keep going. It's too fast. The pawns are just too fast.
Too furious.
Yeah. Thump. Oh, sorry. Thump. Thump. You do have a
Yeah, king
knight
b4
check.
is difficult to stop. King b4, allowing the king to go to a5, that has its own drawbacks. This one is not looking great right now for Stuart.
Now,
Coming back to this position, I
Right.
actually like keeping my king on c4. What if I go rook b7?
oh, I thought you
rook
wanted to
b7.
go after the
I want
pawn.
to force your bishop to go away.
Yeah.
Rook a7. Let's go.
Oh, this is, you're a mean person. You're very mean. Maybe I can sacrifice my knight and get some pawn action going. Check and knight to d5, so that if you play b6, I can, you know what I mean, sacrifice.
And if I go king d4 here?
King d4,
Okay.
that's...
We have a different move, guys.
Okay, we have different moves, so what happened?
I'm going to refresh my live position for a moment and keep going.
Yes, I
This
think
is
rook
not the light
f6 was played, king to c7 and king to d5. So he's trying to really box that knight out of play, and then rook f7, king c6 is next.
He's just going for a checkmate. Rook and king checkmate.
Well, that looks
That's not
convincing.
bad.
That looks
pretty
convincing.
convincing. Just a second. So I go knight to... what else am I supposed to do? You go check. I have to go back. You go up. I have to go back. I'm on the back foot. No, let me go bishop a5. Apologies. Do you have an immediate win? Probably. What's your immediate win?
My immediate win is... Drum roll.
Rook to d7.
Rook d7 looks nice, just stopping the knight from giving me a check.
Yeah. That's good enough. I mean, I suspect there are other wins, but one is all you need. And so we think Jesse is going to win this game. Let's go to our defending champion, Zoe Tang.
And I like what she did in her position. So she went for that bishop takes g2, and Irene reacted the best way, knight b4, forcing the queen away.
And then we have a trade, and she's
d4.
opened up the position. Bravo. That's her only chance. Bishop takes d4.
The ancient really likes this.
Really?
Otherwise, we would have just lost the pawn.
Exactly. But now, alert, bishop takes c3 is actually a winning threat. Zoe, for the first time, is putting together a challenge for Irene.
And that's what I like about Zoe's decision to go for this bishop takes g2 and d4. The position was not changing. Like nothing was happening for the last 20 moves.
Right.
Finally, she got an opportunity to change the character of the position, and that's what she's doing. She's just changing the character of the position.
Now, don't get me wrong. I still think that the position is, fairly balanced. I mean, I can play, for example, knight takes a6, try to get a major piece ending with an equal pawns.
I'm not sure about knight takes a6.
No?
Be careful, queen d5 check.
Maybe queen c6, just not to be on that pain, and then bishop takes c3, bishop takes f2. I have a lot of...
Am I overlooking something?
I have a lot of ways.
But we're still getting the same ending of major pieces only,
So
right?
let's see, bishop takes c3.
Bishop takes c3.
Sorry, queen takes f3 first.
Oh, sorry. Let me do that right. So queen takes f3 first.
Yes.
King takes f3.
And now
bishop takes c3. Bishop takes f2.
It's a good question.
What would you?
I also have rook f6 check. So
I did not see rook f6 check.
Well.
By the way, I see that my chess-ometer does like Zoe's position here. There must be a cheapo.
I'm thinking rook takes a6 and b5.
Rook takes a6, rook takes d4.
Oh, you have a5. No,
yeah.
It doesn't work.
And white can give up the pawn, right? Because he's a pawn up.
So
right
was
now.
it bishop takes c3?
I don't think it's bishop takes c3.
No?
I think there must be something else.
There's a hidden the
knight's
trap.
f6 check.
Oh, no. What are we
knight's
doing?
trap.
Just go back. Bishop b6 or bishop a7. Let's go bishop a7, for example.
Okay.
You have take on d6, and then I have rook f6 at the end.
Ah.
That must be it, right?
That's the simple chess. Or rook d2, same idea. You're going after.
And this is looking very bad.
You're going after f2 pawn.
Or white.
Yes. Okay, so it does mean that there are pitfalls and traps that Irene has to navigate after this bishop takes d4. I didn't want to play just pawn takes, queen takes, and now I have weaknesses. I'm kind of feeling like this is too much fun for Zoe going on here. And what has happened?
Rook takes d4.
Let's go back to the current position. Rook takes d4. Zoe quickly captured on d4. And we traded we traded a pair of rooks. And Zoe is saying, okay, weak pawn on b2, and she wants to also drop back and win this pawn.
So far the material is balanced, but
it's time to play
this
rook
targets
c1.
d4, b2, rook c1. Mm-hmm.
Makes sense, right? So if you take my pawn on b2, I'll take the pawn on c4, and I'll be, well, happy camper. Wow.
Yeah, that looks like a strong move.
Okay, but I mean, it's definitely white who's fighting to hold on here. And Zoe is very happy that Rachel Lee drew her game and is giving her a chance to try to get into a tie going into the rest day. And there we have it, rook c1 just got played. Clock time's about even, right?
Yeah, both players having 6 minutes for the rest of the game. They keep getting 30-second increment.
I don't know, guys. I'm starting to like Black's position.
Zoe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, you have that d4 pawn, which is a real weakness. And after b5, I'm connecting those pawns. That pawn on c4 is going to be a very, very difficult asset to deal with.
Well, I do, from Irene's point of view, she does have the move rook c2. I mean, it's a grim defense. Don't get me wrong. I'm not pleased.
And that's why maybe I shouldn't go b5. Maybe I should leave that pawn on a4 as a weakness for you.
Right.
So let's just go rook d5, for example.
Precisely. So rook c2, queen takes a4. So you can prep the move b5 with the move rook d5. And yeah, what do I do for a good move? I need a suggestion. I guess I got to play rook c3.
Can we go queen f3? Try to force some trades.
Okay,
oh no, just rook takes d4. Sorry.
I saw rook takes d4 and I kind of stopped myself.
It's not forcing anything. I'm just losing the pawn.
But with deep understanding.
Okay, she played b5.
She did. She just went
perhaps
maybe a little bit too direct.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, because I kind of also felt that this pawn on a4 was a bit of a target. The immediate b5, ab.
Now you might be able to go super passive. Rook c2, rook d2, and just say, I'm going to say like
hold. Yeah, type of thing.
But Black will reroute her queen to maybe d5, then starts pushing the pawn on the queen side.
Absolutely. It reminds me of a very, very nice ending I actually got to play against Walter Brown, where I blockaded his pass pawn, and I had a pass pawn on the queen side, and I had a breakthrough, which won. Quick question for you. Is this rook ending, if through the magic of cheating, I could put my king on a d5 and go b4, is this a winning rook ending?
I mean, as white, I prefer to have queens on the board because I want to be taking advantage of maybe the black king being weak.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if I could get my king to d5, ooh, look at this. The engine says, no, this is just winning for black. Check that out. f5 check, and
King d5.
King d5, and the engine
You
just
may
says...
go king g5, but I will defend that pawn with rook d6.
Exactly. So that was my question. Should Zoe aspire to trade queens and get into a rook ending where she has better chances of winning, let's say? So big moment right here. You like bringing the queen back and putting it on d5, right?
I mean, queen b3 is an option as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about queen d6.
Yeah, then this one I really didn't think too much about. I'm not going to play queen f3. I'm afraid of that rook ending, actually.
And now I go b4.
Yeah, of course. And let's just see, can I or can I not play for, wow, the
You
engine
really don't worry about c3? Or?
The engine just says, I'm busted. The engine just says, this is over. And again, happy days, Walter Brown. I had this type of situation. I know it from my own practice. It's actually very good for black. I just didn't know it was this good.
Yeah, that's actually kind of ridiculous.
I think there can be a problem maybe with rook b8.
I guess you have some queen
f5
f5 ideas, perhaps.
Rook b8. Look at
I just want to checkmate you.
Or checkmate. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good.
With the checkmate. Wow. Okay. So again, our defending champion getting very good chances in the endgame.
Not over, guys.
Not over. Not over. By the way, I feel that if Zoe has a strength over her competitors, it is her endgames. I feel that she's the one who understands them
Yeah,
best.
so she's playing your move, queen b3.
Well, I only get a chance to say it once per broadcast, but these players are really good.
Well, the problem is it's a bit of an issue with queen b3.
Sorry,
because
queen.
d5.
D5.
Yes, you can play d5, and that equalizes right now.
Whoa.
That's it. d5, I don't think you have much anymore, because if you allow my pawn to go to d6, then you know.
Who's playing?
I'm the one playing for an advantage.
Exactly.
And if you take on d5, then you lose the pawn.
You know, it was funny. I missed it
well.
because somehow I had thought that queen d3 cost a pawn after queen takes d3, pawn takes. And I had missed rook d2. Simply queen d3, rook d2, queen e4 check. I guess f3 and next turn d6, and I think white's equalized. I missed after queen b3, d5. I saw
Very
it.
strong move.
I thought
So
queen
let's see
d3.
if Irene can find it. She's
Yeah.
5 minutes
Because
on the clock.
it's very easy once you see d5, queen d3, you stop and you go, oh my gosh, queen takes d3, pawn takes d3, rook takes d5. I'm losing a pawn. Let's not go there. But if you see rook d2, then you go, okay, d5 is actually really a good move. Big moment here for Irene.
She needs to get active. She needs to go for d5.
One of the things I really like about watching Zoe at the board, she's very calm. I mean, she very rarely shows the pressures of tournament chess, which are, as we know, extreme, right? She always seems to be chill.
By the way, one thing that you probably really don't want to go is the rook endgame, right? After rook d2.
Yeah.
Because then
That's what
queen
I'm
takes
saying.
d1 and then rook a8, and things are becoming a little bit more dire for
Yeah,
them.
no, I really like the rook ending for black.
King, I'm saying, yeah, it's more difficult to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. So again, we think that the best move in the position is d5, and after rook takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes c2, draw.
Just like
Great.
the famous song says, right? Pushin' baby.
Pushin' baby. Hey, #1 hit. Top of the charts. Top of the billboard. Pushin' baby.
This is the moment right now. Let's see. Is she gonna go for it? Yep.
Wow.
On the board.
You got to give
Playing
a
the perfect moves.
yeah.
Rook c1, rook c2, d5.
You got to give a tip of the hat on that one.
That's an important move right there.
It sure was.
That was an important move.
Wow.
Well played.
I don't think Zoe liked seeing that move suddenly appear.
So maybe now we can switch to the
Please. Where?
seniors. Jessie Kraai the last game, and Stuart Rachel's, and see developments there.
Okay, so it has been for the longest time that Jesse just wants to push his pawns, b6, a5, and promote. And Stuart has been doing his level best to try to stop that from happening. And oh, this move, king, that's a backbreaker, king c4, because knight a5 check, Jesse gets to play king e5, and then he will unite his passers together. Let's go back for a moment, because I didn't think, well, I did think that this was winning all along, but Stuart, I thought that the bishop was going to have to maintain this diagonal. Stuart gave up control of a5, and Jesse was able to get this position. This looks just winning. I don't see. Knight c5 runs into a5.
I mean, once these pawns are connected, I go to a6 and then back rank checkmate.
Yeah. You have to be careful. I mean, 6 hours of play, and you're reaching, and you're reaching, and you're reaching, and you go king b5, and after knight takes a4, oop, there goes victory. Suddenly it's a draw, a drawn position. So you still have to play precisely to the end, a5, and then king b5. Okay, so that's the pitfalls of the current situation.
So 50 seconds on the clock for Stuart Rachels.
46 seconds, but yeah, it's his position as well. Oh, bishop takes b6.
Well, it was sort of the last
takes.
attempt, right? Sometimes these endgames, they're
I know it's a draw.
Not this one. Definitely
with the
not
pawn
this one.
on a6.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. Just
but
just
you
keep
don't.
that pawn.
You don't. First, you put your king to a6. You drive the king out of the corner, and then you get to promote your pawn.
Yeah.
Stuart knows that, of course, but he's trying to trick Jesse into promoting his, pushing his pawn, king a. I'm sure Stuart is going to just mark time with his king now. King a8, king b8. See how he continues.
Zoe
the game.
really got shocked by that move. She's down to her last 30 seconds right now. She hasn't moved yet.
Oh. You know, the more I think about it, her move b5 was too early. Rook to d5 would have been a much better decision.
And by the way, she did take on d5, so I think we're just going to finish that game quite quickly after that.
Okay, a draw inevitably there. We'll see these two players finishing their game. I'm expecting the move king a6 to push the king away from a8 and a7.
So how do you win this one?
I'm thinking it's king a6.
King a6, okay. I'll move my bishop.
Where?
Probably you will have to give up that
I'll give you
A7
the h
square.
pawn, no problem. Yes, I understand.
Okay.
I get it.
So okay, so fine, excellent. We just.
I'll give you the h pawn. You can take it off the board.
Yeah, exactly. So we get here, and check, right?
Yeah, king c7.
Yeah, king c7. And now, how do I? Okay, if I go for rook on b7, let's say, something like this, right? Check, check, check.
Yes, you got the rook on b7. I go king c8.
I go a5.
I keep the...
Ooh!
Take a look at that.
Take
a look at that.
This is the one. Okay, obviously...
But that's very unexpected.
Totally unexpected.
The fact that a5 at that point somehow makes a draw, it's completely unexpected to me.
So the thing I was aspiring to do was to put my king on a7 and then bringing the rook to a check and driving the king out of the corner. Whoa. Okay, so a5, I thought it was that the pawn had to be on a6 for it to be a draw. a5 as well.
So king a6 is on the board.
Right. Sorry, I'm going to just refresh my board for a second and get the live position. And I'll leave it on live. So we think that the best thing for Stuart to do is maintain his bishop on the g1, a7 diagonal and not allow, and to keep his king as close to the a pawn as possible, or rather the a8 square. King c8. Okay. I don't think this makes a particularly different move.
King b7. I think he's going for your idea, Yasser. I was impressed with it as well.
So
after a5, rook b6.
Yeah, or a5.
Oh, but I
rook
first
b.
need to take the pawn, of
Yeah,
course. Okay.
exactly. So wait for the pawn to go to h5, then, I don't know, chase the bishop, and then go, or sorry, let's do that again. In case of h5, we go back, and we'll pick off this pawn. So Stuart just played bishop f2. Said, oh, no, not h5, but bishop f2. Do your worst.
Okay, so let's go rook b3.
I figured it out how to win it.
Yeah?
Yes.
Go ahead. Share.
So let's take the pawn on h5 from h6. That's probably the right approach.
He has played, do you like what he just did, Jesse? Just played rook b2?
Let's just take the pawn from h6 off the board.
Okay, I'll let you do it.
Rook
Okay,
h3.
so once we get this position, go ahead and tell us the secret sauce.
So let's go back to b5, b file, and then you're going to get to b5.
Like this?
Yeah, and I think that's the only way.
Rook to b5 and then?
Now you put the bishop anywhere you want. Now I go king a5.
Okay. And what's the...
If
why?
you allow me to go king b4, then your king is not coming back. So now I can start pushing my pawn.
Ah.
Yes. Now I can just start pushing my pawn, and that should be enough. I will put my rook on b7.
King to c6.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So once this, let's say, bridge has been crossed.
So you're trying to cut
easy.
off the
Yes,
black king
cut the black
from
king.
b8.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So your idea is now simply to play king c6 and a7?
Correct. So
Gotcha.
I guess let's try to make it a bit more difficult for you as black.
Okay.
When you get with a rook on b5,
Right. So we get here.
yes.
I should do
Bishop
what?
f2, let's say.
Okay.
You go rook b5. Now you're ready to cross the bridge, right? You're ready to go king a5, king b4.
Yep.
So then I want to control the b6 square. I'm going to go king c7.
Okay.
So I'm ready whenever you go king a5. Now I'll give you a check and you have to go back.
Nice. Okay.
So how do you win now?
So, but can I? Oh, I know. First, I'll give you a check. So I'll kind of force you to put your king back to c8 so you don't have control over the b6 square.
Okay.
Now I'll do this,
Mm-hmm.
trying to pick up a tempo.
Let's say bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Rook b5, king c7.
Yes.
I didn't
Yes.
win a tempo.
Yes.
Help me out, Kate.
I think rook b7.
Rook b7, okay. And Cristian is waiting for us.
Okay, now we go.
Jesse has just played rook.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy, guys.
There's some tricks
This is
here.
definitely not going to be easy.
You see what I mean with these minor pieces? Just capturing the b6 pawn has made it. Imagine that the knight handling the two passers with the bishop. It sometimes it's very hard to achieve this position, which is already tricky. But this should be pretty straightforward. Come on.
I'm not so sure.
But how?
I am not so sure.
I'm sure it's.
The more I look at the position, I see how the engine and the table base, because this is the table base right
Yes,
now.
exactly. This is a table-based position.
I see how it's being won, but it's always a combination of maybe putting you in a Zugzwang situation where you don't have those checks, those important checks on the e1, a5 diagonal, or transitioning at some point. So, for example, right now in the game position, if you go bishop f2.
Right.
Now maybe I can go king b5.
King b5?
Yes.
Oh, for sure. I'm certain Jesse's intending rook.
Forget about the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah?
We don't need the pawn,
just
right?
the
If
idea.
we manage to get
Just
away
the
to the
idea
c
to go king b5, king b7.
Yes.
And now rook f3.
Yes. So that we can check and force the king to make a decision. But I thought I'm trying to stay on a8.
Yeah, you are.
Wow, this is difficult. I
Not
thought
easy.
20 moves ago or 30 moves ago, it was just
Not
easy win for white.
Chalk it up.
Stuart Rachel's is really resourceful in this game.
Okay, this is a nice thing that I think Jesse is doing. He hasn't taken the pawn yet.
He's
So
about to, 100%.
But I think that's the wrong thing to do.
To take the pawn is the wrong thing to do?
Because he has no idea how to win this position right now.
Except what you showed, rook to b5.
He has no idea. He's going to shuffle nobody does.
Right.
I mean, unless you have a book in front of you or the table base in front of you, nobody actually does. If you take Fabi right now, he's not going to give you like a special maneuvering idea that's going to win the game. So you're going to shuffle the pieces and try to figure out that setup that you want.
He's taken the pawn with
But once you took the pawn,
gleefully, by the way.
the counter starts, right? Once you take the pawn, 50 moves.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Instead of that, you should have done it without the pawn, and then maybe you still don't figure it out after 40 moves. At least you can reset the counter. Now you take the pawn, you reset the counter, and you have another 50 moves to try to figure it out.
Well, I think Jesse is going directly for that whole plan of bringing the rook to b5 so that you can you can cut the king, the black king, away from the a8, and then to bring his king back to c6. Now, how he's going to deal with bishop e1 check when we go king a5, that is confusing me at the moment as well.
Okay, I finally figured out why that setup that you suggested is not working.
Okay.
So if you
He's
go
gone
here,
for it. He's going for it. So you mark time, right?
Right.
Okay.
But
Let's
you're
do
not
it.
threatening anything, right, with the setup?
So we're going to go check.
Check.
Well, we're going to chase the bishop, right? Where does the bishop go?
No, I was thinking the thing you said. So
Oh, sorry.
pawn to b5.
A5.
Pawn to a5.
Pawn to
pardon me.
a5.
You just move bishop somewhere.
Right. Rook to b6.
Rook b6. Now you cannot capture the rook. That's a lost pawn in the game.
No, but I just sit.
You sit. I go king a7.
Okay,
But now you have king c7. No, you
Right.
cannot. If you play bishop g1,
Then you give me
I'm
checks on
winning.
the c file. Yeah.
Because I go king a8.
King
and
8,
that's
and you
winning.
give me checks on the c file. Yeah.
Nice. Once you drive the king away from the queen side, then it's very easy. But you're
But
right.
you have this move, king
c7.
and I'm stuck.
And then I have to go back.
But
and
then I
this
go
is-
back as well.
This is where progress has not been made. There is one tricky line that I'm looking at. Imagine we get this position, and you go bishop to d4. Now I win the game by playing king to b5.
Because I don't have that king b8 to move my king to the queen side.
Right. So I'm threatening king c6, rook b7, a6 wins. But once you move your king on the b file, I've got a discovered check. But in this case, I'm picking up the bishop. So the d4 square is taboo. And maybe I can shorten the diagonal that way by making a discovered attack. But again, we're seeing that the trick in the position, if I can call it that, is not to play the move a5, but to give my king a way of coming out. Let me just refresh the live position.
So the best way to learn this endgame right now and to kind of cover it is for us to play against each other.
Yeah.
Me with the table piece.
Maybe before we do
that's
that,
fair.
we can switch to the girls because
Let's
we're
do
going
it.
to see a handshake there.
Where?
Because there is just about to
Zoe.
be threefold repetition between Irene Faye and Zoe Tank.
Well, I've got to tip my hat to Irene because she played fantastic defensive rook c2, d5, and found all of the equal moves when she had to. So she's about to play the move queen f4, claim a draw.
And it's a draw.
And there you have it. Wow. So that means that Zoe...
It's not catching up with Rachel.
No, there's still a half a point gap between them. But no Bobby Fischer prize.
No.
My checkbook is relieved.
So the last game, Jessie Kraai against Stuart Rachels.
That's it.
And now we can practice with table-based. Christian, that was your your plan.
I mean,
And
we have a...
I'm on Team Cristian. And together we can educate Katja on
So
this
now we go
very
king
tricky
c7,
ending.
right? Maybe we
Is
can
the
use
king
my
on
board.
a5?
Maybe we can use
Yeah,
my
king,
board.
king c7 is on the board.
Let's see if we...
Well,
we
hold
can
on,
use
the
my
king is on
analysis board.
a5.
King c7, what do you do?
Okay, so what do we do?
Rook b5.
Well,
but
first-
rook b5 we know it doesn't work. So.
Let's just use my analysis board.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, go ahead. We'll use your board. And rook b1. I think Jesse just played the move rook
He just
b1.
played rook b1, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Marking time.
I guess you want to go something like bishop e3, right?
Clear.
Okay, what now?
Frankly, I don't see a better move than king a6.
King a6.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Are you going to say something different?
No. Do you see a better move than king a6?
I'll go
because I'm afraid if I go king b5, king b7, I haven't made progress.
I mean, when you start frankly.
Yeah, frankly.
I went bishop f2. by the way.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think... Do we have a move after rook to b1, bishop to e3, right?
Right.
So we can start from this position.
Yes, this is the current position. So once again, we're going to use your board, and we're going to go king a6. You're going
And
to go...
this is the key, yeah? If rook b5, now bishop to d2 is a problem.
Correct.
King a6, bishop to e3 back.
Back.
So one of the things that we know is that if you make a random move and you allow me to
This
pass
we
the bridge with king
because-
b4, then the a pawn runs down the board, that wins.
Yeah.
But you're smart.
You go bishop to
And
d2.
you give me a check and you go back.
Right. Exactly.
So now I will go rook to b3.
Bishop to g1, just marking time.
I will let you try to defend this one. Yes, but now that you went bishop, okay, you see,
No,
now you
now-
lost. Rook b7, what do you do?
King c8.
Rook b5, you cannot set both of your pieces in the right spot
I gotcha.
anymore.
So I had to
Because
go
you need a
bishop.
king on c7 and the bishop ready to give a check.
Right. So I had to play bishop f2.
Going back, you have
Right.
to go bishop f2. Yeah?
Okay.
Now I
we
will
go
go king
rook check.
a5.
Oh, king a5.
Yes.
So I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of king b4, right?
How do you do it?
So bishop.
Unless you go bishop d4.
Bishop to e4.
Bishop to d4, yeah?
No,
And
bishop
then
d4 now, king b5.
King b4. And
Bishop d4, that's
the-
another trick. Yes.
Yes.
Because I go king b5, you cannot go to b7 because I give you a check.
That's right. That one we saw.
And then you lose.
That
So not bishop d4. So that means you're kind of stuck, right? You have to put one of your pieces in the wrong position.
On the wrong, right.
So
Either
can I go
too
king
far.
c6?
Yes, that's a smart move. That's a smart move. Let me think how I punish you right now. Rook f3.
You told me I made a smart move, and then you want to punish me for making smart moves.
Now I go rook f3 because you
Rook
went a little
F3.
bit too far with your king.
I went a little too far with my king.
Yes, I feel like if you stay on this diagonal, I can go rook f7, right?
Okay.
And the king doesn't go back anymore.
But
But you're
why?
not going to make an improvement.
Now I will make rook b7, a5, and check. Isn't that winning? So
I don't
let's say you go
know.
here, king
Yes.
a6.
I have
you stay.
bishop to d4. Yeah.
I can go here.
I mark time.
And wherever you put the bishop, now that your king is too far,
Yes.
I just attack.
and
boom,
now check.
Check, that's it.
That's
Oh,
nice.
from this
Yes.
way.
That
okay.
way we understand. That
Yes.
one we get.
So don't get caught with the king in no man's land
Right.
on c6.
Gotcha.
That's the no man's land right
So,
there.
so that's why we need our king either on c8 or c7 at
That's
all
right.
times.
That's right. So
The defense.
king c6 we understood is not good. Now with the bishop g1 already misses a beat, right? Bishop g1, rook b5. Boom, I passed.
Yep.
That's not what you want.
Okay.
So king c8,
Yes.
once again I passed because I can go. That's it. So this is the tabia. King on a5, rook on b3. It's your move.
Sorry, I apologize there. So king c8, rook b8, rook b5, right?
Yes. King c8, rook b5.
Yeah. Bishop e1 check.
But I go king b6, right?
And then I go king b. I don't want to allow king a7 and rook b7, so king b8. Oh.
Ta-da. No check. Checkmate is coming.
No, and I have to go king c8, and that's when you got me.
That is the tabia of the position.
Wow.
That is the Zuzwang.
Yeah.
So we understood
wow.
the Zuzwang. This is the key right here. This is the position with Zuzwang. If you get too close, then I get to give the discovery check. If you go too far, then you don't have the f-1 square to give a check.
f-1.
f-1 to give the check, so that's not possible. And if you move the king either way, it comes with repercussions.
Right.
That's it. If you don't know this pattern, if you don't know this Zuzwang right here, I think it's going to be quite tough for him to do it. Let's see. Let's see if he finds it.
So
And
let's
he's
take a
got
look
to
at the
find.
current position because
That
the
is the
king
cur-
is on
this is the current
c8.
position. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Here, because we were thinking the king, the farther away it gets, the maybe more problematic it gets.
My goodness, as we look at the table base, we see almost a dozen, maybe it is in fact a dozen winning
All of the moves that don't give the rook away are
Right.
winning.
So a5, however, that is a move
And a5, yes.
that surprisingly enough draws the game. But essentially any rook move that doesn't lose the rook wins.
And you will always need this king on a5, by the way. Keep. Rook b7 is already a step in the wrong direction.
Right? So Stuart should maintain his bishop on the g1 a7 diagonal for as long as he can.
Just don't go bishop g1. Bishop G1 makes it easy because of rook B5, right?
Right.
So
And
bishop
then
F2, keep the bishop on F2.
Bishop F2, Bishop D4, both. And Stuart
F2.
understood that if we're allowed rook B5 and king A5, we lose. So he's played his bishop to F2.
Now what he needs to do is rook B3.
Okay.
You go king C7, right?
Right.
And now you go king A5, and now we have the position. This is the Zuzwang.
Because bishop E1 check, king B.
Bishop E1, then we get this position with rook to E3, right? Or rook to F3, sorry. That
And
gives you
that,
the
and
check.
that was the checkmating idea that you came up
Exactly.
with.
Your bishop is kind of trapped.
Nice.
Almost. It doesn't have any squares.
Dang. Chess is hard. Wow.
Not easy stuff.
And they're doing this with 2 minutes on their clocks. I must say, these endings, it's easier to be the defender.
By the way, he's going for it. I think he has spotted it. Rook B3, king C7. Now king A5 is the key move.
King A5.
Yes, king F5 is the key move. Don't touch the pawn.
Right. That this is the wow.
King A5.
Bravo,
Wow.
Jesse.
He found it.
Bravo.
Wow,
He found
what
the
a
pattern.
technique.
Yeah.
With less than 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm impressed, I have to say. I'm impressed.
You know, the sad part is there was a time that I had actually studied this ending, and I'm not kidding. Of all people, I was so fortunate that I got a chance to study these types of endings with nobody less than Pal Benko.
King C8, rook B5, boom, cross the bridge, boom.
Yeah,
that's it.
Pal Benko was an absolute
This is
master
it.
of these endings, and wow, he played it instantly, recognizing that he's ready to now play king b4, followed by a5, a6, rook b7, and then bring the king all the way back to c6 and win the game by promoting the pawn.
Yeah.
And
So-
once black tries bishop e1,
Yep. Then we have king,
oh, I think it's Christian's board.
yeah, king b6.
So after bishop e1, king b6.
King B6, yes. If you go king B8, rook F5, no more checks.
No more checks.
Cross the bridge.
Wow.
But he went right in it for it. So
He went right for this ending. I think Jesse might have actually
he probably studied
known
it.
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He
Well,
studied
it's
it
one
and-
thing to study it. The other thing is to remember it when it counts, right? I mean,
I think it's just about this idea of crossing the bridge with a king. The rook is
Yeah.
on b5, then you have to, find the right position that you can cross either via b6 or b4, and then get the pawn going.
you know, by the end of these broadcasts, our production team are going to be really strong chess players, and they're going to be playing in the senior championships themselves. They'll remember all the broadcasts. Tom will be making his debut.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah. Really? No. In fact, I'm going to go to the prediction markets and make a big bet on Kite and Tom. I mean, love losing money.
I think they would agree to ask for the wild card if you decide to actually play the championship.
Here we go. Bishop, and now very...
King b6.
And the whole point is, as Cristian has been saying, if you go king back to b8 with a hope of getting your king to a8, king b8, then there is the move rook f5. King b8, rook f5, stopping bishop f2 and threatening checkmate on f8. And Stuart knows his fate has been sealed with this
Yes.
move, king b6.
10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds, but it's not about the clock. The position's lost.
But don't lose on time.
But don't lose on time. King b8.
Did he
Make it with
wow,
1
with
second?
1 second on the clock.
Stuart. You know, these guys never lose on time. I say
Living
that.
dangerously.
Right? But now Jesse knows that rook f5 stops bishop f2, check, and threatens mate, forcing king c8. Uh-oh. Well, that's funny. That's nice. It covers, I guess, rook e5. Threaten mate again. Eventually, white's king is getting to the b7 square. That's the problem. Maybe we can pick up on my board for just a moment.
Or maybe we can go rook g5?
Rook g5 is a good move.
Actually,
yeah.
probably matter. The same idea.
The idea that I have, or we have, for Jesse is to play the move rook to e5, threatening rook e8 mate, or something similar.
Rook g5.
We just want to threaten checkmate.
Yeah.
We want to force black's king to c8 so that eventually we can get our king to b7, something like check.
Just push the pawn.
a5, and we'll end up going a6 and king b7.
I would just go king b7, just
making sure,
100%, and then march the rook back to make sure the pawn is safe. But after,
I think
this journey of the king all the way the rook,
yeah,
all over.
Yeah. I think that is it. And Stuart is saying, "Good game, well done." And Jesse, hat tip from us as well. We had struggled ourselves, and we have.
Congratulations to Jesse Kraai,
yeah,
and especially on this technique.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And for Stuart, you know, you put up a great effort, and the problem with chess is you don't get a reward for it. You still get a big fat zero for the loss. Nobody says, you know, like, whoa, you fought really well.
You survived extra 3 hours. Well.
Let's remind everybody how our day went. And a very eventful one at that.
So in the girls section, Rachel Lee did not win for the first time this year, and she made a draw, but she's still the leader with 4.5 points because Zoe Tank also made only a draw, and she's clear second. And then there is a three-way tie for the third place. Jasmine Su, Rose Atwell, and Megan Paragua.
Rachel Lee didn't win for the first time this year. I like the way you said that. In the junior section.
In the junior, Abhimanyu Mishra, the sole leader, after winning today only after 14 moves against Nico Chasin. And then Andy Woodward against Tani Adewumi are tied for the second place with 3.5 points.
I see Bach and Brewington still on the outside, and finally, in the women's senior.
The women's seniors, we have Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Tsodikova scoring today and taking the lead in the event. Olga Sagalchik, Ivona Jezierska, and Jennifer Smith tied for the third.
And in the senior championship?
In the seniors championship, it's Vladimir Akopian, who won today, and he has 4 points. He recovered after yesterday's loss, and he's leading the tournament. Jesse Kraai, after amazing technique in this round, and Alexander Onischuk, Alexander Fishbein tied for the second place, 1 point behind Vladimir.
Gregory Kaidanov's going to rue the fact that he missed a really big chance today. And taking our look at our picks, let's see, I'm happy with Vladimir, Zoe, Andy, Angelina. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How about yourself?
I think I got like half a point.
I got
3.5.
I got a draw.
Okay, I'm
Christian, go away with your 3.5.
You
got 3.5?
3.5, yeah.
Well, you can go into the rest day feeling proud.
I'm pretty happy, yes. I mean, I still cannot believe I'm the only one that picked up Abhimanyu. That feels like, you know, the golden hand of God, you know?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Give me Abhimanyu.
You get the final word on Day 5 broadcast.
Well, I feel, as I said at the beginning of the show, everybody will leave everything on the board today because they know tomorrow is a rest day. They get to watch the World Cup. They get to, you know, get ready for the next one. But they get some rest, right? And that's exactly what they did, with the exception of Nico. I mean, what just happened with Nico? Losing in 14 moves, this is the worst time to do that because now you're going to keep thinking about it for the next day. You're not even going to enjoy the World Cup. No. So, huge problem for Nico. Nevertheless, Abhimanyu is not running away with it, but he's definitely in a great position so far. In the girls section, of course, Rochelle finally came here with us, and she seems to be feeling happy. She wants to play spoilers. And of course, Rachel Lee finally making a draw from a position of strength. So she's still created opportunities for herself. That is a good sign going into the second half, and it definitely seems like she is the one that everybody's trying to catch up with. Zoe, I was impressed as well with the way that she fought all the way until the end. So definitely a lot of play in that one. In the seniors, Akopian is somewhat running away with it. Lakovskaya in the senior women's also is looking good. So a lot to play for in the second half, guys.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Cristian and Kate, wonderful to call the action with you.
Amazing games.
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure to be doing the commentary.
Thank you for staying with us throughout this broadcast. Appreciate it very much. Join us not tomorrow.
Take a rest tomorrow.
Take a rest and see you all on Monday.
Good night, everyone.
Wow. Zoe was
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.